all rose up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
Signs in the sky and the stars around us fade to black. Running through the night and there's nothing that can hold us back. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, cause I'm human just like you, like you. Like you. Well, I'm human just like you, like you. Into the night, every shadow hides a spark inside. Master of disguise, we're becoming something more tonight. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, cause I'm human just like you, like you. Like you, you. When I'm human just like you, I'm gonna fly, break on through, cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, cause I'm human just like you, like you.
Welcome to the final day of playoffs here in the studio. Before we move on to the arena with our live audience, strike a pose, Fresh and Alfama. We had to use this walkway one time before we left the studio.
It's like a catwalk,
We're
isn't it?
embarrassed. We're embarrassed. We had to play the fashion game. We had to. It's just part of our culture.
Yeah, it's fair. I mean, beautiful pose stroke at the end there. But we have to talk about yesterday. I think that's going to be our big talking point here before we dive into today's games. A lot of housekeeping. Big day. We literally halved the remaining competition because we sent 8 teams home.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy. It's always the craziest day, the second day of playoffs inside of the Six Invitational, because we go and we take 8 teams and send them all home on exactly the same day. Now, if we look at who's left in the remaining in the competition, let's look at that upper bracket. There's FaZe, the current world champions, Furia, previous world champions, Falcons, who have been second place in every single event, and a dark horse there in wildcard. Now, if I had a penny for every time they made a main stage, I'd have 2 pennies recently because it's been absolutely crazy. They've been running that. It's not a lot, but it has happened twice.
They keep being called the underdogs, but they always making it to the main stage. It's actually impressive to see wildcard. And then in the lower bracket, Team Secret, the second EU hope, Weibo, the last APL hope, of course, and then Fluxo and SSG. It's going to be a banger. It's teams that we know for a long time that have been consistent. We said goodbye to G2, goodbye to Shopify Rebellion. Some big upsets right there.
It is, and these teams have already put in so much of an effort yesterday. A lot of high emotions, very good emotions, but obviously very sad as well because we sent so many teams home. So let's take one more look at what exactly happened.
Je te glisse entre les doigts. 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 Réveille-toi. Je te glisse entre les doigts. Je te glisse entre les doigts. Je te glisse entre les doigts.
Some teams saw the hammer slip through their fingers, but we also dive into the panorama to take a deeper look into what happened yesterday. As we always do, we start off with the monster, and we picked one player that has some of the highest EPS scores we've seen this tournament so far.
Yeah, he was absolutely phenomenal. This is from his map 2 yesterday. It's a map-only score, not his overall score for the fixture, but 191 EPS inside of the map 2, where Team Secret played G2 on Consulate. Now, a lot of these kills, they're big kills, they're aggressive kills, they're confident kills, they're outside of the building. This is the Mowgli that we know and love. There was one point in the day, in this game, I think it was round 5, round 6, where he was at 290 EPS. He was on course for record-breaking numbers.
I mean, looking at round 4, he's already 11-1. He's going to continue throughout the rest of the map. And it's that playstyle that you mentioned, right? Mowgli has a very unique one. He gets extremely aggressive. When half of his skills are outside the building in defense, you can start to figure out the kind of players you're facing. I think he's really the spearhead and found the exact, I guess, lineup that was fitting him in Secret in that aggressive playstyle. I think that honestly, Mowgli is found an incredible balance since Munich.
Somewhat of the opposite of the Avatar, because when Secret needed him most, he actually did pop off. And same we can say about our moment from yesterday, because we have one of the craziest clutches so far, a literal unwinnable clutch.
Blaz, another Frenchman, obviously, that was hoping to get to the main stage, maybe to have his friends and family in the crowd. He was stuck in that 1v4 Jack. Absolutely crazy clutch.
Yeah, and it did slip through the fingers for G2, but Blaz here, he manages to isolate every single 1 versus 1 against the M80 players and win out every single one of them. And at this point in time, I think G2 had everybody believing. That clutch felt like the turning point for G2's day, ultimately. And we thought, hey, they're going to kick on and then they're going to keep going. Unfortunately, they did fall short to Secret yesterday.
Yeah, it's a team we'll miss for sure inside of this tournament, but that means we can also look forward to what we will have today here in the last remaining matches of our playoffs here in the studio, and we have to pick this one, the final remaining hope for APL going up against Secret.
It has to be these two, right? It has to be them. If you think of Secret, obviously in Europe's hope in this Six Invitational, outside of Falcons, you need to have another team make it. On the other side, for Weibo, they've been at the top of APL for so long, but they've been waiting to be at the top of international events. That will be them for the first time, breaching that top 6, making it to main stage. They've been looking forward that for a long time.
Feels like a big moment for Siege within APAC particularly, because I think finally with Weibo, they've got a team that they can feel like can really compete at the top level. Yet, should Weibo fall short against Secret today and don't make the main stage, I think it's kind of same old, really.
The story repeats
so
itself.
That's why it's the must-see, because it is a huge game, because we want APAC, we want them to go through that ceiling and compete at the highest level and go as far as they can, but Weibo have got to do it for them today.
I mean, the stakes are high in that matchup, but it's our final match of the day, so we'll have to wait a little bit. Our first match on the A stream, Furia going up against Falcons. Now 2 titans inside the history of Rainbow Six Siege Esports. 2 teams we expect to be there at the main stage, and we know that they will. This match is just about who will have that extra shot at the grand final.
Yeah, I think we've all had our doubts with these 2 teams going into the group stage. I thought that in overall, especially Falcons dropped a few maps, and I think that at the same time we have high expectations. We expect this lineup, this match, to be a title card for the grand finals, right? And so at the same time, I think it's a proving ground. It's a proving ground for both of these teams that whatever the year they've had, they are ready to make it to the grand finals.
Yeah.
And it starts with taking that step against one of the most accomplished teams ever, whether it be Furia or Falcons.
They're both on that redemption arc, right? Of course, Falcons, we've seen them in so many grand finals. We don't need to harp on about that time and time again, but they lost last year's grand final. They want the Six Invitational. For Furia, they ultimately surrendered their crown to the team on the opposite side to them right now in terms of phase as well. So both of these teams have got to play through a formidable opponent to achieve their overall goals.
Now the thing is, this is a rematch, right? Because this match happened at the very first day of the Six Invitational inside of the groups. Furia back then won it 2-1. The last map being a 7-1 as well. Really impressive from the side of them, but I just think when I look at Falcons, especially moving into these playoffs, something has just clicked for them.
Yeah, I think there was a real turning point between group stage where, yes, they were getting the most about Furia, especially on that last map, and then the rest of playoffs. And it is that game against Shopify Rebellion. Mind you, this was a 3v5 that Falcons won, and I want you to pay attention to the reactions from the players. Look at Liquefact, look at Shaiko getting fired up, look at Yuzus typing lol in chat, look at everyone having fun.
Yeah.
This is a moment where a team clicks together. And then let's jump and look at the match against Team Secret. Straight after that, a couple hours after that, they faced their European brethren. And if we look at that game, you're gonna see the impact. Because after that turning point, everything got fired up for Falcons.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see just how confident they were taking the gunfights, and it was the energy. Falcons have talked about this a lot. When they go a little bit flat, it's because their energy can be a little bit flat. So you'll see them at events. We've seen them bark previously. We've seen them focus on energy previously, and look how pumped up they are.
Similar to what we're hearing from Furia right now, it's just constant stream from Falcons. They say it really helps them, right? And the pressure is on their shoulders for this tournament. For Furia, on the other side, when we talk about them as a roster, inside of these playoffs, they haven't dropped a map yet. That is quite impressive. You know, maybe arguably we can say Falcons play more difficult opponents, but not having dropped a map is still really good.
Yeah, it goes to show that that consistency is there. I think that people have been a bit critical about them ever since they stopped their stellar run, and I think they really bounced back. I think that winning Reload and after that making top 3 at EWC, maybe Unique was a disappointment, but except for this, I would call that a successful year for Furia. And I think going in this tournament, they are showing that dominant first. Yeah, they did play D+. Yes, they did play Weeble. Yes, they did play opponents that are supposed to be weaker than the ones that Falcons faced. But still, that domination, it screams confidence to me.
I think Furia are the most balanced team in terms of the whole tournament, and I'll explain why. And it's because of their IGL for Pox. I call him Pox the Redeemer because he pulls the strings of all of his 4 players, his fraggers on the side of his team, and he has this IGLing style where he will allow them, he will give them the leash to go and be aggressive and make big plays if they need to, but he will also rein them back in and make them play smart, make them play together if needed. Honestly, he's one of the most perfect IGLs in Siege because of how they can do that between rounds even. And if you look at the side of all 4 of these players, particularly JV, the third one on your screen, you can see all 4 of the players, even including Nade, are positive in KD and positive in entry. They are absolutely formidable.
Hertz is almost at 50 combined entry, or 60 combined entries, almost there. It's at plus 50 right now. It goes to show how aggressive they get. What's even crazier if you look at the total KD is that every one of them are such amazing fraggers, and this is why it works. Felipox calls in an aggressive playstyle, but also he's surrounded by some of the best fraggers in the world.
Yeah.
It is a perfect well-oiled machine.
Now I like that you're highlighting 4 players on the side of Furia, 4 fraggers, but I wanna narrow it down to just 1 player on either side, the players that we really expect to be the spearheads for today.
Yeah, okay, so if we're going to talk about spearheads, we're going to talk about the heavy hitters, the box in the heavyweights. It's going to be JV92 and it's going to be Shaiko. These are the 2 guys for me that are the number 1 and number 2 rated players in the tournament by EPS. Look how close it is. Now, if anybody's going to make those big plays, because these 2 guys are going to be going head-to-head, whoever comes out on top in that head-to-head engagement is going to be setting their team up for success.
Yeah, and I think I look at these 2 guys and I'm thinking, these guys are the 2 best fraggers in the world. No, I'm not thinking what Faisal is saying, but I'll say this, looking at these 2 guys, we're looking at the 2 titans, fraggers of Siege. Really, any fraggers would look up to these guys.
Yeah.
They've been so dominant. I honestly cannot wait to see them in the server.
Now, you know, it's not common we get to speak to Shaiko at these events, but luckily we had Milos grab Shaiko and JV92 for a few words before this match.
Friends, where I'm standing right now is the dream of many people around the world. Between the two best fraggers in here, JV92 and Shaiko. Gentlemen, please come close. Come here. We're going to do a little huddle together. Last words before this legendary match. JV to Shaiko.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. Bonjour. Anything to say back?
But.
All right, you heard it. Bonjour, JV. Gentlemen, let's get started.
Like the angel and the devil on someone's shoulder, right? I mean, JV92 just wanted to say hi, and Shaiko just immediately starts with the fire.
That's the only word he knows in English, to be honest, let's be fair.
He's in his devil era. Like, he loves the trash talk. I love to see that. I love to see Shaiko expressing himself more. We saw that with the energy with his teammates. We see that in the game. He's just getting better with the time.
I love it, but they have to put their money where their mouth is. It means we're going to have a look where our maps will be headed to, which sides or which maps will we see for this matchup. Falcons, though, with the first pick, they're taking us to bank.
So, Leo, Falcons have picked Bank. Now, who would you consider outside of Falcons and Furia that are the best Bank teams in the world?
Secret, 16 win streak on it.
Yep.
And G2.
Okay. So who are the teams that Falcons have ever lost Bank to? The only two teams.
I would guess it is Secret and G2.
Okay, perfect. So Falcons have picked Bank. They love the map. They've only ever lost it to Secret and G2. For Furia on the other side, they can be a little bit wobbly on Bank. Lost it to Daystar and Falcons at this event, but they also lost it to Enterprise and D+Clear in Munich. It does mean they are a little bit weak at times on this map.
And then they're moving on to Clubhouse. Now, Furia picking Clubhouse makes sense. It's a map they've played already against Falcons at this event, and they've beaten them quite convincingly. They want to go back to home turf.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we get through to the decider. We're going to see Chalet now. Again, this is another map that these two played inside of group stage. Recently for Falcons, this is a higher preference map, but we did see them have a few wobbles on it during the EML stage. So it's a map they've recently brought into their map pool. For Furia, I think it really suits their playstyle. It suits a little bit of individuality. It's a small map, but you can make big plays on it.
Yeah, I was about to say it really highlights the two strengths of those teams with having some of the best fraggers in the world. I think Savage from Team Secret summarized that map the right way in one word: gunfights. And if there is two teams with the best fraggers in the world, it is Falcons and Furia playing for these gunfights.
Yeah, Furia are sitting opposite of FaZe, and we've seen them communicate with each other like the whole time. I mean, Brazil is still a very strong region inside of our games.
JV is blowing kisses at Cyber right now. That's what's going on.
Absolutely love that for them. But I'm getting really excited for this matchup. It is almost ready, means we can chat with our casters. We're joined by Guz and Xenox. And guys, it's not quite maybe the SI final that you two got to cast in Sao Paulo, but still, I'd say this is a very high quality matchup.
It certainly is, and for two teams that, of course, have been able to make long, deep runs within Six Invitationals over the last couple of years, they've both got the experience, they both understand what's on the line, what's at stake. I think for both of these two teams, though, Guz, as well, is if you do lose this, it's not the end of the world. Realistically, whoever loses this could still make a lower bracket run.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I think this matchup is so exciting. We get to see one of these teams have a significant advantage for the remainder of playoffs. And I mean, picking up on the point made from the desk, it's Shaiko v JV92, right? This is going to be one hell of a head-to-head, and these two clashing as well as these two respective teams is going to be absolutely wild to watch.
Well, the good news is our first upper bracket semi-final is ready to start, so take it away.
Well, this is when the big dogs take over at the tail end of the tournament here for Six Invitational. Upper bracket semi-final. Win, you're into an upper bracket final. Lose, you drop lower bracket. You still will play main stage, but it's a far more difficult road to the hammer. Falcons, the favorites here, and certainly the favorites now left from the EML region.
Furia has my pick. I think they can get the job done here and set themselves up, but it should be close.
We head to Bank first for this best of three. The Titans to clash it out in this upper bracket semi-final. You win this and you go into an upper bracket final as one of the favorites to take it all. Well, the stage is set for our first upper bracket semi-final. Furia, Falcons, these two teams are no strangers to this environment, to this point at a Six Invitational. For Furia, though, they've been able to capture that hammer not too long ago. Falcons still elusive. Can they get through the Panthers? Furia begin defense here on Bank, which is the map pick of Falcons.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I'm expecting Furia to likely win out the series in a close 2-1. It's difficult to foresee them, though, taking down Falcons on Bank, a map that has historically been so strong for them, as highlighted by the desk, really only having teething issues against the best of the best on this map in Secret and G2. They'll start out on attack, the onus on them to build up some momentum. The bans for the first half, Mirror and Echo alongside Monty and Ace.
Really highlighting how strong Group B ended up being. Wildcard, Furia, Falcons. That was the top 3 in that group, guys, and 3 of those 4 teams in the upper bracket semi-final. One is going to fall here down to the lower bracket. One will progress to an upper bracket final, which would then put them just 1 series away from that grand final position. It is time to lock in. These games now are so important. You do not want to join those teams in that lower bracket. You got Team Secret, who could certainly cause disruption. Weibo, are they on that magical Cinderella run? One of those 2 will progress. Fluxo, just a high quality opponent, and SSG.
Bomb located by attackers.
Seriously, you do not want to go down there and rumble. You want to win this, get into an upper bracket final, and maintain at least then one last, kind of safeguard, if you will, if you do drop that.
Absolutely, I do think it is fair to contextualize this matchup, though, as not being absolute must-win. Given the high quality of these 2 teams and how they've performed at the event so far, a lower bracket run, irrespective of opposition, is certainly not impossible. There is every world in which this could still be a grand final matchup.
Absolutely, and I think that for these 2 teams in a grand final would be so fascinating. For Falcons, so many second places, so many second finishes. You think back to Boston last year against FaZe. What would happen if it were to be second again, but this time to say a Furia? Their goal is to get that hammer, and it begins here now on the attack in this first round. For Furia, well, they've been in hot form ever since they captured that hammer back in Sao Paulo. I think you can make the argument, guys, they haven't been at their best. They have been kind of stumbling around. But coming into Paris, their form had picked up and it's been maintained. And playing trap heavy with the Denari and the Thorn. Clash for Herds. Very much still got this open area hold for JV92 and Herds, but they will look to drop back by basement later in the round. Esports has been pinged out by the Quan Hype launcher towards Blue Stance. JV will drop. Of course, the desk put the focus on JV92 and Shaiko, the 2 top-rated players remaining at the event. As Nade will now drop, join the rest of the team. It's a 5-stack in basement for Furia.
So it all comes down to the execute for Falcons, and adding on to the point here, we are splitting hairs between Shaiko and JV92 at this event so far. On the side of attack, Shaiko 109 EPS, JV92 110. On defense, equal 122 apiece. Utiled up over towards Blue Hertz, falls good clear onto the clash from Falcons.
And it just weakens this Blue Stairs position now for Leapox. You do not have the clash anymore, so it means he has to make the decision. Do you stay? Do you go? As we can see right now, he's opting to stay, plays the close position with the shotgun. He's got the Razor Bloom set as well.
It's not typical that you will back up this position and double stack it. Good drone work, though, from Solotov specifically, will not only identify that position, but also clear some of that utility. Felipox now under pressure. Can he find at least one here? It's absolutely necessary for Furia.
3 players watching square to see if Felipox tries to make the push back to site. Now they're opting for the push. Again, no help here for Felipox. Bride has taken some damage. Liquefac over towards main stairs as well while this push is happening. Bride very, very low. Oh. Felipox hit the shot onto users, and Bride's very vulnerable as well. Felipox holds this perfectly towards Blue Stairs. Job done for him. With 30 seconds left now, it's a wounded Falcons pushing to site.
And that's the versatility of Felipox on offer. Not only an amazing IGL, but can frag out. 20 seconds now for Falcons to produce a response.
Shaiko towards admin as JB92 clears out main stairs. That's going to force the Shaiko drop. He will fall to KZ. Furia have been able to maintain a strong defense inside of sight. Solotop was by himself at a 1v3. Not happening. Strong start for Furia, but it's Felipox that really set the fire early in that round.
Yeah, very nice tone setter over towards Blue to open his account. Falcons just tripping over themselves a little bit on that Blue Stairs clear. And it mitigated the advantage that they had earned so early in the round. With this phenomenal clear on the Herds, they were able to deal with the clash really well. And Felipox absolutely popping off. Brito took a chunk of damage early. He was low. They're both headshots regardless. And then they were just able to chip away at the remaining man count there, were Furia. Solid work.
Not awful from Falcons. Well, they'll be disappointed though in the clear of Philippe Box, but they actually had an opportunity because guess what? They got that opening kill onto Hertz. He dealt with the clash, opens up then the what should have been an easy pinch onto the boost as player. Philippe Box just pulled a masterclass performance in that moment, was able to really help out Furia. If he goes down, it's a 5v3. I think Falcons then take that first round.
5 seconds left.
As for the opening kill metric in this particular head-to-head, Falcons sit at number 3 here in Paris so far. Comparatively, Furia at number 6. The entry time, though, actually very contrasted in this particular matchup, indicative of the kind of pace that these two rosters like to play at. Furia, for instance, sitting at number 3 at SI26. Falcons, on the flip side, a little more slow going, number 16.
Drone activated.
Redo's going to get onto the clash now for this second round. Didn't bring any shield play in the opening round of Walker CCTV. We go top 4, CEO Executive. And certainly looking at the top down right now from Furia, not really seeing anything to note. It's looking pretty default. Double stack towards the hallway, one front, one long, and then one janitor. Question will be more so for Falcons is how they want to disrupt this defense.
Yeah, they'll be looking to extract as much value as possible from the blitz in this particular round. Can be a good forward pressure, top square into Jan, can disrupt, split pressure from Liquefact on the Grim. Over towards lobby. Users has the long rappel here, so nades boxed in. That being said, Walmart opened up.
Here.
Oh, a good trick. Should land. No, not quite.
Not quite. That is a couple of holes opened up, and that's really all you need. But that line of sight established now for users. It makes that hallway position not as playable for Furia. Nade stuck in the elevator position. KZ around stock now needs to be careful when he pushes up that janitor hallway. In fact, he's pushing towards square to get some information.
I love this position from KZ as well. Not wanting to forfeit top square for free, but Liquefact elsewhere, good for 2.
Straight up main, got the kill onto Nade. That opened up the ability to then take the fight front desk. The big solo play from Liquefact. KZ, of course, that reposition to square allowed him to find that kill. A second to come, but it's Brede with the shield, forcing KZ back. The Falcons now have numbers. Liquefact has just gone nuts in this second round. The solo push up spiral, netted him the elevator kill, and then front desk. From there, the defense collapses. Falcons on the board.
Really lovely stuff there from Falcons over towards lobby. Liquefact with a really nice multi. That, of course, aided by good utility clearance onto Kanto. The defense, a couple of those anchor positions boxed in. Nade falls, JV92 caught prone. They didn't even necessarily need to rely on the pressure square, which ultimately was mitigated. We saw KZ push forward and Furia comfortable dealing with that, and Brede not being a key stakeholder in the round there on the blitz, but Liquefact able to march forward elsewhere. Again, reflective of the versatility of this Falcons roster.
The beauty of that top floor as well when it comes to bank. We see a lot of teams, they'll play the repel game, play util, try and clear out janitor position, go for fast plants with smoke cover. Sometimes they'll go for a square push. Sometimes it's about can you get the stock control. Other times it's Kanto putting pressure on the hallway. Sometimes though, it's just a simple man pushing up spiral, finds the one kill onto elevator. You know there's going to be one front desk, and that just opens up the round. So a big solid play from Liquefact essentially seals that round for Falcons, all tied 1-1.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Viper strike. They need our support.
So it's open area then for round number 3 to cap off this first rotation. Furia with a lineup that's relying on a mixture of trap and information. Intrigued to see how much influence the Mozzie may have on this round, and you can see immediately already beginning to stall out the drone potential here for Falcons through ATMs, and I suppose that will flood elsewhere. Drone also captured by Philippe Box. I don't know if we can get an eye on that. Oh, he's already quickly jumped off that. We saw it scramble through lobby. And so that's been repositioned now for Furia to play off, provided it wasn't shot out.
Digging them out!
And that hasn't been the case.
Straight through lobby for Liquefact. Needs to be mindful of KZ. Looking towards Archives, he'll be the target contact, but KZ Turning his attention towards electrical. That's got the easy pinch. KZ not aware of that lobby push at all. Nets the opening kill for LegacyFak for the second round straight. Furia's roam has already been penetrated. And that's going to now have to force them back to site. JV92 knows that pushing back down main stairs through beepers, not easy, and then gets caught on the rappel angle from users. Falcons clearing this nicely.
Yeah, lovely little lurk there on the rappel. Nets users' third kill of the map thus far. As we encroach on the midpoint of the round, Furia need to get into action. They need to make plays. If they anchor from here, it's surely a round loss.
Nade goes searching. He's got cover from Philippox, blue stairs, so they can get across towards square, but losing JV92, KZ now weakens their hold towards a main stairs beepers push along with through admin. Now here comes the Vendetta of Shaiko. You have to find a kill just yet, but his team has been stepping up. Frag grenade thrown in to force Philippox back, further down blue stairs. Shaiko does need to be mindful if Nade wants to get aggressive. Nade is over the stall towards square. A team kill from Solotov, not ideal, but he was able to net the kill onto Herds just before that, leaving Nade and Philippox as the duo.
It's on Nade, but he gets shut down. LegacyFak.
He's hot.
He's looking real good right now. Philippox on Deathmark. Falcons have leveraged Shaiko really nicely on the Deimos in this round. Plant to go down. There's nothing Philippox can realistically do from this position. He'll look to push forward. He's covered from blue. Good luck, Philippox.
No, there's no chance here in the 1v4 post plant. No, Shaiko's just sitting blue stairs anyway. And he's played this really well, Shaiko, not giving him the 1v1 as soon as he pushes into sight. Easy kill for users. Falcons are looking good. Lost the first round, but 2 straight after that here on the attacker bank. And it's not just the fact that winning these rounds, it's how they're winning these rounds. They're just taking space, finding opening kills. Furia are not winning these gunfights, and it's not even close.
Yeah, LegacyFak looking like an absolute machine at the moment. His ability to push forward and find multis has been exceptional, finding the last 2 entry kills as well. For context, at this event so far, SI26, his entry is at -6, 5-11. So he's been able to tap into some nice entry jewels so far. His calling as well, we've seen on the player cam, has been exceptional as well. He's also gaining a lot of information, relaying that to the team, looking to then centralize these attacks around him.
I've actually got him at a 183 EPS now, as it just got updated on my end. But yeah, I mean, 2 early entry kills for him, 5-1. Also got Plant down, so that helps the EPS stat. They're just so dominant in these last 2 rounds for Falcons. 4 alive and 4 alive as an attacking team really highlights how good they've been in those last 2 rounds. Back to basement now, though, for Furia. Maybe you think back to the first round, it was the hero play from Philippox. If Philippox doesn't make that hero play, Gus, there's a fair chance this is 3-0 Falcons. Like, a lot changed off the course of that double kill towards blue stairs.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
So then to basement we go for Furia. And they have some roam potential with the setup that they've looked to establish. Goyo canisters as well on those primary hatches to try and stall out a little bit of time, and we'll see how much influence that will have. Falcons will be eager to contest this control, try to flush out this defense, and then the question will be posed as to whether or not Furia want to peel back towards side, or are they willing to hold their ground. Shaiko on the IQ on this particular occasion. Good counter pick.
Where did he use that nitro already? I wonder if it's pre-placed maybe, but I mean against
the IQ it shouldn't be super impactful.
Leaves them just with the 1 remaining now with Philippox, but he's over towards Vault. Oh, Herds. Well, aggressive towards main stairs, and that's them the opening kill. It was pre-placed, by the way. He just lets it rip, but obviously doesn't get anything from that. Now that you got that pick, you fall back to play basement.
Back to site. They've got the Tachanka, presumably a Goyo canister or 2 on default.
F not mines.
Nitro for Philippox. It's very violently swung now to something like a 75-25 round in terms of win percent for Furia.
Interesting little double stack actually towards server for Herds and Philippox. They're looking to contest the more default-centric push that Falcons will likely go for.
Reloading, cover me.
Delay on opening the hatch towards open. 90 seconds left in the round. Down a player. Falcons still need to clear a lot of utility towards the site.
Oh, the Kaid complicating.
Do they go
things
for a
as well.
back push here with this kind of lineup? You've got the counter, you've got the Ying.
How? How are they going to do that?
Well, you can't open up. Yeah, I mean, that's
Kaid on the board, no impact dams. They've got 4 can openers, but they can't deploy them.
And that's why you're seeing such presence then for Furia towards server room, because they know there's only really one facet of entry.
Furia will be tapping into that right now and know, guys, it's front push. We've got this. Back in the Tachanka util. Force the drop. Let's win the fight red. They'll be very comfortable at the moment.
They don't even have elevator open up. There's just, yeah, I mean, only just now opened up open. Herd sitting at the bomb chassis, knowing he can be aggressive, deny these drones, deny information for Falcons. This has to be a round in which Furia do get the result, considering the advantage that they currently have.
So Nade has the lineup ready to go. Shamika launcher through red for Leapox. Gold has Nitro. Shaiko, though, does find. Can they fight their way deep into sight here? It's possible.
Candelas are being thrown out now from Bride. Shaiko pushed all the way towards the doorway, though lost his battle on the long fight. Licky Fack, another headshot. That one onto Nade. 10 seconds. Time is dwindling. As big as Licky Fack has been with the gun, he now needs to stick the kit, and it's only JV92 left. Can he be able to win the 1v2 on a round that seemed almost certain? And no, Licky Fack hits it! Crouching on the kit! He doesn't move, and Falcons steal that round!
The composure from Licky Fack to stand still like a statue.
Daylight robbery!
Goodness me.
45, 30 seconds left. You still had to clear Vulcan canisters.
Shaiko goes deep. The diffuser caught in an awkward position, but they're still able to win these duels. Falcons are so sharp right now, despite so little in the way of traditional win conditions available in that round. They make it work.
Never had the Deimos, so you didn't have Deathmark pressure. Licky Fack moved like all of 2 meters within CCTV. Here, it doesn't move.
He doesn't move.
Balls of steel from Licky Fack. So many players in that position, I feel like, would have started to like move and try and re-angle their position. He just sits still and he just waits, knowing he's going to get peaked. 3-1 Falcons, and absolutely stealing that previous round. Furia need to switch on.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds left.
Really good test of Falcons' resilience in that last round to still battle their way forward and make it work.
And that was the first round that Furia finally got the opening kill. And on Locker CCTV of all sides, where you get that pick, you go back, play basement, extra man advantage, and they do not convert. Wasted opportunity. You mentioned it before in terms of opening kills. Falcons are the 3rd best team in the tournament for that. So you're not going to get too many opportunities against this team. Not the way that Licky Fack's playing.
No.
And he goes on to the Deimos.
So to top floor we go. Fury have elected for the double-ranged hard breach ban, so the Kanto win con here is being stripped away from Falcons, opening up that position, threatening elevator. Not going to be a possibility now. And so we'll likely see 1 or 2 follow-up options here from Falcons. Pressure either through for a top square hit and stock, etc., or maybe something more direct on Repel, and the Capital can facilitate that.
It's interesting. They made the right call. I think last time out, we saw Licky Fack push up Spiral, get the kill elevator because Nade was tucked in, because Kanto was opened up. But they're bringing the Clash this time, and no one's actually playing Kanto anyway. So it's still a pretty vulnerable area, that push up Spiral. But Nade will be able to maneuver around on the Clash.
Given the posturing from Falcons, I do think that the Repel game is going to be the name of the game for this attack. Deimos can threat below, Brida can deploy util Jan, try to make it difficult for Furia to hold on to CEO. That being said, Felipox does have catch on offer, and so Falcons will need to consider that when it comes to the util game.
And I wonder if they just let Licky Fack on the Deimos below, you know, play a couple of death marks, and then eventually it's go do what you want. Where do you want to push up? Do you want to go up main? Do you want to go up square? You want to go Spiral? He'll have the freedom to later in the round do what he wants. Licky Fack, though, well, a mister on the frag grenade as we head into the final 60 seconds.
Maybe the first mistake we've seen from him so far on this map so far. Not the end of the world, though. Feet spotted here by Licky Fack. That, of course, is Herds inside of Janitor. He's a key player for defense. Shaiko, though, what can he do from top square?
Wants to try and put the pressure on close by. Flash dump over towards KZ. That connected, forced him back, and then just over swings. It's been a quiet and rough start for Shaiko so far. Users will fall on the Dockerby. Bride still outside on the rappel as Liquifak is pushing up square to go and join Solotov, who's now deep inside the Janitor, but he too will fall to Herds up close, and Furia finally holds strong here defensively as they take top floor in a flawless fashion.
That's really nice from Herds. Over towards Jan, able to withstand that utility and escape. Got the scalp of Shaiko as well prior to that, and it really began to detach the attack from Falcons. Falcons still lead 3-2, and Furia call attack timeout.
Deixa eu falar, vamos pra baixo, guys. O CAD tá open, eles estão muito atrasados ali. Eu acho que a gente consegue jogar algo de boa. Só vamos bolar de novo uma comp pra gente jogar aqui embaixo, tranquilinho. Ali, no final, é só a gente calmar e a gente ter usado a C4 padrão, que a gente teria ganho um round.
Então, se a gente pensar que é avançada, a comp deles vai ficar uma bosta. Tipo, tinha Sled, tinha Demos, acho que a gente fica uma avançada pra eles pegarem essas comp ruins, tá ligado?
Deixa eu pegar um Moz e um bagulho, Igão.
Beleza, pode ser, pega esse Moz aí, só vamos colocar o
Posso manter o Goio, se quiser.
Eles um pouco. Acho que nem precisa do Goio, que eles estão jogando muito com a Twitch, tá ligado? Sabe um bagulho que se pá é bom? Pegar o Marune e colocar nos alçapão ali na hora que os caras vão execar fim de round, tá ligado? Ou então só a Clash também, ô Pox. Tu faz a Clash, tá ligado? E a gente faz cortina de Moz e a gente joga de boa com o Kaid.
Pega a comp aí, guys, pra ver quem vai pegar o Kaid.
Could have been Kaid and Clash were operators that I heard. Definitely the Kaid at the end. Furia, though, I like the fact they take the timeout after a round win, because clearly Eagles team, things aren't going great. This hasn't been our best. We can play better. A couple of rounds, we certainly should have got the win. So let's shape things up while it's not to the point where it's just totally too far gone. It's a 3-2 scoreline. You won the previous round. Top floor secured. Final round of the half. Can we get a third defensive round, which would be big on a map like Bank? So I think it's a really good timeout taken for Furia. Bank, so far at this event, guys, is the second best attacker-sided map. So if you get this third defensive round, sets you up then going into the second half. And for Furia, they're the second best team when it comes to attacking at Six Invitational.
So it's a triple nitro lineup from defense in this round. Furia investing a lot of utility up above. Bride actually did have a drone over towards Jan, and so Falcons have a pretty clear read as to the game plan here on offer from Furia. They'll be eager to try and either flush it out and cut off rotation, or maybe take it head on. Certainly a possibility, although it will be, rather high risk, and they don't have a dedicated vert op if they are to fight for that control. So again, may look to consolidate a little bit more here over towards Quad, Printer, etc. Stock potential as well. Hatch already has been opened up here by the defense. And KZ playing that for fall off.
It's a drone.
Furia playing aggressive on the edge of the map. Shaiko traded.
I got one, but the trade was quickly there, but he still got damage onto KZ. Playing the Deimos, you want him to stay alive, get those death marks active throughout the round, but job done, right? You get the opening pick, damage then onto KZ. I think he'd be happy with that, especially with the way he's been playing so far. JV92 kind of called over towards front desk. He's called over Felipox for some help. Felipox will slip into long desk, so they've got an extra body if Solotov opts for the rappel inside. JV92 has to be cautious of his positioning, though, to the rappel that we're seeing from users.
So here's the quad pressure on offer from Falcons. Impact EMP from Liquifak to aid. And the secondary hard breach from Bride will land. Good belt of utility available for the execute, and a grenade elsewhere takes down the danger man of JV92.
Yeah, he's just thrown that from the roof and it's landed in close to airlock. That's a big, big kill for Falcons to give them the extra player. JV92 was low on health after getting pampered towards front desk. Felipox still holds his position in long desk. His position may not be known. Haven't seen a lot of drones go through that top floor area. Under a minute left though, but it looking like Falcons just want to go direct hit. They got pressure from quad, opened up electrical. And the way that Liquifak's been playing, I think he'll just back himself in. Solotov clears Felipox, who went pushing. Knowing that that push was coming from the square side of the map, he felt like he needed to stop it, go for that counter aggression. Now it leaves Nade and KZ in a 2 versus 4 on site.
Can these two combine? 30 seconds and a wraparound. KZ not caught, but 3 to find.
They lost nade. Nitrocell thrown towards admin. No one in there. Plank going down inside a star from Brede towards default. And the swing back in. Instant kill from users. Falcons find 4 rounds. 4 of the last 5. And out of the timeout for Furia, unsuccessful.
Falcons certainly having Furia's number so far. They are looking better inside of the server, and they've given themselves a platform now on defense to potentially extend this lead and close this map out rather swiftly. Unfortunate, of course, for Furia, who did take that tactical timeout. Now puts them on a pretty severe back foot for the remainder of Bank.
That's early days. It's only one half. Furia are a very good attacking team. Falcons rated 6th for defensive win rate on a map that's pretty much close to 50-50. As we head into the bans, it is Monty and Glaz, Kaid and Warden. As we head into the second half. Blockers CCTV will be the first site choice as we go back to the highlights. And that was that frag grenade clear from users. That was a good throw. And I think the right play at that point, to be honest, from Felipox. He was the one that needed to make something happen, pushing from top floor towards square, but was being watched the whole way. Falcons look good. They look switched on. Furia need to wake up.
Yeah, they've looked incredibly composed so far. Liquefact leading the charge. 7 kills for him, but he's not even the top fragger. Users has quietly been able to chip away at that total 8 for him in the opening half of this matchup. Really good versatility on offer from Falcons so far. No weak links on offer. Basement will be their opening site choice, and given how proficient they've looked around the map, as we can see, they will deploy somewhat of a roam early on here. Souls can facilitate that. Users can garner info on the Valk. I don't anticipate this to be an all-in roam. It will likely be a peel, but again, just looking to test Furia.
Again, a reminder, the last time that Falcons played Bank, it was a win. It was against Furia back on day 1 of groups, all the way back just over a week ago. They actually lost that series, though, 2-1 to Furia, but Bank was where they were successful, hence why they selected it again. And so far, it's kind of following the same fashion. You know, 7-4 there, it's 4-2 right now. It's kind of following a similar pace. As you said, I don't imagine Falcons are going to maintain much of a hold here.
So some control above initially here for Furia, and Felipox in the meantime with the shock drone over towards Garage. That can be impactful late round in facilitating that lurk pressure, and that will be exploited by Furia, no doubt, if they see a window of opportunity to do so. Users, though, has been able to push forward and check out the status of this position.
Liquefact drop, so the only one left up on that first floor are Shaiko and Solitov. And they'll just play the open area drop hatch anyway.
Yeah.
And to be honest, Fury have kind of taken their time kind of getting into these deeper positions within the building. So at 90 seconds, this is a win right now for Falcons, and Shaiko gets one as well on the drop down.
Goodness.
And Felipox is also down and now out from Liquefact, who pushed up main stairs. Big power play from Falcons on the defense.
Lovely peel there from Falcons. Love that keep a barrier open area to just facilitate a bit more aggression from Shaiko.
Power of the Solars. He's just sitting main stairs watching and then sees that the kit's coming. Easy swing clear onto Felipox. That's kit down and has now been picked back up.
Nest ready to knock up.
Well, Liquefact's been the MVP so far on Bank, no doubt about it. We'll say for Fury of those, we head into the final minute. Solitov, Shaiko, both very low. But it's going to take a mighty effort from here. So that yellow ping information over towards Garage. And a little slip in here for Herds. He could easily get an angle and find a kill, but he oversteps the mark and then can't find the pick onto users. Nade will go for the plant. He's the only one still standing. Gets off it. It's now a 1v5 attempt for Nade. He cannot make it happen. Flawless from Falcons. And they take a 5-2 lead.
That was lovely defense there. The hold offsite was phenomenal. A good example of Falcons trying to limit test that attack. 99 times out of 100, Furia are anticipating a pretty straightforward drop-off there from the defense. But Shaiko looks to disrupt, and Liquefact pushes forward on the Solace. Both net a kill. Here's a look back at that Shaiko initial entry kill and the ability to just escape as well. Severely weakened that attack. Falcons up 3 rounds now.
Yeah, they look very dominant here on Bank. Clubhouse to follow after this is a good map for Furia. But both teams have recently had wins on the map. Thinking back, Falcons beat Wildcard back in group 7-2 on Clubhouse. So not as if they go into Clubhouse as a team that cannot play the map. Furia's last win was 7-5 against Weibo in the upper bracket quarter-final. Double digits now for Liquefact. I don't want to say this seems like a foregone conclusion. Furia is such a high-quality team that they absolutely can bring this back. Falcons are also a high-quality team that you would imagine surely cannot lose it from here. Looking so good through the 7 rounds that we have now played. They've won 5 of the last 6, all over Furia.
Loading new mag.
And it's Users and Liquefact who have led the way.
I picked up the shield.
Yeah, Liquefact 2-0 entry and a 71% survival rate. He's been the all-rounder for Falcons so far, and he'll look to fulfill the catch role on the Wamai here, round 8. That's critical in countering any util dump over towards Jan, although that seems unlikely from Furia. Brede peppered with utility in the meantime, but he survives and Shield's still standing. Of course, the clash critical and looking to lock down Stock Hall. Can gain information over towards top square, and I think that the read from Falcons here is pretty on point. It seems to be what Furia are currently posturing for. No smokes on offer here from the attack, so a smoke plan, of course, off the cards.
Falcons' defense has been really, really good to begin the second half as well. I mean, it's typically FaZe, you know, you're thinking of FaZe Fury, it's FaZe that will play that more slower entry. The stats back that up, but Fury are not. They average a 150 average entry time. They're like 3rd rated at the event. They can push in, get quick kills, and surprise you. At a minute 18 though, there it is. KZ finds the pick onto Solitop. Pressure towards Lobby. Can Dallas throw towards Brede? Users very low. Love the swing though from Users. Despite his health, he got the kill onto KZ. How does the man manage that on such low health? And it's now a 3v3. This is a round that you feel like could determine this map.
Still a double stack over towards Lobby. Nade on site repel. This is going to be so tough for Furia.
How do you push past Brede? Sitting in elevator. Yeah, Herds, you push up. Goomine, guess what? Now, Shield can get planted. He could swing this if he wants. Herds was going to have to go all the way around. But the castle barricades are blocking him off as well. JV92 towards main stairs. Knows that Shaiko playing around the vending machine. But he's got another one to look at in Liquefact. They double down. All 3 members of Falcons on this side of the map means the site is open. Nade slips in. Will go for the plant. A 1-for-1 trade. As JV falls, Nade now 2 to Shaiko, and it's down to Herds in a 1v2 post-plant. But Brede on the clash offers big strength for Falcons.
Just needs to face check for information. Shield can be used to cover the counter defuse. Herds needs to step up big time. What can he do? 25 seconds.
He knows Brede is close left, but he wants to hold the angle, and he's knowing full well that he had to battle Shaiko. Brede the nuisance. Shaiko the gunner, and it's Falcons that have got 4 map points as Shaiko calls them bots in the server.
Great defense there from Falcons once again. Furia, to their credit, did a really nice job to manipulate the positioning of that defense. It was a big vending stack from Falcons. They actually did quite a good job at isolating the clash and avoiding the impact that Brede could have over towards elevators. So credit goes to JV92 to go main, to force that pushback from Falcons. But ultimately, it just didn't work out in the end. So it was some really good defensive work.
Look back at the highlights from the 8th round, and it was a bit back and forth. Users right there and then getting that kill onto KZ. so low on health, had just won one battle prior to that. The quick turnaround, knowing that the entry's coming from Furia. And then, yeah, Predate just plays this perfectly. Just a nuisance. Yellow ping information makes it so difficult for Herds. There's not a lot Herds can really do there other than just hit a wonderful headshot onto Shaiko. But even still, if he does that, then it's a 1v1 against the Clash, who can at any point put that shield down and start getting aggressive. 6-2 advantage for Falcons. 4 opportunities to put themselves one map away from an upper bracket final. There's a statement start to the series as well. Furia will have to bounce back quickly on Clubhouse.
Furia bring the Ram here on the first map point round. And so Nade looking to get to work on Vertibomb.
But don't get it twisted, this is one of Furia's more played maps. In the last 6 months, they've played Bank 16 times for a 10-6 record as KZ finds the opening kill onto Liquifact. Not only are you taking down one of the top players for Falcons, but you're also getting rid of the smoke off the board. Users caught on the bolt through front desk. Herds collects it. Furia not going down without a fight.
Now it's just about consolidation here for Furia, not letting this advantage slip. Shaiko still up. He's been threatening, and he may look to make a play here over towards Stock. Furia need to be mindful of that. They have cut-off potential available here. And drones, of course, the economy is still strong. Herds will spot out Shaiko, who has elected not to forfeit his position.
Solotov main, trying to take the fight against KZ and help out Shaiko and relieve some of that pressure that could have come his way on a pinch towards the janitor hallway. Got Nade inside of janitor, Herds behind him, KZ as well. Unfortunately, Solotov has had to give up and says to Shaiko, you've got to drop and get out of there, and he does do so.
Yeah, really good flash there. Forces the flush out. It would have been very low percentage of Shaiko to go for the kill there. Even in a 3 versus 5, he backs himself to anchor on site.
Solotov has rotated all the way to blue stairs, but here comes JB92. He has the option, could come up main, but I do wonder if he will opt for the blue stairs push himself. Nade's going to make his way over towards Stock. He has no more Boogie Auto breaches though, but there are open floorboards in there. Shaiko and Predate's just try and find a tucked in safe position and hope that Solotov can do something through archives. He's now lurking.
Furia have scouted site nicely, but are they aware of the lurk here, especially from Solotov, who can wrap in behind and have impact?
Yeah, but they lose Predate, they're just outnumbered. The lurk from Solotov is fine, there's nothing wrong with it, but at that point, you've only got 2 players on site. They're just overwhelmed, outnumbered. And while he did get one, it doesn't really matter. Never winning it from that position as Furia are able to maintain their position here on Bank. 6-3, 3 more rounds to go. It still seems like a difficult task for them ahead, but if any team can do it, Furia know what comebacks are like.
They have history. Not to put a dampener on things, though, it is the tertiary site. Falcons can go back to basement. They can return to second floor if required. Both of those objectives looked incredibly strong. Furia will look to adjust based on how it was played last time out. As we go to basement, there'll be a big emphasis on open area, right? They will be perhaps a little bit more focused in on that clear, aware that Falcons may look to stay and find picks. And so they'll be looking to cut that off with a little bit better efficiency.
The added benefit as well at a 6-3 scoreline to be going locker CCTV is if Falcons lose this, Julio calls a timeout. You call the timeout, then you've got 2 more opportunities to close this map out. So Falcons are still in a very, very good position. Got to take a mighty effort for Furia to force OT. Seeing Philippox, by the way, attack a repick onto Jackal. Jackal, one of the least played operators at Six Invitational. Never mind, he gets off it. Probably told, what are you doing? What are you thinking? Get on the ying, mate. Come on.
10 seconds left before insertion. Wall is reinforced! 5 seconds
So we see the return of the Valkyrie from users. We've seen it on one occasion. I was going to say a couple, but just the one. It was, of course, last time out on basement. We did see Furia respond with an IQ pick on the side of Herds back in round number 7, but this time out, the IQ is not being played, and I do wonder how much impact that may have Infuria's ability or perhaps inability to deal with that info gathering tool.
Oh my goodness, LickyFact just gets caught. KZ pushes through. LickyFact trying to be aggressive on the shoulders towards Janitor. A big roam cleared for Furia. Double digits now for KZ. And just a small error from LickyFact. He started 10-2, by the way, now 10-5. Keep that in mind. Just quietly, but Furia starting to recapture some form.
The next task then for Furia to deal with Shaiko. Massively influential. Users as well, open area, but there's Shaiko dead over towards quad. Now it's basically all on Users to try and find a win con.
Well, Users is just sitting at the hatch thinking about the quick drop down, needs to take the fight. He has to drop, and he does. Essentially loses that battle. Shaiko is left to die inside a staff room. There will be 3 players up on the defense for Falcons. That's Nade finishing off the downed Shaiko. And Furia have a big advantage. KZ, though, caught napping. Solotov able to get one back for Falcons.
Surely now, though, cut off. It's a very awkward rotation anywhere close towards the objective. Now for Solotov, options limited, and ATM's low.
Can't drop Vault. Nade pushes in through Archives. They are hunting Solotov right here, right now, and they clear him out easily. Great teamwork from Furia. Poor old Bride by himself towards blue stairs with no one else to help out. If I don't see this timeout from Julio, something's wrong in the Falcons camp. It's going to be 6-4. You lose basement. Furia are starting to make their comeback, but Bride at least beats out Herd, and an up-close pistol in hand. Philippe Box finishes the round. Do we see a timeout from Falcons? 2 in a row for Furia.
I'm going to bet my life savings we do. But I've also heard that they have called their tactical timeout before the conclusion of that round. And so we'll wait for that Falcons timeout to come through. A bit to chat over.
Here we go. Okay, guys. I think for CO, we can bring the mirror. Just put more layers for them to destroy. I want them to have to destroy the mirror, to go below, to destroy cast, to destroy a lot of sheets, so they can bring a lot of executes, okay? I think it's good. If you can, I think mid-round, just try to flank the guy up below, or just go below, maybe. And we play more to stop playing shit like this,
Okay, definitely Ying, 100%.
Yeah, for basement guys, we can just do something similar, but just flood everyone, just hide, because they're just clearing with Demo's fit drone, they're not pushing from everywhere. Or we can just do more fallback-ish or turtle, okay? I want you guys on basement just to play the comfort zone, okay? But you can even hide on one elevator, fighting one elevator, hide on the other shit like this, okay?
Okay.
Just let's smart, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go, guys.
Well, not too panicky from Julio as we go top floor, but the consensus was that if we do go back down basement, keep it rather default. So options still aplenty for Falcons in terms of site choices to the end of regulation here, but Furia started to mount that comeback. 2 rounds straight, they've been able to get the opening kills. They've been able to win the rounds and getting these opening kills much earlier in the rounds as well. 2 minutes 24 and 2 minutes 37. And that's where Falcons need to be mindful here. You're playing this roam game, you're playing early contact fight positions, but Furia are starting to win those. Do you then start to bring it back a little bit?
Yeah, seemed to be a little bit of chatter as to how they wanted to set up over towards Elevator as well. So probably anticipating that to have big influence for the defense here. Again, Furia do have the ranged hard breach available, and so Kanto could be contested. That being said, though, look across at that composition from Furia.
Don't have the ace, don't have the Habana, so that's going to mean Kanto will stay reinforced. They can play Elevator.
So it should be top square focused. The exothermics are really only going to be utilized in that particular position.
Yeah. And with the blitz as well, this should be Janitor square side push from Furia. Now, as the Capitao to flame out the Janitor position as well.
Yeah.
I mean, for Falcons, once they start to catch on to these operator selections, they will know full well what this hit will be.
Very quickly, top floor, 54.5% to the attack at this event so far.
All swing in from Herds. Once watching, though, the exothermic should be good as Philippox now will cover. Chaco's playing main stairs right now. He'll start to bring his position back over towards the hallway. Bride sitting inside a Janitor with both mirrors looking in.
Swapping max.
Oh, it's JV92 that loses his life outside on the rappel. Big pick from Solotov. Onto the Thatcher. Falcons needing that early advantage just to stabilize after losing the previous 2 rounds. KZ, oh, big shot again from Solotov. Hurts sat down. And now makes this round very difficult for Furia.
Can Falcons get the job done from here? Furia massively stalled out. They'll be looking to get influence from Fleetpox and his utility, but a lot of this is going to be centered around Nade on the blitz. He has to somehow find space.
The goal eventually would have been for Nade to get into sight, layer the smokes after they cleared Janitor, and get the plant down. It wasn't supposed to be an aggressive blitz to clear Janitor. It was supposed to be a plant blitz.
It will need to be now, surely. I highly doubt a direct repel in here is going to.
Well, I see 3 on the repel right now, so they're just going to go direct. I mean, this is just Furia saying we don't know if we can actually do anything else right now.
Double nitro for Falcons, minute on the clock.
If these smokes get thrown in, that's the execute for Furia confirmed. No doubt about it. But they haven't cleared out anything towards the backside. KZ towards square can at least hold towards the janitor hallway. He's just checking for archives. No one there though for Falcons. And here come the smokes. Nade's gonna have to repel in, go for the quick plant. There should be nitrocells available. Indeed uses Brede. Big throw from Brede. That should be the round, and that should be the map from this position, barring something catastrophic from Falcons. They still have users as well. Front desk with a nitrocell, and the kit's in a bad spot.
KZ needs to push through over towards Janet, hit 2 insane shots.
There's one. He needs to clear out Brede towards Janitor. Fleetpox needs to get moving as well. There's no time, guys. You've just got to send it in. Can they get past Brede? They cannot! Collects both of them with a bit of help from users. Falcons will take the opening map of Bank, now putting themselves 1 map away from the upper bracket final.
What a clean map from Falcons. A real joy to watch them there on Bank. It's why it's one of the best in their pool. Furia showed some resilience, but it ultimately was not enough.
Well, Furia will have to bounce back on Clubhouse, or it will be lower bracket for them.
Falcons are now one map away from the upper bracket final, and during this first map we kept an eye on the battle of the IGLs because I feel like the difference for these two teams was definitely made in the attacks.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the one thing about, most Siege, you generally say Siege is defender-sided, but I think when you've got two teams of this quality, you've got great IGLs in Felipox and League. Oh my god, I forgot his name then. When you've got great IGLs of these two players, you would expect the map generally to be attacker-sided. On the side of Bank, it was League who was having his day. And I like the way that on Bank particularly, he puts himself in the front line as well, and he IGLs from that front line, Leo.
Yeah, he was at the forefront of most of the strategies. If you look at the attack, very clear game plan. They abuse the Deimos, the KB, the Blitz sometimes, to try and create pressure on the defenders. The biggest strength in Furia are their gunners. So they're going to take a lot of map control, they're going to go aggressive, they're going to try to find picks. And so he was at the forefront of that on the Lion, then on the Sledge with that clutch. And I think that's why he put up so many numbers. He was 10-2 at the end of the attack split. Obviously, he struggled a little bit on the defense, but I think it's beautiful to see him come up with the right game plan in attack. Now, if we look at the defense, there's actually one round in particular where he has a lot of impact. They're going to defend basement, and look at this. You have Shaiko on the Legion, holding Kitchen, 3 reinforcement, a line of sight onto square. At the same time, the Azami, she's holding the open space. She has a reinforcement towards that window. The both of them, they're here to burn time. And who's upstairs? Legacies with the Solis, getting drones, trying to make a little bit of a phantom pressure here, Jack, until the rest of the team falls down.
And when you've got such good attacks, it's about pushing the limits on defense. Shaiko, you could argue he stays too long, but he hits an insane shot, manages to get away with his life. Leakifak off the back of that, he gets himself set up on main side. Shaiko gets the kill. Leakifak gets himself a second, and that's a 5 versus 3 there. That is ultimately the round over on defense because Furia are then not able to get themselves set up. They're not able to execute.
It's beautiful to see strategy at the forefront of getting the opening kills. But then sometimes you have rounds like the one with Solotov, with the worst gun in the game, with the UMP, all the way on the top floor, hits a crazy headshot on one of the windows, and then all the way down to square hits another one. When a player hits shots like that, when Solotov is fired up like that, you can have the best strats possible. That guy is going to ruin them, and Falcons will win the match.
Sounds a little bit cliche, but the game is not played out on paper. If this game was played out on paper, you could play it 100 times. It's probably 50-50. It's so close between these two teams, but then you just have these big moments. Solotov hits one of them in the very last round to get Falcons over the line.
Yeah, I like what you said about pushing the limits really on the defense here. I feel like Bank is a map that really allows you to do that as well. Moving into Clubhouse now, how does that really translate in regards to playstyle?
Well, I think looking at Furia, you look at the rest of Bank, right? When they switch to attack, I think they were regaining a momentum.
Yes.
And how did they do it, Anne? Exactly like you said, they were controlling that fine balance of trying to put pressure on the side of Falcons. Falcons, they were testing the limits the entire time, and I think they overstepped a couple times. And one example is, for example, top square, when you have KZ running in with Deimos and getting that on 3 kill, right? If they can bring the pace. If they can bring that momentum back, if they can get aggressive and gain a few opening kills on the clubhouse, it's easy then to just follow up on that. They're going to start attack on that map. So they can keep the momentum they started to build on bank. Use the same tools, because if it was not for the incredible lead that Falcons had, that match would have been much closer.
Clubhouse is one of those maps where you kind of force people into a lot of predefined roles, predefined attacks. You think about it with Clubhouse, you need hard breach every single time, you need your shields every single time when you attack, you need your soft breach as well. You really then deny the opportunity, realistically, for so much expansive plays, for your senses, for your yings, for your grims, your cabtails. Those kind of operators kind of take a little bit of a backseat. So for me, whoever wins Clubhouse is the team that can execute their game plan the most and test the limits and push the boundaries the most of what they can get away with, but inside of that system.
Will the momentum push Furia through to stay in the upper bracket? Clubhouse will tell us more.
So a big map coming out. Falcons one away from an upper bracket final. Furia searching for redemption. Need to respond and do so pretty quickly. I think they need a strong early start here in Clubhouse, or they face the lower bracket. Users and Liquifunk, the standouts on Bank 12-6, 10-6 respectively. Liquifunk with a clutch, 2 plants, went 2-2 on the opening kills, which was a pretty even metric for both teams. It was actually KZ that was at the best for Furia, finding 3 opening picks, went 13 and 8, had an 82% cost, but no one else really was able to perform for Furia. He was the only one above 92 EPS with a 137, so they need more from their teammates on Furia. Beginning on the attack club, for the team facing now the lower bracket position if they cannot win this map. Bans coming through, Thermite, Grim, Kaid, and Bandit.
We certainly anticipate fight back from Furia. I agree with the desk that if it wasn't for such a great start, especially spearheaded by Liquifunk, Bank could have been much, much closer. And so we head into Clubhouse. You look at the numbers, I wouldn't say that Furia are well ahead of Falcons in terms of the historical data either on this particular map. So it's all about getting a strong start, building momentum. Do we see the kind of Furia that can split attacks and bring another dimension to a map like Clubhouse that can often be perhaps a little bit more one-dimensional? Will that be enough to overwhelm Falcons? Let's jump in then. It's basement for the opening round. And it looks like Falcons are eager to meet fire with fire. Scopos selected for the opening round, and who else but Liquifunk to have that license?
Yeah, why not? I mean, after the way he played on Bank, I think he's deserved that license.
5 seconds remaining.
Basement, of course, to begin. So the question usually with the Scopos is where do you want to play it? How do you want to play it? Sometimes we see teams actually go for a big extension towards Rafters with the Azami Scopos combo. That's a bit more on the extensive end of things. A lot of the times it can also be a strip lurk on the Scopos. You can sometimes just leave the shell top floor, force them to clear it out, buy some time. Right now he's in bathroom, so I'm thinking actually that's going to be the play. He's not really looking to do much more than, can I get a pick? If I don't, I'm just going to transfer back to side.
Yeah, get a pick. At minimum, try and find maybe a drone or two as well. That would be a net win for Falcons, especially for the late round, and maybe open them up to play a couple of varied positions that are then more challenging for Furia to identify and flush out. As you can see on the player card, Liquifunk still active over towards bathroom, and now that gap's closed.
I mean, the Blackbeard is a great combination for this. Oh, never mind.
Hold on.
Tried to get aggressive against Liquifunk.
He's laughing. Why wouldn't you?
You just don't need to make that play, though, if you're hurt. You had Philippox coming by pretty soon as well. So you could have just kept shield up, but he panicked, I think, and just went for the shot onto a moving Liquifunk. Oh, job done from the Scopos and the Blackbeard off the board. Perfect start for Falcons.
And basement, the kind of site where you really want at least an even man count. Typically, you will be leaning into trades late round, and by now being a player down, it makes it so challenging for Furia.
It's just a strange play for her. You just don't need to go gun up there. You're on the Blackbeard, keep the shield up, fall back, wait for the help to arrive. Yes, if Liquifunk is able to transfer back safely, who cares? Now, for Falcons, you just get to play 5-side.
Yeah, good little counterplay here from JV92, trying to dodge these impact grenades, and he is ultimately successful. Brito came across, but doesn't land that set. So a minute on the clock, they have route towards objective, but again, trading out will be tough. They'll be relying on good, deep layering of utility. And for somebody from Furia, someone has to step up in this round, be the player to go deep, find a couple of kills, and play disrupt against this backline from Falcons.
4 Candelas still available for Philippox. You got the belt of utility from the Capital. You got flashes as well from JV92. So the players left alive at the very least do still have the utility available to help aid on this push down basement. A chance there onto Shaiko all the way towards blue from bot main for JV92. Gets him very low.
KZ still has 4 bolts available. Philippox, 4 Candelas. What can Furia do? 20 seconds on the clock.
Nate got 1, instantly traded. Drop down Moto for JV92. Knows there's 1 towards Arsenal. That's liquefact. He's gone down. Shaco's still low. Now takes the position into Arsenal. Ready to bloom. And Nuisance there onto JV92. Finished off then by Solotov. As Philippox falls at the end of the hallway, Falcons take the opening round of Clubhouse.
He's so naked. I'm not joking, guys. It's the definition of naked.
Liquefact very happy with himself, and why wouldn't you be? What a phenomenal start to the round. Wins a key duel over towards Bedroom and sets his team up for success.
Speaking of Bedroom, that's going to be the next site choice. Jim Bedroom for the second round. Herds will be kicking himself here at the start of this.
Just had to wait a little bit.
Literally, as he died, Philippox has just dropped Balcony at the window and could have pre-fired that. And
yeah,
I think Herds has definitely made the mistake. I think it's got to be some kind of a panic. Definitely a wrong decision.
Very intrigued to see how this map develops between these two. I think it will certainly ebb and flow. That's the expectation. So again, much like Bank in the sense, and the desk highlighted this, and this is typically the case at big international events, it comes down to the big key moments. Like who can step up when they get that 1% opportunity, when they get those fine margins? Are they the player, the individual, the team to excel? We saw it there in the opening round from Liquefact. Hits a very clean shot to set up his team. Over to Bedroom, as mentioned, for round number 2. And we'll see if Furia can start snapping into action here, because we know at their best on a map like Club, they can exploit it so nicely on attack.
Reloading ammo.
I don't think they're going to drop their heads too much, obviously. We're only 1 round in.
Club usually will play rather default style. I mean, even right now, uses top red on the flash. Solotov sitting cash. Furia will be aware of this. They've just got to clear this out safely, force them back to site. Don't want to over-invest and rush in and take scrappy gunfights.
Well, I mean,
that's a waste of a shock drone.
Yeah, there is the possibility here of the Capital belt util top red to try and capture users or at minimum flush him into an awkward position.
It's already gone down through lounge.
Oh, this is very extensive from users.
Yeah, he's maybe overextended here and might give an opportunity away to Furia, able to just go back up top red.
Ooh. That was a little bit of a
Solotov, though, gets caught CCTV. He pushed out with the breach opened up. Easy kill for JB92. So a little sloppy here from Falcons on this extension.
The Deimos from down below providing good value here, flushing out cash, but Shaiko elsewhere and Liquefact in a position to maybe flank red. Shaiko peels, and now Liquefact maybe with an opportunity to push forward if he catches a timing. No. Good drone work, good discipline on offer here from Furia.
Yeah, that's just the case of frag grenade to try and push Falcons further back, but Shaiko, to his credit, was just out of range and then takes the gunfight. Liquefact in trouble. How has he ended up in that position?
Yeah, surprised he's committed there.
Completely by himself, surrounded by 3 members of Furia. And Shaiko, though, tap onto Herds, immediately brings it back to a 3v3. Even numbers for both teams heading into the final minute.
Changing back.
So nasty from Shaiko. Susceptible to the death mark momentarily. A 3 versus 3. A good test of the anchor work now from Falcons. Shaiko can regen his utility. Will of course be a player to watch in the late round. Users has been able to reposition as well. Going to be great counter over towards Logi and maybe even top main as well. Especially with Jacuzzi closed. There's limited avenues now towards side.
And it will stay closed as well. We have limited avenues to a site. One of the big avenues could be KZ down below on the Deimos and then push up main stairs, which is is what he's trying to do, but Shaiko shuts him down. Eventually, he loses his life. No more rampaging Shaiko in the round. Nade's got to hit these onto users. Safe behind the shield. Leapbox finds an angle, starts to push in. He gets the second towards Jim. Furia crack the Falcons defense on Jim Bedroom.
I tell you what, IGLs know how to frag out in Modern Siege. What a pleasure to watch. Phenomenal clear from Furia. They had one option left. It was Logi. It was an all-in shove from Furia. And despite the clash in play and Shaiko up close, both cleared and successful in the 2v1.
Shaiko hit some really good shots in the round, but you have to ask question marks of Lickifak towards Lounge. How does he get himself into that position to just get completely surrounded by himself on an island? Certainly mistakes from Falcons on defense. The extension top red as well was quite sloppy. I mean, even for users, when he got kind of caught towards Lounge, he had to retreat back up red. And then we saw the opening death, which for Solotov was just simply in the middle of CCTV with breach opened up. So just some positional errors that cost Falcons in that round, rather than what you would typically see, that red cash extension, try and delay, fall back to con, try and delay, fall back to site. I didn't quite get that to work out, and what kept the round alive for Falcons was basically Shaiko.
I have a clipping of I'll send it to you. What's your address?
And the pressure not to be alleviated onto Shaiko for this round. He'll hold Rafters with the Azami available. Be intriguing to see maybe if that is then taken out in preparation for round 4. But all focus in on this one. The primary hard breach of the Hibana on offer for JV92. Should be rather straightforward here to work CCTV with the Bandit and the Kaid banned out.
And as we know, CCTV has become a site where it's no longer the tertiary site. It's actually got a higher defensive win rate at SI than Gym Bedroom.
Yeah.
It's only like 1.4% off basement. So it's not a given here for Furia. But I like the Monty play. We haven't really seen too much shield play from Furia so far. You want to try and deal with the Zazami pushing up Rafters, you bring the Monty, create pressure onto Shaiko. Others can then try and play doorway plus breach down below, as we just saw.
Keep our position.
So Shaiko's got his hands full in this third round.
So the red ping onto the ADS device, and Nade will likely EMP that. Shaiko now under threat from Herds on the Capital.
And Bolt's just to limit Shaiko's position and then try and trap him in the corner. There's the help. Well, never mind, he gets it himself. Good trade. 1-for-1. Ultimately, it's a win probably for neither. You lose the Capital, but you clear Rafters. Solotov, sweeping headshot against KZ, though, gives Falcons the advantage. Rafters control, though, is there for Furia off of the Shaiko elimination.
And Solotov goes mainstairs, Bedroom. It's an easy and safe flank back to site for him if he elects to do so. Furia on the back foot. They at least have a minute to work with, but default will not be an option.
Well, they drop kit and they're pushing. They left the kit behind, closer towards default, and they're going to storm into Cat. JV92 finds 2. He's got top red control. 2 versus 2 now because Fleapox is down, but they could opt for the revive.
Solotov has gone below. So Solotov now elects to play for Plant Dinar. Lickifak safe. Bedroom, he'll push forward when the call comes for the plant.
They going for the plant. Solotov will be able to spot this. Lickifak now pushing in from construction. Nade could get this plant off in the corner, and it seems like he will. Despite the fact that Solotov has seen him, that kit is now successful. Fleapox finished off, and then the second onto JV92 from Solotov, pushing back up top red. Nade gets the down, 1 versus 1 against Lickifak. 30 seconds, loads of time for both of these players. Lickifak himself could even go for the res onto Solotov.
Nade won't be able to cut that off. It could now be a 2v1.
Thinking about it, and we'll do it. Commits. Now they can push together. Solotov back up. Nade, though, has slipped into cash. Watching, and then gets the kill onto Solotov, who was low. Lickifak now wraps around. Nade hits the headshot, though. Back over to CCTV. Huge clutch from Nade. Furia find 2 straight on Clubhouse.
God, he's good. What a play from Nade. Great reposition. Plays it absolutely to perfection. It was an awkward one where it flipped very quickly back to a 2 versus 1. But he's played it to perfection. Great call from Furia. Despite being down towards the late round for a default plant, they pivot accordingly, drop the kit, go deep, and I mean, even with the Solace still available from down below, able to get it on the ground.
Okay, guys, just to slow down the game a
Falcons
little
take
bit.
timeout.
I think we are playing well. We are playing together at the start. It's just like mid-round, we are letting the game freeze, them think what they can do, so they can do fast or slow, you know. This happened on Gym, we let them think, and then this happened on Cash as well. So just, I feel like we can still keep swinging in a way, you know, like keep playing aggro until the end of the round, you know. Don't let them think what they can do. For me, it's basically these guys, because we are getting the kills, we're playing aggro, we're playing together, and then for me, we just continue. I know, like, it's kind of dumb in a way, but I feel like they hate this shit, you know?
Yeah.
So this,
Okay.
for basement, watch out fast entries. Fast entry pool, you guys already know, okay? But just these guys, just keep playing aggro, fuck it, you know?
Okay, let's go, guys. Let's go.
Till didn't listen, play aggro. That's the message from Julio over the last minute. There was a burp in there as well. I mean, honestly, it's a 2-1 scoreline. You're up 1-0 in the series. I don't think there's cause for alarm, but he's right. What Falcons have done well so far in the 3 rounds. Find the early kills. They're winning early fights, but they are allowing then Furia to win the middle portion of these rounds, get good position, find some picks, and that's causing issues for Falcons. A 1v2 clutch for Nade. He goes top 15 now for 1vx's at the tournament with that clutch, by the way. And for, you know, a renowned support player, he's just one of the better clutch players. Like, it's insane.
10 seconds to go. Camera ready to activate.
He's really the stereotypical modern-day support where he can frag, he can clutch, he can do it all. Doesn't mean he'll do it as often as someone like JV92.
Trying magnet.
As we head back to Church Arsenal, basement. Back in the first round, it was pretty comfortable for Falcons. That was, of course, the Liquifax Go Pulse round where he got the opening kill onto Herds.
Well, it's a castle extension from Falcons this time out, so there'll be presence on first floor, and with hatches opened up, the ability to peel down if required.
They got told to play aggro. So, I mean, if you play in Church Arsenal, typically you don't want to play aggro. You want to play that bunker. You want to delay the time. So how aggressive do they actually play this round?
Oh, that's aggressive.
There you go.
Solotov, my God, what a shot.
That's a big angle onto the sledge. Nade will fall. There's the aggression that Julio wanted.
Yeah.
It comes with the risk. You see Solotov's health. He could have lost that fight. Would have given a big advantage for Furia. But if you tell your team to play aggressive Siege, well, there comes the risks. Fortunately, it pays off, though, for Falcons.
And it's tempered aggression as well. They don't look to push the boundaries all too much. They'll flood back to site. They've got good denial utility, Nitro available, Denari for the drop. The Clash Liquifax, he can look to reposition as required. So Falcons find themselves in a good position, but Furia, I suppose, on the flip side, have again been able to settle. But again, how much will the settle really benefit them on a site like base?
And Liquifax also taken very low. If you look at the health margins here for Falcons, Solotov, Liquifax, and users are very susceptible for the late round execution. Something to be mindful of. Ride has a Nitrocell in hand towards Arsenal. I imagine this is for Kitchen. Indeed it is. And if he lands this one, it could be a big kill, but no. Good run back out. Hatch opened up. And considering Furia a down a player, still in a somewhat winnable position. JV92 finds himself towards Church. Flash in, push Moto, and off he goes.
Still bolt utility as well here for KZ. If he can layer that correctly, JV as well with the Selma. Falcons need to withstand this pressure. Look at that, pushes forward over towards Moto.
And in Shaco as well, so it's a double push into Moto from Falcons, and it pays dividends. KZ down towards main stairs. Herds on the rotate over towards Bar. Does clear out users. Falcons are playing this aggressively for a Church Arsenal, just in the way that they're positioning, they're moving. But it is going to be a successful revive onto KZ heading into the final 20 seconds. It's a 3v3, but health is low for a lot of players.
15 seconds for the drop. Bride, full HP. Can he be the anchor that Falcons need?
That's Kit, by the way, over towards Kitchen. This round should be done. KZ by himself finished off double from Solotov. There's the response from Falcons as they tie the scoreline up 2 apiece. A very action-packed Church Arsenal round.
Absolutely.
Not your typical 5v5 with 30 seconds to go push into sight.
But we expected that, right? Falcons backed the call from Julio to aggress. We saw it early round from Solotov, who's now up to a 174 EPS quietly, by the way. So credit to him. Lands a nice shot with the UMP again having impact, able to fall back. But it doesn't quite stop there. They didn't completely settle on site. We saw Liquefact, especially on the clash, very active. Almost got caught main. Retreats back to site, then pushes forward over towards Moto, continuing to disrupt this attack from Furia. Despite that, it got brought back to a 3 versus 3, and the HP across the board was so low. It was still a very, very volatile round for both teams, but Falcons with the positional advantage, able to convert, and with Solotov firing, they're looking good here on Club.
Furia going to need to start getting more out of Herds. In the 2 maps played so far, he's 6 for 13, 2-4 on the entries with a 70 EPS. Speaking of Herds, he almost just got eliminated. Oh, Nathan!
Oh my word!
Onto Shaiko. Pistol headshot. Opening kill Furia. It's back and forth here on Clubhouse.
They breed them different in 2026.
I mean, this is the thing, though, with the brazen call from Julio, playing aggressive here for Falcons into what is an aggressive Furia roster. It comes with the risk. The reward not found this round for Falcons. Liquefact still lingering CCTV.
Changing mags.
And the thing with Furia is they're the kind of team at any moment that can just go, oh! Oh, never mind! Liquefact, 1 tap is all he needs. Falcons get the kill back at the window though. He overpeaks, overstays his welcome, but then Solotov jumped out. What's happening on Clubhouse?
I feel like I'm watching a completely different map right now. This is absurd.
This is just turning Clubhouse into a run and gun funhouse.
Oh my goodness.
3v3 into the 5th round.
Clubhouse has turned into Coastline.
Doesn't feel like an upper bracket semi-final club, that's for sure.
Well, minute 30. And Furia will look to settle the nerves and prepare themselves for the final push. They have lots of time. Drone economy, I think, might be okay. Herds currently over towards bedroom. Double Candela. A flash for Herds. And a couple of air jabs. Falcons need to be so careful here.
Oh, Solotov. Big kill from bedroom. KZ and Nate split, and he gets another. Solotov is going absolutely nuts here on Club.
But he's low on HP.
Now, KZ's got a minute here. It's not as if he has to rush in. The kit, irrelevant. And as you mentioned, Solotov's health is low. Yellow ping info. KZ slips into bedroom, gets the kill, creates a 1v1, but users was quick with the reactionary kill. Falcons make it 2 straight and take the lead on Clubhouse.
The intensity at which these two teams are playing out right now is sky high. The trade game there until the minute 30 point was absurdly aggressive from both teams. Some insane shots as well getting hit. Shaiko double commits to the spawn peak, gets sat down, and then Liquefact with that incredible shot onto the danger man of JV92, but it didn't end there. Felipox, Agreston, the jump out was massive. Solotov up to double digits, and despite dying there with 50 on the clock, users decided to reposition, played compact, and immediately lands the trade.
Played with his teammate, knowing it's 2v1, play close. If your teammate dies, you're in a good position to get the trade.
Well done.
3-2 lead for Falcons. And since that timeout from Julio, 2 rounds straight, they're playing more aggressive, and they're finding success off that. They're meeting fire with fire.
5 seconds remaining.
And this is how you typically see the top teams respond out of a timeout.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
Cash and CCTV for the final round of this opening half. How aggressive will Falcons look to play this one?
Well, they bring double catch. So they have the ability to capture so much of that utility for the rafters clear. That being said, Furia elect not to bring the Monty on this round. Exactly. The Capital utility is not an all-in for Rafters. It can have impact for the con.
There should be a con-side hit.
Yeah.
I mean, they do have the Capital as well, so if they want to elect to try and put some pressure, but as you said, the catch is there, limits the Capital's ability. So naturally, with the way that Furia are already positioned over towards Jacuzzi side, opening that up, Herds out on the balcony. This is where, though, Falcons are positioned for this exact hit. They know full well. We've brought double catch, we've got Shaiko Rafters, they're going to have to go con side. So guess what? User sits in bedroom, Leaky Fack is lingering around towards logistics, and you've got Solitov bottom of main stairs. This is a game of chess right now here on Clubhouse.
Yeah, absolutely. This read from Falcons right now is really strong. Their positioning suggests that they are well and truly ready for this push. They are anticipating onside.
But Furia also look pretty switched on. They're taking their time, but they lost Herds to users. Wins his battle towards con.
It's aggression again. Another aggressive peak from Falcons. They have taken Julia's message and run with it.
Nade's in Jim, and Users is very close by. This could be one of the big fights of the round. Nade wasn't ready for Users to push in to Jim. He's got kit. The aggression from Falcons is next level here on Club. But KZ gets the kill onto Solitov to just calm things down, but he's gonna need more. Bride coming into logistics, Users still around bedroom. Shaiko's even left Rafters. They want to battle around this kid. Oh, KZ swinging Vendetta deals with Users. But it's Shaiko that has the longer angle from Cash through towards Jim, and he got involved. He got off that Rafters position, and it's only down to JV92.
Double smoke for JV92, low on HP, 1v3, and Shaiko nets the kill. Falcons are denying Furia from even getting into the damn map right now.
What a response from Falcons to win the last 3 rounds of Clubhouse off the back of that tactical timeout. If you're thinking, geez, I'm a bloody mastermind.
Again, they have taken his message and run with it. They haven't backed down. It's been tempered when required. It hasn't been absolutely ridiculously absurd to the levels that Furia have been able to exploit. It's been enough to disrupt these pushes, to unsettle the attack. The question will be, though, how does that dynamic now change in the second half? It's typically far harder to be a super aggressive team on attack for Club.
Yeah, of course, Igor still has his timeout available for Furia. Gets to talk to them right now during the bans as we flip sides, go into the second half. Furia now go defense. And the bans for the second half will be Kaid, along with the Capital, Mirror, and Thermite.
Yeah, the Capital, intriguing target ban, of course, will really limit options for Falcons in terms of Rafters clear later on. So not impossible. Grim's still up. You can flush out with flashes and frag grenades, etc. But takes away some of that toolage. Highlights from that previous round again. A lot of that centered around Falcons' ability to deny Furia any meaningful map control, and once it was obtained, it was too little too late. Basement then for round 7, opening of this second half.
Look at the traps.
And I tell you what,
and the scope
that lineup from Furia suggests that they are going to ramp it up as well here in the second half. I'm very intrigued to see where JV92 elects to post up. It seems to be second floor. Impact rotates in play, and there may even be a pretty significant investment in terms of this trap utility off-site to maybe assist JV92, try and get him into the game. We know how strong he is. We've seen the numbers at the event. We saw it highlighted on the desk. This guy's insane. So to be at 4-6 is unusual.
Attackers are heading out to defuse.
Yeah, even across both maps for JV92, 12-14. Coming into the series, the highest rated player at the event with a plus 43 kill differential, 10 multi-kills as well. On the quieter side, but it's honestly off the back of the level of play that we have seen from Falcons. So far, though, Falcons not really paying too much mind to the shenanigans of Furia on their top floor roam. JV92 is Rafters, and they will go direct, drop on down, uses into Arsenal. Leaky Fack finds the pick onto Nade. Sight is vulnerable. There's no one really there. Furia going to have to play retake. Herds got one, instantly traded because he was by himself. Furia need to adapt to this very quickly.
Oh, this is such a good attack from Falcons. They should be able to get this diffuser down, but holding on to the post could be challenging. Can Furia fight their way back to the objective?
JV92 has gone back over to blue. Fleapox pushes into Arsenal, finds the kill into Solitop. Plan has gone down successfully. Shaiko able to win over towards Secret. Good kill though from KZ, knowing that he was looking to push back down. 2v2 post plan, but Fleapox headshot. Linky Fact goes down, uses on the blitz, sits the corner, has not made a move. One goes by, and the second, he sees them though, gets rid of one, and it's a low health for Fleapox now, who's trying to bait him out, gets the guard break, headshot no, and the pistol shot does not land. 11 seconds, you've got to kill him right here, right now, you cannot. What a play from users! Oh my word!
That is absolute class. Oh my god. That round from Falcons probably goes down as one of the best attacking rounds we have seen in Paris. They completely ignore the roam. They go direct, get the plant, and then users. So patient. Furia.
Cara tá
Attack time
abrindo
out.
jaqueta, tá abrindo a sua poncozinha, a gente não tá comunicando nada. JV, você tá lá com a porra da Scopus que tu implorou e tu não tá voltando com o robô da Scopus, tá ligado? O que que a gente tá fazendo, guys? Pelo amor de Deus, o jogo não é que tá difícil, a
Mano,
gente
tava
tá
sem
fazendo
reforço
merda, tá ligado?
Ele só que quebrou de DMR e desceu as pancozinhas.
Então a gente tem que ficar atento, a gente tá errando nas paradas básicas do game. Aí óbvio que fica difícil o game, tá ligado? Então, mano, ó, a gente conseguiu. Vocês viram, vocês estavam amassando o cara ganhou porque ele marotou, tá ligado? Então, ó, só vamos ter atenção agora pra gente fazer as nossas play bem feitas, mano, tá no jogo. Senão a gente só tá fazendo bosta, tá ligado? Então, mano, vamos ter atenção nos detalhes, nos fundamentos, aquilo que a gente cobrou, mano, antes ali na rodinha, mano. Aí o jogo vai ficar fácil.
Bora,
porra.
Bora, guys.
Bora de vir.
Bora virar essa porra, guys.
Well, let's see what the mental's like for Furia after they collapsed in a 2v1. Big discipline play from users. For all intents and purposes, this should have been a 4-3 scoreline, but Falcons now with a 3-round advantage, 4 rounds straight to their name, and it was all off the back of a direct hit.
Furia fought their way back to the objective.
Wow.
The remaining attack was trapped. But then users with the trigger discipline, and he avoids the initial trade, then stays alive with Fleapox peppering him. That is so hard to describe just how wild
Julian in the background. Julian's like, oh my god.
They're losing their minds.
Oh no, that is indeed a head scratcher.
5 seconds left.
Casey cannot believe it.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I'm still struggling to believe what we just saw. And it's now set the stage where Falcons are in such a strong position to potentially get a clean 2-0 over Furia. Wow. They are looking to march towards that hammer here in Paris.
Long way to go. Job not done just yet. Furia, champions themselves, will look to dig deep, and they're gonna go a bit more conventional. The Echo, the Warden, the Smoke, try and play a little bit more bunker towards site, except a little extension here from Herds and Fleapox together. Gym bedroom side of the map. KZ, JV92, over towards Garage.
Swapping mags!
And the Nade searching for information on the Yokais.
It's a very limited defense over towards Garage again with the Capital band out. That's the expected read from the defense.
Nope, not quite a misdrawing. Good little turn at the end to catch him in the corner.
Almost a user's 2.
All Herds though. This is so aggressive. Double push. Leaky Fact up main stairs. Caught by Fleapox. Solitov can't get in. That was because of the gas bait. Really good play from Fleapox on the smoke. He gas baits off Jacuzzi. They can't push to help. Solitov and Brede were stuck outside Jacuzzi, which meant it was only Leaky Fact towards top main. Herd's only getting a small tag on a Solitov. Shotgun swinging around the corner. Finds the kill. One more outside breach. That's Brede. But he gets the trade onto Herd, so Shaiko tries to help out towards Jim.
Furia trying to play so aggressive on the exterior of the map, akin to what we saw from Falcons, and it's successful so far here in round 8, player advantage. JV92, good position. Fleetpox elsewhere.
Ball back.
Great work there.
Ball back.
The peel will follow, and Falcons are going to find it very tough to fight back into this round.
At the very least, if Fleetpox wants to stay, that's fine, but JV92 doesn't need to give his life away now towards Con. Users over towards Logistic, now battling both JV92 and Fleetpox. Fleetpox is pushing, knows he's tucked in, left side, gets the down and the kill. Big round from Fleetpox. Only Shaiko left. And after that magical play from Users in the previous round, Furia have been able to respond and show the mentality of this roster that a key moment will not affect them. That it was only just one round, one play, and they move straight on to the next. Instant response, and finally break this round streak of Falcons.
Great fight back from Furia. I do wonder if the messaging in that tactical timeout was similar to Falcons in the sense of let's aggress, let's get on the front line, don't be afraid to dump utility early, try and prevent as much map control as possible. Do not allow Falcons to have the freedom to play make through the mid-round. And we saw that intensity was right up there. We actually have a translation if you want to go into it.
Yeah, so Maria was fortunate enough to give us the translation from Eagle's final tactical timeout here on Clubhouse. Basically said, JV, you're playing this go pass that you begged to play, but you're not coming back with the transfer. That they're making mistakes, a lot of simple things. Pay attention to the details. What they've planned for the game, the fundamentals, what they talked about right before the game. So for Eagle, it's a reminder of get back to the fundamentals, what we're the best at, what we planned for, and stop straying from that.
10 seconds left before insertion.
And it looks like we're going to get a rehost.
I was going to say, that's only 9 players inside of the server. I anticipate that would be the case. Rehost officially called. Scoreline 5-3 in favor of Falcons.
Oh, and it's honestly a good little breather for both teams, if I'm being honest, in this tech pause. For Falcons, just exerting so much energy over the last, 4 or 5 rounds, amping up, playing aggressive, playing a lot of fights. It's one thing if you're playing 3-4 rounds straight where it's sit back, defense, waiting, a lot of waiting around. It's a whole other thing where it's like 4 or 5 rounds straight of just constant gunfights, moving around the map. You're just keeping your energy levels as high as possible for so long. I think this is a nice little breather for both teams. Have a drink of water.
It's been a very intense matchup, especially by Clubhouse standards, where we're seeing a lot of these really early entry duels followed by a flurry of trades where typically we're whittling down to, maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 players alive across the board for the late round.
And 6-2 in terms of conversion rate. So a lot of those early fights are actually determining the rounds themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen several multi-kills as well throughout Clubhouse. Again, a little atypical. Shaiko with a 3K back in round number 2. Solotov backed it up in rounds 4 and 5. A 3K in each. And then Fleetpox playing the smoke in that last round. Aggressive over towards Jacuzzi. He too netting 3 kills. And funnily enough, Fleetpox actually currently top fragging as well for Furia. First to double digits here on Club.
Yeah, the 1v1 for Users, which to be fair, in that 1v1 back in the 5th round, Gym Bedroom was technically a 2v1 and then the instant trade. But then the 1v2 clutch on the Blitz that we saw, Church Arsenal, that was such a monster play. Solotov's had 2 different rounds where he's gotten multi-kills of 3K. Shaiko got a 3K back in the 2nd round. So a lot of these kind of statistics are very much in favor of Falcons. They're getting the multi-kills. They're winning the clutches. Fleetpox actually in that previous round was the first player for Furia here on Clubhouse to be able to get a multi-kill, and the first one for Furia to do so since round 4 of Bank when JV92 got a 3K. So the multi-kills are in favor of Falcons. A lot of the entry battles, especially in Clubhouse, in favor of Falcons. The clutches in favor of Falcons. And I think that's where for if you're Igor, it's like, we're not winning these scrappy gunfights. We're not winning the play on instinct siege. Let's get back to the fundamentals. Let's try and bring the strategy elements back into it, and that's where we think we can beat Falcons. Because Falcons, we heard from Julia, was play aggressive. Let's play the gunfights. Let's get in their face, and so far that's been working.
Yeah, it was, again, if maybe you're just joining midway through this second map, it was a very simple and straightforward timeout from Julia. Not much in the way of strategic depth. He wanted his team to get in the face of the opposition, and it has worked. But if there's one strength that Furia have and may be regarded as one of the best in the world to do so. It's the ability to adapt. They've now had a read on Falcons over the last several rounds. They know what to kind of anticipate. We saw themselves. They met that aggression in that last round over towards the Jacuzzi entry for the CC side. And so we'll see how that dynamic continues to develop here from both teams. Maybe Falcons draw back a little bit. Maybe Furia continue to try and get in the face here and deny map entry. It's going to be so fun to watch.
10 seconds.
So Gym Bedroom, 9th round, a little breather, a little bit of a chance for us to just catch our thoughts and our breath and just refocus. Furia on the defense can certainly bring this back. That was their first defensive round from 2 attempts, and now their first attempt at Gym Bedroom. And again, even though you kind of look at the operator lineup changes, so they're bringing the Echo now 2 rounds in a row. You're bringing the Azami back once again. We're seeing the Fenrir now brought, the Clash for the first time as well for Furia. Just wanting to now kind of go back, play a little default, play normalized Clubhouse. Let's not play into the aggression of Falcons. Good information that you can see from the Yokai jumping up and down outside from the Leapbox. This is where you don't want to overextend though if you're KZ and Nade.
Oh, users. There's an opportunity here to catch JV92. Can't blind fire though. We'll likely need information or Sharko to pop the hatch. Here we go, users. JV92 still there.
Oh, easy kill. Wow. Good pinch. JV92 had no idea. Wonderful set play for Falcons to open up the round.
Yeah, beautiful.
And instantly brings back Nade and KZ. They completely give up on that top red cash hold for the Clash and the Goyo to go back, defend logistics, to deny any kind of quick drop through the hatch and taking space for Falcons. But now means they're down a player.
Surface secured.
Falcons have got the space. They've got top red. They've got cash control. They've got pressure towards Jacuzzi. Still need to open that up.
Yeah, they're doing that now. So
this is what they've just done.
All the pieces have been laid out here from Falcons. The game of chess between these two continues. But Furia, they'll be eager to flip the board here. They're a player down. They're in a rough position. Yes, sure, Nade's still up on the Clash. But so much utility for Falcons, and now a 2-player advantage.
Starting to just overwhelm these positions. Peppering, construction. You got Bride out in the balcony as well. Licky Fact trying to push logistics. Hertz wanted to swing, get the timing, but he just cops a bullet to the head from Shaiko. Falcons now are on the verge of getting close to match point. Series point for Leapbox. Needed something big. Good shotgun swing through the doorway. And at this point with a 2v4, you can't even really play the Yokais all that well. They have a BPC still over towards Jim. Good headshot, needed help from Nade, couldn't get it. Got a third. Fleetbox did his best, but he's outnumbered, ran out of teammates. Falcons have now got 4 match and series points. 3, sorry. A little excited.
Well, it's plenty of opportunities. It's a full rotation now for Falcons.
They're going to go basement here, surely, as we get the bans. Falcons in pole position. 3 opportunities to close this series out, beat Furia 2-0, and book their place in an upper bracket final. It just seems like destiny for this roster. So often, the bridesmaid, never the bride. Always second, never first. But it's Paris. Home territory for so many members on this roster. If there's ever a time to break that second place curse, surely it's at this Six Invitational. And the way they're playing right now, they're putting themselves in the best position to do so.
Yeah, a couple of really nice set plays there from Falcons.
Let's fucking go!
They are fired up.
Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go!
See the additional bands as well in play. The Bandit to accompany the Kaid and the Grim to accompany the Capital. Does limit some of the more playmaking opportunities, especially for like a CC site, for instance. Basement as well, to some extent, but a little bit more limited. Furia unknown. They have the pedigree to fight back from quite literally any position. Regardless of what the score says at the top, they know how to dig deep. But as it stands right now, even I feel like I lack faith in them. Falcons are looking like they are the top team at the moment between these two. They've played phenomenally. We saw it on Bank, we're seeing it on Club. Furia electing to get aggressive. They're ramping it up here. Now, last time we saw this, Falcons completely ignored, went direct, kitchen hatch. We'll see if they opt for something similar this time.
20 rounds played in this series so far. 15-5 is the ratio split for opening kill conversion, putting heavy emphasis on getting those early advantages in this series for both teams. Furia need to be perfect for 3 rounds straight because Falcons are playing so well today. KZ, he just doesn't shoot. Easy pick for Solotov. There's that opening kill, but instant trade elsewhere. Herds was able to shut down Shaiko. They lose the Sens for the late round execution with the ROUs. How aggressive does Herds get here? Holds the angle. They lose Brede. Should have got that kill onto Solotov. Herds will, though, go back and confirm it. Users pushing through Con, but honestly, job done right now from Furia. It's a 4v2 advantage on a very strong bomb site, and the round is done. We didn't even see Church and Arsenal. Furia should be able to get to 6-4. But Leaky Fack will give himself every opportunity in the 1v3.
Leaky Fack has looked amazing. He's had some immense moments of impact in the series so far. But this would be his largest of the series. 3 to find. Some info, though, available, but it doesn't matter. Herds wins the round for Furia.
There's 1. 2 to go.
Yep.
But that was basement. We didn't get to see it, of course, but it was basement. Difficult side to take for the attacking teams of Clubhouse. So we have to go above now for Furia if they're going to get this back to overtime. Falcons have 2 chances to close this map and series out. And it's Cash, CCTV, where we head to next. Won by Furia in the 8th round successfully. Which does mean if they are to do so again at 6-5, it has to then be Gym Bedroom, barring bar stage site selection, which would be wild.
I still have my trepidations for Furia, but they are the type of team that can make me eat my words. Now again, heading into this site, the bans are critically important. With the Capital and the Grim off the board,
yeah,
going for a clear through Garage is so challenging. Not impossible. Again, you can flash and frag dump utility, but it becomes increasingly challenging. The users does tease the Monty initially, suggesting that maybe they would go for that, but the repick to follow. Furia will go into this round anticipating Con side. It's up to Furia to either break that down and get map entry, which was contested so nicely over towards Jacuzzi last time out, or maybe to throw something different into play. Focus main breach, red, etc. There are some pivot opportunities.
Might be a big factor in this round as well with Solotov and Leaky Fack. Herds over towards Secret, not going to spot out users. You can certainly get this first floor control for Falcons and try and see if they can get into some good positions to cut off rotates, play off the death marks, the logic bombs, play the vert, and then eventually get Leaky Fack to maybe play breach over towards Kennels, and then CC window jump in. So there are still multiple avenues for Falcons, but you're right, I think clearing Rafters will prove to be difficult. Nade is there with JV92, so it's a double stack Rafters. It does leave red kind of vulnerable. Now, you probably got that layered with F-Not Mines from KZ. Turns that found the opening kill. Solotov was able to get the response onto Felipox though, and that is actually the smoke down and the top performing player for Furia. A pretty even 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, Felipox was highly influential last time out, denying the Jacuzzi entry. Now that route's open, there's perceived pressure on a couple of different positions around the map now on offer for Falcons to try and exploit. I don't think it's crystal clear right now to Furia what Falcons are shaping for.
It is a big overswing now from Furia. They've completely left the site vulnerable, and Leaky Fack is rotating towards Garage. Leaky Fack, if you wanted to, could actually just push in. The entire Garage is vulnerable. The site is vulnerable because Furia have brought all their bodies over.
That's what he does.
This con side hit.
Oh,
and
but
KZ catches at the last second. KZ went back and was able to shut down the lurking Leaky Fack, and JV92 with that kill. Big advantage again for Furia. A peek at the window, Brede can't find the kill onto KZ. Deathmark activated from Solotov onto Nade, but turns it off. Knows that he's close by inside logistics. Here comes Solotov around the corner. Hertz though hits the headshot. He's starting to perform. Furia are starting to bring it back. It's 6-5. 3 of the last 4 rounds for Furia. Final round of regulation coming up.
And the tension continues to mount. 1 round away from overtime for Furia to do what we have seen them do before, which is bring back big deficits. They had to invest big time and back themselves in that round. They did exactly that, catching Falcons.
What a read from KZ though.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder at some point if it was almost communicated, hey, we've all kind of left side here, it's vulnerable. What if someone from Falcons goes for a direct hit? And that's exactly what legacies was trying to do.
We're ready for company.
6-5, match series point for Falcons, the last one remaining before overtime looms. Gym bedroom, it is the one site Furia has not successfully defended in this half. Falcons won it in the 9th round, the only time we've seen it.
And it was a very one-sided round. Sure.
See the frost, by the way.
Yeah, there were technically 2 players alive. Leapbox got a 3K, but it really wasn't hugely influential. He got flooded on site by Falcons, who attacked this site really nicely.
That was the round where they played the logistic hatch, opened up, free kill into JV92, set things in motion for Falcons.
Yeah, it's only a couple of set plays that translated to an advantage that probably won't be as fruitful here in this round.
Casey's looking garage, and we'll go back through lounge where Nate is helping him out and goes back up red stairs. Just got rid of a couple of drones, which is always valuable as users on the Monty to try and challenge the clash later in the round, also for a safer entry. Nate sitting inside a cache, KZ now top red, but the extension is there for Furia.
Reloading!
JV caught. That was over towards Con. legacies finds the kill. So for the second time on this site, JV92 does not get to play Gym Bedroom. Falcons with the opening kill. A large conversion rate from both teams in this series when they do get that opening pick. Furia will know that and will look to respond.
This setup though from the defense still strong with the clash inside of Cash. And the shield over towards red, breaking this down for Falcons. It's still challenging.
There is no one in sight right now for Furia. They are massively trying to defend this cash position. KZ even lurking down below inside a lounge. Wants to get into an off-angle position to maybe catch a push through stock. 90 seconds left in this round.
How long does Nade hold inside of Cash? I think his hand has been forced. He needs to retreat to Con.
KZ will have to probably go secret basement and come back up main stairs. He's got no safe position to go back through lounge. And he's got no nitrocell either to even have an impact from here. And now the death mark, he's getting hunted. Not quite though, no one's really chasing.
Yeah, KZ taken entirely out of play. Late round probably looking to position over towards main. 60 seconds on the clock. Falcons still with a good band of time to work with, and with Nade forced back and the positioning from Furia not completely optimal, the attack looks good here.
Billy Box just double-checked main stairs for KZ to come back up safely. Good teamwork. He's death marked again as Jacuzzi's getting opened up. Down to the final 45 seconds here in an upper bracket semi-final at Six Invitational. Doesn't get more tense than this.
This anchor work from Furia is about to be tested. Can they stay alive here for one more round?
Users pushing through logistics, but Nade in there as well. The shield battle. Oh, what a shot from Shaiko, though, from the window. Is that all she wrote? KZ from behind gets one. Nade with the SMG2 was able to win against the Monty. There is still a chance here for Furia.
KZ needs to land the shot.
He does. Trade though. Nade, can he do it again in a 1v2 clutch? Has the yellow ping information against Shaiko. Fire extinguisher though blocks sight. Stays towards Stash. He needs to play the time. Abrina hits the headshot, and Falcons are soaring to an upper bracket final here in Paris.
And you can see the emotion for Falcons. They came into this event. They want to make a statement. The hammer, they want to add it to that trophy cabinet, and they are off to one hell of a start heading into that main stage.
And it means for Furia, they go lower bracket. We'll still see them at the Adidas Arena. They'll still be at main stage. They will have an opportunity still to get to that hammer, but now becomes far more difficult for them going through that lower bracket.
Do not discount these guys. If there's any team that knows how to play from a lower bracket, how to play with backs against the wall, it's Furia. I said it before this match started. This could still be a grand final rematch.
Absolutely. Let's go to a break. Of course, over on the B stream though, FaZe Wildcard are still battling it out.
Yes, this is the man himself, Likevak and Team Falcons victorious in the upper bracket, continuing the run. What a game you had against Furia.
Oh my God, every game against Furia, it's amazing. I think we showed the first day, they were much more better than us. And I think during the tournament, we keep improving. And today we show that we are the better team.
I mean, I see smiles on your face. I see energy in you. I see you in your socks. Is this kind of part of the new Falcons of, hey, we need to get that mental up?
Yeah, to be honest, we always have this in like all the tournament we did. We always have the same energy. I think at the start of the competition, we don't have this energy, but during the game, keep improving, then the energy is back, and when we play like this, I don't see team beating us.
Well, I'm going to be the bearer of bad news here, because as you know, everybody coming in from the upper bracket has an awful time once they get deeper into it. It's not your first time going through it. So is the plan to now lose and to fight out of the lower bracket to win SI?
Yeah, clearly our plan is to lose on Friday, so that way we play on Saturday and Sunday, and we can have the curse on our side.
Very good. And that means you are going to be playing in front of your hometown crowd. For all the fans out there that are going to be joining us at Paris SI, is there anything you'd like to say to them?
For sure.
They're ready. For sure.
A massive congratulations to Falcons. They are the first upper bracket finalist. And I feel like that interview told us a lot, because what League Effect says, you know, if we play like this, there is no team that can beat us.
Yeah, and I think it goes into what we've said before. Right? I think the turning point of them beating Shopify Rebellion when they should have been sent to the lower bracket has fired something in that roster. I said it before, and that time I said Shopify Rebellion has just done something very dangerous for any other team at this tournament, because Falcons, they're soaring. They're feeling that energy. In that game versus Secret, 2-0. Game versus Furia, 2-0. Who can stop them? You know, I look at this and I feel like there is the pro level, there is the top international level, and there is the Falcons Furia level. And that's what just the quality we've seen from the clips, by the way. Yeah. It's that level higher than anything else.
It is, and when we look at this game in general, I mean, we talked about it, two big titans going up against each other. We talked about the fragging power, and the game delivered in regards of crazy kills that we've seen.
Look at the shots, the 1v2 from Nate, that's one kill onto Shaiko, that one tap from Liquefact, and then that round, Jack.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on with that round. I mean, it carried on continuing non-stop. It was just a frag fest. Like, you think Clubhouse is just a strategic map, you play out your strategies, you play out your attacks and your defenses, and you will win on them alone. And then these two teams just turn up in the server and go, do you know what? I think the caster said it in the game. It's like Coastline over again. There's just frags, montages, peaks coming out non-stop. But we've got to talk about that round.
Yeah.
We just have to talk about that round from users, because he was just sat there in such an innocuous position inside of.
Let's look back at it. Let's just enjoy that moment. Let's just enjoy that moment of trigger, and boom, trigger discipline into a first kill. And look at that 1v1.
It was almost like redemption for users as well, because go back just 12 months ago, he was subjected to a genius play in that exact same room in the Six Invitational final, and he made one today. He made one back, and he has such composure, such discipline, and such balls, honestly, to just sit there. And nobody from Furia fact-checked him. Nobody checked that corner, and he made them pay. He was excellent across this series. So was Solotov as well. A big shout out to Solotov. I thought he was really the aggressor. He was the one finding the openings, the big kills, and then, of course, users on that blitz.
Yeah, that's beautiful. And Solotov, many of these kills as well on the UMP. Like, he's profiting from that UMP buff that we had just before Invite.
I don't know, and he's just aiming at the head. So, you know, whether there is more damage or not, it doesn't matter. He just hits the headshot, and that's the beauty of Solotov. We've mentioned before, right? The game plan was really clear. It's the same when they use against Team Secret. When you play Team Secret or Furia, you're facing two of the most aggressive, fast-paced teams in the world. So what are you going to do? Either you match it with more aggression, either you go with the discipline. I think the choice was clear today, and when that happens, you need your fraggers on point, and Solotov was on point.
I think what could be interesting could be Friday, because they're going to be coming up against either FaZe Clan or Wildcard, currently looking like it might be FaZe Clan. Yeah. And that's potentially a little bit of a different style. That's a little bit more playing into the strategy and a much slower paced game. Yeah. So I think that will really test Falcons based on the teams they've already played versus the teams that they will play on Friday.
Yeah, once again, a big congratulations to Falcons. This puts them in a great advantage as well, right? They were already talking about Friday. They are now one game away from making it all the way to the grand final in comparison to Furia, who've just dropped down to the lower bracket, and they have to go through 3 more games to make the same spot on the grand final.
I'm not worried about Furia. I think they've been here a long time. Actually, they've had an incredible lower bracket run all the way back in SI in Sao Paulo. I think we're looking at a team that has the mantle to come back. The reality is today, the step was too high. Falcons are still living up to that momentum.
If we look at history, there's no real cause for concern about Furia. Of course, we can all speak about it. It's the fact that the winners of the Six Invitational have pretty much always come from that lower bracket run. So, you know, for them, they'll dust themselves off, they'll go again, and I would expect them to progress.
It's a short day for us. I mean, our shift is already done here. We're going to have a bunch of new crew in the studio with you for the second game of the day. And that was a perfect time as well to lock Fluxo and Xenox in the extraction point escape room.
Thank you. Thank you, good sir.
Let's go escape.
Wow. Oh my God.
Oh,
look at this.
Hammer. I've never had one of those.
What do you get from this?
Are
we meant to match these to
the button to the gun?
But what are we matching? What do we get? Bro, we've got 15 minutes. We actually need to, I'm need to lock in now.
Right, is there a code on this? Yeah, there's a code on this.
There's a lock on this.
Okay, I did the guns already. Let's try 1487.
Bro, I got no idea. I'm so lost.
Okay, it's not 1487. So
what's with the SI pictures? Does this do anything? Does this matter?
Which SI team won first? 4187. There we go. I knew it. I knew it. 2. Okay, the first number is 2. Okay, so the proxies are 2, the Claymore is 17, and the Flashbang is 8. Times 2.
We're missing
16, minus 17. 1. Is that right? Jake, have you done anything yet?
No.
Okay, well,
No, I haven't done
already have
anything.
2 numbers.
But there's a whole picture missing
I need a teammate right now. This is just like every SI.
But there's so many cases.
I never have a teammate to win me the hammer. Like it's always just
you know
me.
what? Maybe this is the time you win your own hammer.
Is it how many players there are
Are there
standing?
like numbers or something in here?
Is it how many people standing in the picture? Jake, did you figure this one out?
I didn't because there's a whole picture missing. So I'm assuming that's part of the puzzle. What's number
4,
5?
Canada, SI 23. So it's Buck first.
Oh.
Then it's 24, Brazil. So Cav. Who's US here? Thermite. And then it's
Flores?
Well, Doc's Parisian too, no? French?
Oh.
It was Doc. It was.
What do we get?
Doc.
What do we get? 6.
That is 6. 7.
Can I get out?
You haven't helped me at all.
I have. I've done all 3. I literally helped you understand that puzzle. I'm looking closely here. I don't see much except one of the greatest matches of all time. I'm looking closely. Oh, wait. Fox, there's an 8 here.
Oh,
shit.
There's well, that's the lighting. That's a lighting.
How am I meant to know that that's a thing? Come on now.
I feel like I'm about to kiss the TSM guys with how close I am right now.
All right, this could be anywhere. I feel like I'm playing Where's Fine. Oh, I found it. 9. I found it. 4. Okay, come on.
3. What's the number, Jake?
I don't know how to open the key.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, what am I doing?
What's the number?
The pressure's palpable.
The box is the hardest thing in this whole room, I guess.
Oh, okay. I didn't. Why is there a double?
Everything's upside down in Australia.
Okay. 7. Wait, have we finished?
Let's go. I didn't even know it was open.
Why am I holding it? I think you need
no,
this.
you're right. I should. I didn't.
Wait, that's
that
it?
heavy lifting.
I didn't realize it was that easy to win a hammer.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
the easiest group of all. Well, oh my God, can't be yourself on that side.
Hello everyone, it's Manic, one of your hosts here at the Six Invitational 2026 in Paris. The camera doesn't lie, so let me show you my skincare routine when I have to look my best every day thanks to our friends at Horus. Traveling all the way from Australia certainly takes its toll and leaves me feeling fatigued. So the first thing I do in the morning, I chuck on a couple of Horus's under eye patches to reduce dark circles and puffiness to wake right up. From the players to my fellow hosts to everyone in chat, there's a lot of rubbish that comes out of people's mouths around here. I have to make sure I clean it all off with a purifying facial cleanser. And lastly, Horus's mattifying face moisturizer keeps my skin softer, clearer, and more moisturized for day-long hydration.
I mean, come on. How else do you think I look this good? I mean, skincare routine is pretty damn important.
Oh, you're glowing right now.
I know, I'm feeling absolutely glowing. Don't forget, gents, it's more important to wash your face than your cheeks. Your cheeks, up here, these ones. Moving into our final matchup on Stream A, we're excited, obviously, because this is a very big matchup. And after what we just saw with Falcons Furia, I mean, my God, that set the tone at a very, very high level here, Leo Lax.
Yeah.
Same person.
I don't look fresh.
You were talking about washing cheeks. That's exactly what Falcons did.
Yeah, you can say the same thing for FaZe versus Wildcard. I mean, quite the barn burners from both those games, but it really does set the tempo for what today is going to look like. Hopefully these matches that we're about to see is going to be the exact same result.
Completely agree.
Yeah? Just completely agree?
Completely agree.
No, that's totally fair. I think that when we look at this matchup in particular, we've talked about this off air quite a lot here. And I think, Fox, one of the things that is so abundantly clear is how heavily one-sided this seems to be.
I mean, Fluxo W7M is one of those teams that just doesn't struggle against SSG, let alone all of North America. 2 losses in the last 3 years for Fluxo W7M, and it only came from one of them being SSG, and the other one, unwanted, unexpected. But that being said, they have a very good understanding of what to do against the basic NA playstyle, but the only thing that's been able to catch them off guard is unpredictability and being very aggressive.
I think that when I'm looking at this SSG roster, I mean, we saw him yesterday. They look locked in. They look like they're starting to reach that kind of form that should see them get through the main stage. But the real question is here, Lax, will they do it?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you were to ask me, are they going to do it here today against this W7M Fluxo roster, I absolutely think they are going to. Because when you look back at the history of when they just recently played, they did end up losing to Fluxo. But the crazy thing is, if you were to look at these stats without knowing what happened during that game, who would you have thought was going to win this entire series? You would think SSG just by the margins, just by the statistics alone. But they ended up actually losing 2-1. And the reality is, they don't need to fix anything if nothing is broken, because the only thing that really outweighed their significance in being able to find a victory was being able to convert the opening picks. That was the only map they won was on Border, was solely off the fact they were able to convert those opening kills into rounds 1. That is going to need to be the formula going in today, with a minor key pieces that also need some adjusting.
That conversion is what bleeds into those late round situations that SSG loses. You never want to find yourself in a clutch situation with the man advantage that you're ending up losing. And as the pressure builds on, little mistakes like that become common. But with a team with the mentality like SSG, you'd like to hope that's not something that'll be a factor today.
Looking at the opposite side, though, I feel as though, like, Fluxo W7M, they've actually looked really damn good this tournament. Like, I mean, really put together. They've only lost in 2 matches. And for me, Fox, that is dangerous, because when you look at who they lost to, it's FaZe and Secret.
You're giving a lot of credit to Fluxo W7M. You're saying that they've been looking very good. I think they're lucky to even have gotten this far. That being said, yes, they did lose to Secret and FaZe. Those are the good teams. Those are the teams they should be losing against. But we just saw in the SSG matchup, you wouldn't have guessed that they should have won that match. And the same thing that we saw in their group stage and against OXG yesterday and in their group stage match, the statistics always look the same. It's something where W7M, Fluxo just keeps getting carried by big individual players. And that's not something that a team that is going to lift the hammer, that can't be their only quality to get them to that main stage.
Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, Dodez had a phenomenal SAL stage. Here, he's performing extremely well. It's really no exception. It's a very big performance always coming out of him. And then Palu as well. I mean, you said these are two historic players. These are two players on their team that do carry the weight. And just like we just recently saw in that graphic, in that series against SSG, it was really only these two that were standing out, Palu being the one that stood out the most. But you can't always rely on this. It's only going to get you so far, and especially with the level of competition, once we get into that arena, things need to change at a rapid pace for the entire team. It can't solely be on these two.
Well, if we're honing in on those two, how about we have a look at the other side of the coin for SSG? I know there's two players you want to highlight.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, one player definitely I want to speak about, Benja. Benja has came into this roster with question marks in some areas during the NAL season. We've talked about we haven't seen him hit that same height that we saw back when he was on that G2 roster that did end up winning the Six Invitational. But the reality is he has been so pivotal throughout this event in particular. He's the 10th highest rated player so far at the event, and his fluidity is the best that we've seen since that G2 inception. And for me, he needs to have that sheer consistency that we saw throughout the entire series so far of SSG's campaign here today. And then also, we need to talk about Fultz, because that is their IGL, and he has been leading damn well.
I mean, when your entry is succeeding as well as Benja is himself, a lot of that success has to come off the back of the IGL, telling him where to go, where to be, using the drones to be able to get information. And we've been seeing some of the best siege from both of these two players since the inception of them joining this team. We know Benja's had those struggles, but it really looks like Benja has felt very comfortable now that he's still had time to progress on this flex role.
And something that I want to mention about Fultz. Now, Fultz isn't doing bad by any margins in terms of the frag department. Sure, he's negative 21, but he is their IGL. He is the one leading. For me, if he can just find a little more footing on those shield rolls, being able to stay alive a little longer, being able to just make a couple more kills go into his favor, that would expect, it would just, I don't know the word I'm trying to use it. It would just, I'm
make
blanking.
Things easier?
No, I mean, yes, it would make things easier, but no, honestly, I lost the word. But if he could just stay alive, it would just excel the level of SSG's level in terms of their win conditions overall. And that's a big proponent for me, is if Fultz can stay alive, if he can use those shields properly, because they are a force to be reckoned with when the player behind them can be so oppressive on them.
Well, before we head into the match, how about we hear it from Loaded and Fultz?
Come on, you two were having a good time. Then we turned on the camera, but in a few moments, both of you are going to face each other in an elimination match, so whoever loses is out of the SI. I want to know what is your last words to them.
Already beat the auction 2 times, you're the next victim.
Ooh, okay.
I think he knows they got lucky last time. We played them, so good luck.
Fair?
Fair.
Okay, good luck to each other. Wins the best.
Yeah, interesting from both of them there. I guess that, you know, Fluxo W7M will be coming in with a certain level of confidence, but also the same too can be said for SSG. They well and truly could have won that game even in 2-0 fashion, but it didn't unfold that way.
I think Fultz said it best. I mean, they definitely did get lucky. I mean, we just highlighted the stats several times, and it's not a match that you would have thought W7M Fluxo wouldn't be able to carry themselves out, but something that they have been favored is they go to maps where the big individual players will be able to shine. Smaller maps like Chalet and like Club. Great picks for them. That being said, we saw Fluxo W7M playing against OXG, and again, I hate to say it, but it feels like every time they play against a team that they should be beating very definitely, it's such a close match.
Wow, Clubhouse into a border. I mean, this is going to be a good series. Both these maps favor both these teams. However, I will say Club is in more favor of the side of Fluxo W7M, but that border match, that's going to be the rematch. That was the only map that SSG won in that best-of-3 series, and it really begs the question, how much are they going to change? What is Fluxo W7M going to to do differently, because again, a lot of their success just rode off of stopping them being able to get that opening pick and get that win conversion on the side of SSG. Everything else was falling apart on that side of Fluxo W7M. And again, we just can't rely on Dodez and Palu going into this.
No, you can't. It comes down to the strategy, and that's something where Fluxo W7M has definitely been struggling. We saw it in the match versus OXG. It was a back and forth that really looked like it could have gone either way. SSG come here in the best of 3 with a chip on their shoulder to be able to start that lower bracket run.
Well, history says this will be a close matchup, and we need good narrators to run us through a storyline like this. So how about we welcome in our commentators?
Hello, Robbie.
Oh, hang on a second. I didn't get told it was these two. How you doing, boys? We ready for this one?
Yeah, doing good, mate. The skin is looking very fresh today as well.
He's glowing. He's glowing.
Mate.
You know what, gents? You two can go ahead and glow this matchup all you like. Go ahead, take it away.
Lower bracket round 3, elimination game, SSG, Fluxo, a big match. Whoever wins this, though, has to go play Furia on the main stage, but that is a task that you definitely want. You want that opportunity. You've got to get through this game, though, first. SSG, slight edge favorites.
Well, on the A stream, we've always seen one Brazilian team fall. Will it be a second?
Let's head into this series to find out which of these two will progress to the main stage at the Adidas Arena. To Chalet we head first as SSG, Fluxo, their fate now on the line. It's a must-win best of 3. One to progress, to take on Furia. The other to bid farewell here at the Six Invitational. I feel like this is going to be a very vocal game, both inside the server and outside the server as well.
We haven't even finished the ban phase and they're trying to get in Ashton's mind. Yeah, it's going to be a nice little tug of war between these two. Of course, a rematch from the group stage. Fluxo W7M with a 2-1 victory. I don't know how much of it might be the North American bias, but it seems as if the desk, Fox and Lax, not particularly impressed though, however, by Fluxo W7M's teamwork throughout this event so far. And I think understandably skeptical at the ability for them to get this result across the line, especially if we find ourselves in a situation where we don't see big individual performances. On the flip side though, for SSG, more well-rounded. Do they still have the same heights, however? Can they tap into that ability to, you know, convert big moments, which typically in elimination matches are where matches are won or lost?
Fortunately, getting a very early rehost here before we even get underway. Seems like there were a few little issues to begin with, but it just kind of raises the tense nature of this match. SSG have been so good at this tournament and led by what I would consider 3 players that have been able to show their strengths in different facets. You got Benja, for example. He's the 10th rated player at the tournament with a 109 EPS, plus 32 KD with 17 multi-kills. That is a huge amount. Now, he's got 5 opening kills. But then you go to Ashen. He's got the same EPS, same ranking, 28 KD, 11 multi-kills, so slightly lower than Benjamin, but where his strengths have been in the opening kill department, plus 16, which is right up there at the very top end. And then Newers complements those two really nicely. Plus 24 KD, 9 multi-kills, but not quite too many of the opening kills. In fact, only a plus 1, which is a positive note, and overall has been able to still back those two up. So there's enough fragging power on the board for SSG. When you go to Fluxo, it's all about Dodez. He's the 11th rated player at the event so far, Guz, and he's been the standout for Fluxo.
Yeah, absolutely, and they've had several players above that 100 EPS, which of course is the expected value. Only Dots, I say, lagging behind 83, still respectable, and he's filling his role nicely, but maybe looking to just get a little bit more involved in the kill feed. Of course, we apologize for this technical pause, but it shouldn't prolong for too much longer. 10 players back inside of the server. The operator ban phase is being played out once more. And once that is confirmed, we should be good to jump into the action.
Yeah, touching on Dots there, minus 45 KD, minus 12 on the opening kills, so 20 opening kills for him, minus 32, so 32 opening deaths. He's only been able to manage so far 6 3Ks, which is on the lower end for Fluxo W7M. But again, you kind of look at the roles that he plays. He plays a lot of Blackbeard, he plays a lot of Blitz, he plays a lot of Grim. On the attacking side, he's more that supportive player. He's not going to be the one that's largely going to put up a lot of numbers. And then defensively, he's playing your smokes, your two routes. So a true supportive player and an anchor on defense. So if you're going to have one player that's below 100, it's going to be Dots. Loban, Volps, Palu, and Dodes have all been performing. So it's been a big call for Fluxo W7M. And as I said before, for SSG, Newest, Action, and Benja have been incredible. J90 then is also still above 100 EPS. But can he get to his very best in now what is a very crucial match? Win this series, you progress in, you play Furia. Lose and you're out of SI. It doesn't get any more tense now than these kind of games. Once you start reaching lower bracket round 3, once you start realizing main stage is on the horizon, to lock yourself into a top 6 finish at a Six Invitational, it is a incredibly successful event for a team like SSG to then get a chance to play Fury on the main stage where you can maybe get Ashen to try and get in their heads in that arena environment. SSG on the attack as we get underway here on Chalet. It is their map pick. 4-1 record over the last 6 months versus Fluxo's 3-4 record.
The bans as well for the opening portion here of Chalet. Blitz, Lion, Mirror, and Azami. Lion probably straying a little bit further away from what we would classify as expected bans on this particular map. May just complicate things a little bit in terms of information gathering or crowd control when it comes to the late round for the attack.
Earlier, Nitrocell was thrown out by Dodes, playing close office wall. Dots then down below in dining with the pulse, so he's getting a lot of information towards positions like Ego and his breach against Newers. So the second Nitrocell thrown, that one from Dots. Again, he's really aiding Dodes here and also knowing when to throw out these Zoto canisters based on the presence of SSG around that vicinity as Ashen trying to peek this Ego position. J90 finds the opening kill though on to Loban outside of the exterior balcony towards bathroom. And that just kind of opens up this site now a little bit for SSG. Fluxo a bit more spread. It's a 2-2 split. So there is a gap in the middle portion here of this upper floor. Kitchen dining though the site, so Volts can start to put pressure here. Dots down below, up close. Doesn't have the Nitro anymore though for the Monty.
Yeah, not initially clear, but nice the Monty safe. Good push. 4-3 though in favor of SSG, and Dots still able to anchor the site.
The fact that Dots is still alive here is really, really important for Fluxo. As Volps then gets rid of J90, suddenly numbers equal. SSG, though, turn their attention more so top floor. Fault's clearing out Piano. There's 50 seconds, so they have the time to keep pushing back and also get someone established on the vert. Palu, though, on the clash is a wonderful operator to deal with this Monty.
Newers as well in on the action, and so it flips once again. The momentum in the round. SSG, despite being stalled out, have been able to break that. Volps has the diffuser, keep in mind, and he's still on second floor.
Volps is now the one that has to make the next play here in the last 20 seconds. It's on Volps. Palu can only do so much at the clash at this point. Volps inside of dining, but this is where, with Volts pushing through with the kit, Newers can watch, hold the angle. It's Volts, though, that went pistol out on the Monty. He's the one that got aggressive. Poor old Palu now by himself. Does get the headshot onto Newers. Knows there's one up above.
Oh,
he got that tap onto Volts, but the plant was successful. What a shot from Palu. Now he can go for the counter defuse, forced the drop. Oh my god, the fact that it was even that close. Benja locks in, completes the round for SSG, but credit to Palu for making it spicy at the end.
Those were some gnarly shots to make that a potential clutch, but not to be, and SSG are rewarded. And Benja very quick to remind Palu that Last Alive is a classic move from him in the old chat.
And he's playing a clash. He's naturally going to be avoided by the attack. The fact that he even got those kills towards the end. And yeah, the talking has already begun inside of the server.
It's good.
Volps actually just reminding SSG, it's only the first round, calm down. But it was this tap here. Oh. One more, like, just one. If he kills him there without that going down, it changes the complexion of the round.
Let's go. Yeah, mighty close. Good composure though from Benja on the drop. Of course, knew Parley was locked in the corner positionally. It was all about just landing that shot. And he did exactly that, so good work from him.
I do want to update the result from the B stream. If you do not want to know the result, don't know it, want to find out later, this is your chance to avoid hearing it, but FaZe Clan did beat Wildcard 2-0, so we had 2 zeros in the upper bracket semi-finals, which now means the upper bracket final is set as the SI25 Grand Final rematch between FaZe and Team Falcons. Wildcard have dropped to the lower bracket alongside Furia. Wildcard will play the winner of Secret and Weibo on main stage. Furia to play the winner of Fluxo SSG on main stage. Does mean if SSG lose this, Wildcard will be the last standing North American team. Fluxo lose this, it's down to Furia and FaZe for the Brazilians. Into solo goes Faltz.
Yeah, good smoke layering here. Very aggressive. SSG already tempting sight. Faltz to go for the plant attempt, and Ashen on the glass able to cover. Where's the denial from Fluxo W7M? It comes in too late. It's a post.
And it's a post with the multi-up as well. This is a great round from SSG. They understood they got the early solar control, established a position with the layering of the smokes in the glass to get that plant down, and this becomes very difficult for Fluxo. Great headshot from Paolo. He switched on early here in a do-or-die match, trying to get the pinch onto Faltz. Paolo just got the solo kill anyway, got him tucked into the corner, and suddenly it's a 3v2 with 19 seconds left. Newers at the window, gets down, and then so to straight line. Oh, Paolo, he's on a heater to begin on Chalet. He's gotten 5 kills. They'll get the counter defuse, and it's 1-1 as Paolo begins the trash talk.
Wow, what a retake there from Fluxo. It was very direct, very early in the round from SSG. Layered util for the solar push. Ashen covered very nicely on the glass, but then a couple of those positions disrupted in the post. And when you lose those close to the diffuser and you're reliant on outside play, you think double window, you think bathroom bulk, it's tricky for those players to have influence. There's small windows of opportunity, maybe, sure, but Fluxo W7M had a very good read and able to disrupt that nicely.
Paolo, 5 kills in the opening 2 rounds. None more important, though, than the 3K in that one. And it's 2 rounds straight that SSG have been able to get off to a good start, find the early kills, get into a favorable position, get the plant down as well, 2 from 2 in terms of getting plant down here on the attack of Chalet. So a lot of things are looking nice for SSG. So for Fluxo to win that post plant, get a round on the board defensively, despite how good SSG have started, it can go a very long way as we head over to Bar Games.
Attackers object. That's not mine going out. Shield ready.
A little bit cheeky from Dots. Early aggro Mudroom, maybe seeing if he can net a kill, but SSG are not going to give that opportunity across. The North American squad to bring this glass once more in the hands of Ashen, and we saw it be very effective in facilitating the plant last time out. You think about the ability for the glass to help on the push over towards top library stairs on this occasion, makes it very challenging for Fluxo W7M to hold that presence, that control. And with no Warden in play potentially to post up on the stairs, we should see that bolstered for the attack. Still requires good drone work for information, flank watch as well. Utility clearance as well will also be of importance, which may actually be a problem for SSG in this round. There are a lack of explosives. Sure, they've got the Capital Flush, they can air jab, they've also got the Grim for space, but in terms of explosive utility in this round, it is very, very limited.
Bar Games comes down to 2 big set plays. The clear up above library. If you win that battle, then the clear down below. They set up the layering of the smokes for Ashen on the glass.
Start loading.
No one playing library stairs, though. Ashen does see the information behind the deployable shield. Bob sitting in Mudroom. Rather than looking to contest library, probably because he's got 1 HP. So far, though, SSG haven't found anything from this play. In fact, they lose False, and then as the smoke dissipates, action goes down to Dodes, and that's still top library control for Fluxo.
The discipline there over towards Mez to not overpeak and then catch the timing through the smoke will likely win this round. For Fluxo W7M, SSG not having the explosives to displace this position, and Dodes has played it to perfection. Oh my word.
Oh, 3 from Dodes. He's been so good at Six Invitational thus far. And it doesn't look like slowing down. Great shots on the peak from the deployable shield. Then to turn and go lobby entrance. Leaves poor J90 all by himself. Volps was in mud. He was low. Does get the kill. 40 seconds to clutch a 1v3. If you can find the next, it does open this round still up. Dodes low towards library stairs. And I know, though, Core looking in towards Bar. Easy kill. And 2 in a row for Fluxo as they take the lead for the first time on Chalet. The map pick of SSG.
Yeah, clean from Dodes. There was a lack of utility to dislodge him from that position. Again, we saw SSG able to progress forward and gain some space, but the deployable shield left standing. Dodes doesn't overpeak and try and do anything too silly. And the second that Glaz pushes through the smoke, he's favored in that fight, takes it, wins a couple elsewhere, which was a bit of flair for the cherry on top. But overall, much better work there structurally from W7M.
Kitchen Dining, the most attacker-sided site that isn't basement. And I say that in that way because when you kind of look at Chalet, 180 rounds played, basement's only been played 16 times. The other sites are around that 50 to 60 margin. Though it has very much dropped off as one of the core sites on this map of Chalet, which leaves Kitchen Dining as the primary site typically for the attacking team to find success. We actually saw that in the opening round, where SSG got on the board with their first round. Since then, Fluxo have looked good.
I have.
Touched on Dodes before, plus 38 KD. Only plus 2 on the entry. But ranked 11th. There are, though,
10 seconds.
like 6 players that are all on 109 EPS. Herd, Vendor, Dodes, Ashen, and Flexi from Team Heritage.
What's the tiebreaker?
I don't know what is considered as the tiebreaker, to be honest. And Reaps actually just sits just above all of them on 110 by himself in 8th. And to be honest, when you kind of look at a lot of the numbers, there's no one clear ultra standout so far at this event. Boogeyman, by the way, fun fact, is now rated #1 because of the the Furia result dropping JV92 down.
One thing as well to highlight for Dodes specifically, he has an even split across attack and defense, 109 EPS. Typically, and you look at pretty much any other player inside of the lobby, their defensive EPS is significantly stronger than attack, given naturally the challenges that attack typically has. So if he can tap into that consistency and be impactful in the second half as well, we'll see if SSG can shut it down.
I like the lineup here though for Fluxo. They've got a mix, a bit of trap utility with the Denari along with the Thorn, but you've also still got good defensive reliability from the Tubarao and the Echo, so they can have mixed results in terms of aggression or bringing in defensive. Dots is the one that finds the opening kill onto J90. Just thrown from Dots as well towards Solar, but doesn't connect. SSG really taking their time to actually get map control. They're not doing that sweep across. This has allowed Volt to actually push, play mezzanine, so it's a very big contrast to what we saw last time from SSG attacking into this side. They're lacking the ability to get that mezzanine control, put pressure towards that top floor towards office, and then establish presence down below. Like, there's only just over a minute left. They can't even get Fultz into the building as the Blackbeard. They actually went for a little pinch attempt too there with Benjamaster coming down Fireplace stairs, but Volp sensing the pressure is able to get out of there. This is a really good round from Fluxo.
And there's still this luck potential as well down below for Volps. He can route up library stairs or Fireplace lead if required. Piano clear, next on the agenda for SSG, but again, it's a shield standing. SSG have not cleared this utility, and it's proving costly.
Now, I mean, this is now pretty much round over for SSG, right? Because there's under 40 seconds left, 2v5. You still got to deal with Yokais. You still got to deal with clearing utility down below. It's still 3 Zoto canisters for Dodes as Lubin gets rid of Ashen. Nilwes just runs into bathroom, meets his demise. It's flawless. A clinical round from Fluxo. Have to beg the question, though, for SSG. That was definitely the weakest round we've seen from them through 4 rounds played. The other 3 far more competitive. Fluxo just starting to look like they're switching on nicely here on Chalet as we go into a tactical timeout.
We're going to start working in the base, take the right tools, what we're going to do. Take the fucking switch, take the goddamn Blackbeard with a nade so we can work across, and then we're going to start clearing across these dudes. If it's a base, that's the only exception. We talk to McGavin or look for a faster ISO. But in general right now, I want to take pace across the map with these guys. And also, too, we got to lighten it up a bit. Like, in our voice right now, it's the same thing as before. We're running around, it sounds like fucking, either we're losing, we sound fucking defeated, or when we win, we sound relieved. And I can hear the frustration every time we're talking. We're not having fun right now, fellas. Just calm down, relax, and we just gotta fucking play the game of Chalet. It's a simple map, we played it a million times. Focus on the fucking clearance. Yeah, hard.
Let's go. We got this.
Fucking water, yeah.
Bro, I feel like
bar and bring the Flores. Up, bro. Pretty bad.
Well, it's another really good tactical timeout from the coach of SSG. Identifying that the clearance has been a problem for them so far. There's been a couple of times now where even simple pieces such as deployable shields are posing problems against the North American roster. And also like the insight that we're getting in terms of their communication as well, maybe not being as positive as they would like. And so something that they're looking to address going forward, the emphasis on faults to lead the charge. But loving that from Callout. He's, in my opinion, being one of the better coaches here at the event.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think they'll respond to that nicely. I mean, I think for SSG, they're at their best when they are vocal, when they're loud, when Ashen's yelling. It doesn't have to mean you're winning every single round. And I think as Callout said it best, it's like when you're losing, you sound defeated. When you're winning, you sound relieved. Have some fun.
That's not a winner mentality.
It's big. It's a best of 3, and it is a big one. There is pressure in this. Sure, it's not just a random group stage game where it's a lot easier to try and psych out the opponent. I think Fluxo is one of the rare teams that I don't think are going to get psyched out by SSG, and if anything, have the capability of giving it back to them, a taste of their own medicine. Palu's just started so well. Along with Dodes continuing his form at Six Invitational. How do they respond? Do they bring a little bit more aggression? Do they go for that sweep across? Take these contact fights. Last round was, yeah, very much their worst. So it's time to ramp it back up as we go top floor, bedroom office.
Yeah, we heard the call as well for the Blackbeard with grenades. And combined with Newers here on the sledge, they had the explosive utility to deal with things like the traps on offer, the deployable shield from Dodes. Just need to see that translate into the server as they weave across.
Oh, that's not wow. I mean, that honestly could have easily gone the other way. The spray from Jade, I know, right idea, just doesn't connect. And then Volps pretty much just fires back in hope, hits the headshot. Win for Fluxo, another opening kill. Got to get this one onto Benja. Caught napping. Lovely kill for Volps. Traded though by Ashen. This is where for SSG, you've got to keep this round alive. Keep it active. Keep pushing. Try and get back to numbers even. It's caught though. Got tagged up heavily. The positioning for SSG right now is being punished by Fluxo. Newers stayed in that vicinity. Then, therefore, an easy clear for Dots. Fluxo with a 2-player advantage. Default was up, so Newers was on cam the whole time. Sell them out! Out of the timeout for SSG. Not the response that was needed from Callout. Double from Dodes. Fluxo all over the North Americans. 4 rounds straight.
Some big teething issues at the moment for Space Station Gaming.
They're not even breaking a sweat.
Yeah, Fluxo W7M, they are looking cozy at the moment. They're testing SSG on this map entry. I mean, on that occasion, it's not even a matter of clearance. It's these entry battles on the fringe. They're finding it challenging. The Blackbeard's probably not getting as much value as they otherwise would have liked. I think J90 probably afforded the element of bad luck on that particular occasion over towards Mud. But the follow-up elsewhere, the lack of cutoff, the fundamentals at the moment, unfortunately for SSG, are off to quite a slow start.
Well, I mean, you say that, but I think the first 2-3 rounds actually weren't bad.
Sure.
Yep. Won the first round. Competitive then, I think, in the second as well. Got plant down really early at the 2-minute mark. Volts was able to get the kit down. And then in the third round, competitive again, but it was a Doda's 4K that was the difference. And since then, though, rounds 4, 5,
10 seconds remaining.
definitely seen Fluxo just kind of keep taking off in their aggression, finding early kills. They've got now 3 opening kills straight, and pretty early in that last round at the 2:10-minute mark. 4 players alive, 5 players alive. So now we're starting to see that dominance from Fluxo in the last 2 rounds. And no response from SSG. Now they got one more attempt here in this first half to find a second attack. Over to Bark Games we go. And it's a limited site in terms of how much aggression you can really bring in terms of the map control. Bark Games on Chalet really is compact. It's just essentially around that library area and the site itself. Sometimes you might see a small extension towards the office side. Not happening this round. Sometimes you will see one lurk below. That is happening this round in Palu over towards Wine on the Thorn. That's a big clear.
That's better. I mean, you take your mind back to
got the
last
ADS, got the deployable shield, weakens this mezzanine position, opens up the floorboard to below. So that one Rotero does like 3 different things.
Yeah. A lovely work from J90. And then we'll see what the follow-up is like here from SSG. If this teamwork is in sync for this clearance. A lot of lurk threat on offer this round from Fluxo, W7M, dots below, Palu basement, Loban up close, flames out at court.
That's much better for SSG. Take your time, relax, execute when you need to, together.
Another good flame.
So far, Falt's Calpatal usage in this round has really been good. Cleared out Lopen, Dodas as well then pressured off, tried to drop too late, gets caught. Forcing now Dot to retake up above, and he does at least get the kill onto J90. Don't forget about Palu 2 playing bottom library stairs, so he too will have influence. Volp's actually still over towards Piano. So Fluxo now down a player, but playing the maps, giving a bit more site control over to SSG, but then offering the ability to collapse back into the site.
J90 does have a camera over towards office. He's flicking that, so there should be decent flank watch here on offer for SSG.
Volps is pushing Piano, though. Are they aware of it? Newers is not turning around, still at the mezzanine. Doltz goes down. Volps is going to make the move. Volps, you have to go now. Pinch with Palu. Up above. Go together. And that's exactly what they will do. Plant is going down. Palu does get the kill. Can he go and deny Faults? Volps got his. Nice shot from Ashen, though. Hitting that, was able to protect Faults so he could get the plant down, and Volps now is low on health. Default plant. Both will play Barstock together for Faults and Ashen.
Good luck, Volps. Look, they double stack. Faults is low, but Ashen on the Blackbeard should be very difficult to clear.
He can see the Blackbeard of Ashen. He's got to go now, though. Volps, you've got to play the time. Try and force them out of this Barstock position. Frag grenade thrown from Ashen, just to delay. Little move as well to play towards Bar. Faults will stay tucked into the corner. There's no time. Round's done. SSG get their second attack at the end of the half.
Well, it started to feel like SSG were maybe starting to stall out, but they still get 2 attacking rounds in the half with the asterisks of it being Chalet, so interpret that how you will. But I think being able to at least get the 2, given the position they started to find themselves in, is still quite positive for them. There's room for improvement, but they can look to play themselves into this map, and the remainder of this series, they remain composed and playing some good siege in that last round with great clearance, really good flank watch, and prevented any plays elsewhere around the map. Some good drone work, and J90 while Stead was flicking that. So yeah, some better fundamentals from SSG that time out.
I mean, you put the asterisks, it's essentially a 50-50 map.
Exactly. My point being, right, on most maps, 2, you'd be like, yeah, that's all right, given the position. But on Chalet 50-50, it's still Fluxo W7M in the driver's seat, in my opinion.
So we got the Vans, Zami, Mirror, Grim, and Dockerby. Kitchen Dining, first site choice for Space Station. As we look at the highlights, again, started really well in this round. Great use from Faults on the Capital to clear out the back corner position of the library. But a big power play from Doltz to get that kill into J90. And the pinch from Palu and Volps was actually really solid. Got 2 each. It was Ashen, though. That plant was still actively going down from Faults. If Ashen doesn't get that kill, that plant gets denied.
Yeah.
It's probably round 1 for Fluxo. So a big power play from Ashen to get them their second round. But they're going to have to be really solid defensively
Attackers have discovered
and withstand the attack of
bomb.
Fluxo. Otherwise, if SSG lose this, we go Clubhouse, and that's the pick of Fluxo W7M. 5 of 6 rounds, opening kill converted. There were 3 plants, though, for SSG.
10 seconds left before
I mean, that's actually a very strong, usually winning metric. SSG rated 6th for plant percentage at S side, 26%.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a
On the
bomb.
flip side, Fluxo 14th at 19%.
Reloading.
But in those rounds that they got the plants down, I mean, 2 of them were won, 1 was lost. So losing that second round was the most costly. You win that second round, if there is no 3K clutch from Palu, it's a 3-3 scoreline, whole different ballpark.
Yep.
The big moments matter, especially in these big games.
It's dots with the diffuser this round. And I do wonder how Fluxo W7M are going to look to posture here with options available in terms of that utility clearance, with quad grenades, sledge as well. They're bringing the counter tools against this castle from SSG. You think about the clash as well from Faults. I love this lineup from W7M. I think it really has the potential to disrupt what SSG are looking to cook up. Don't discount Ashen as well. Currently down below. Car Garage on that Solace, and he'll come into play later in the round as well for potential denial.
Yeah, but top floor is the big focus here for Fluxo. When you bring the sledge and the ram on a kitchen dining site, you want to clear out, get this office control. So onus is going to be on Ewers, playing in and around offers. He'll need support. He'll need help. And what Volts is really doing over towards Library is just delay, get a lot of information. Loban was able to drone on through. Makes it a lot harder with that clash up for Fluxo to brute force, take this Office position. Newer's aggressive towards Ego. Now, if he loses a fight here and goes down, Office gets opened up, and there you go, happens there. Dodos, great shot, headshot. Now, suddenly, you're getting overwhelmed on the clash as well for Faults. Over towards Piano, he's pushed back. It's now Office control for Fluxo. Even though they lost Loban, that doesn't matter. You don't need the blitz here. You've got the ram, you've got the sledge, you've got top floor, you've got the next minute. What I want to see from SSG is, do they get aggressive here? Or do they hold towards Solar? Nitro for Benja, beautifully played to get that kill onto Dodez. Advantage for SSG. Do they go for a retake of Office?
Yellow ping onto J90. Unable to escape. Volts doesn't catch that timing, but does get caught from down below.
Oh, yeah, they got them. Well, it's good positioning from Palu because Fluxo are pushing them across, back down Trophy Stairs. There goes Ashen. So they instead of going back towards Office, they retreated towards down Trophy. And unfortunately, Fluxo had numbers set up for it. Really good read from Fluxo. Benja's got his 3rd in the round. He might need the ace if SSG to win this. But he's low on health. Palu swings again. He goes double digits, and it's down to Faults in a 1v2.
10 seconds for Faults to hold on.
Got to deny this plant. Palu will be watching. He will be the guardian for Dots, the stick. Faults all down to the SMG. No more shield in play. Dots planting inside a kitchen. Faults, though, the tripwire connector. 40 seconds now into the post plant. He'll still give himself an opportunity. But he's playing this rather slow, trying to find an angle, trying to find the gap. Palu playing Trophy Stairs, but Dots on site on the kit was able to get the wall bang. He had the information. Fluxo all over SSG as they take a 5-2 lead on Chalet on SSG's map pick.
Really nice work, but we're seeing, and that round a great example, Fluxo WSM's ability to manipulate the map and then cut off rotations. It's very classic Chalet. They're playing it by the book at the moment. Credit to Benja. I mean, he put in an incredible effort to find 3 kills in that round, and the first 2 arguably should have been enough for them to be able to win out the round. But that wasn't the case, and Fluxo are fired up.
And this is not to be critical of Faults, but analyzing the situation there, the 1v2, plant hasn't gone down yet. 10 seconds on the clock. You've got 2 options. You either sit back and you hope that Fluxo, someone makes a mistake, which is essentially the option Faults went for, or you go for both. And you understand the situation. One has to plant, and the other one has to cover. Essentially a 1v1. So if I get aggressive and I beat the cover guy, very likely I can then win the round. Back yourself in. Understand though, yes, he's playing the clash, maybe not the best operator for it in that scenario. But he chose option B, plant goes down, then you're now in a 1v2 post plant, and they're able to peel back off. They get trophy position and still maintain dots in sight, and at that point they're so split. And as you push forward, very difficult to win. Would have liked to have maybe seen Foles go for the more high risk, high reward, which might have been more beneficial for his team. Now they're 3 rounds down.
So the Solace will continue here. Ashen, run out. He's caught. Dead.
Oh no.
Baited in by Palu, who has a cheeky laugh, and it's 11
that's
kills.
more than a cheeky laugh. Palu's chuckling. He's still going. He hasn't stopped. Baited, and Ashen trying to make a hero play goes down. They've only had 1 opening kill, guys. In the last 6 rounds, have SSG. They're getting torn apart here on Chalet. Fluxo outclassing them, outplaying them, baiting them, getting early advantages, winning the late round. No one is going positive for SSG. This is not a case of 1 or 2 players playing extraordinarily well and the rest of the team may be lagging behind. They are just 5 players of SSG right now, outclassed from the 5 players of Fluxo.
So it's Palu over towards lobby initially for the lurk. Deathmark to offer more information now to the rest of the push. Minute 30 to go, so we've eclipsed the midpoint of this action phase. Falcons targeted down over towards Games, looking to offer support, and Nua is forced to peel.
Oh, this is just absolutely a tragedy for SSG. They've capitulated. After starting brightly in the first couple of rounds, it's all Fluxo. The lowest rated player of Fluxo is equal to the highest rated player of SSG. That is how damning of a beatdown this is. In a do-or-die elimination game, SSG have not shown up on their map pick of Chalet. Fluxo are flexing their muscles. As Loban finds 2 in the round, it's a 5v1 down to Newers, and let's be real, let's be honest with ourselves, it's flawless, it's 6-2, this map looks done.
It's actually kind of astonishing just how one-sided this map is playing out so far.
Parley just said in the chat, you can't kill me, what's going on?
He's also been very, very quiet. I don't think we've heard Ashen yell once over the course of this map.
He hasn't. It's 12-3 for Palu with a 1-0 entry, a 100% cost through 8 rounds played, which is incredible. And he's just chuckling and laughing. Like he's not even getting tested. This is like group stage day 1 kind of mentality right now. This is a lower bracket round 3 at SI to make top 6, to make main stage. SSG need to raise the stakes. And it might not be here on Chalet, but it has to be on Clubhouse. You have to play better than this. But Fluxo right now just doing nothing wrong.
So a last-ditched attempt potentially here for Space Station. It's basement on Chalet, trying to keep their heads above water. It's been incredibly lopsided in favor of the Brazilians. What does Space Station have left in the tank here for map number 1?
Yeah, do they have the quality now to, you know, rattle off 4 rounds straight? You're down and out, you're maybe a little bit depressed at the moment with how things have transpired, but you've just got to lock in 1 round at a time, bring it back, try and find some hope, some enthusiasm. We heard Call Out say before when they were losing rounds, they just sounded depressed. But credit to Fluxo, the way that they've been playing, they've just taken it right up to SSG. They're playing the early game, they're playing aggressive, they're playing like SSG were playing throughout the course of SI up to this point. Doing it as a team led by Palu. 3 options for Dodez with the death marks. By the way, as we go to basement, this is the most attacker-sided site on Chalet.
Tracker on hostile.
Heavily so as well. It is at a 68% attacker win rate. This is a desperate play, a desperate ploy from SSG to stay alive on this map. And a lot of emphasis will be on Ashen on the Vigil.
Yeah, he did get droned, but he's going to hold his ground for now as opposed to peel back. May look to try and find a timing later in the round when Fluxo W7M set up for this push. Falcons go searching for information front door.
There's the desperation, isn't it?
I think there's an element of it in this round for sure. Fluxo have been able to set themselves up really nicely for this execute in the meantime. The Rams got it to work. The hatches are opened up. They've got a lot of utility that they can layer late round as well. It feels like this attack is circling like sharks.
Say that though, but the time does start to dwindle down and they still haven't really cleared out Ashen. You still got West main control if you're SSG. They lose faults towards Library Stairs as Doda's finally made his move. Oh, Newest though, nice headshot onto Doda's to get that trade, but they lost the Vigil battle. Ashen goes down to Palu. Right in his pocket, he stays. The blade will go down inside of Snow. Palu got another one. Map's done. It's only J9O that remains as SSG have been beaten to a pulp on Chalet on their map pick and will now be facing elimination from Six Invitational. As Fluxo, W7M steal their opponent's map. They're one round away from main stage, and SSG are on the ropes, one round away from being eliminated.
It's not often you see such a one-sided map in an elimination match at the Six Invitational, but Fluxo W7M looking red hot at the moment. Palu leading the charge with 14 kills. SSG on the other side of this break. Can they bite back?
Fluxo W7M steal SSG's map pick. And now the North Americans, they're on the ropes. They're down, but they're not out. And by any means, this could go the distance. But right now, we're just not seeing enough out of them.
No, we certainly aren't. And Fox, there's one thing that we talked about and just hit the hammer on the head about was Hollow and Dotas can't do everything, right?
Well, it seems like they can. All throughout that game, it was big play after big play from these two massive players. I mean, Paul, right off the gate, being able to get a 1v3, 3K, I mean, with a jump out. And then I really want to commend the strategy behind this next play of Dotas, playing behind the shield. Something classic, but so deadly behind the shield. SSG, a little bit of a blunder, not dealing with it right away. And he just gets all 3 kills, and the 4th when they clean it up. And it was just amazing play after amazing play. And that's what we talked about, that they can't just rely on it. Just that, but it makes it that much easier when they have all of it and more. The trades were coming into effect. The opening kills, everything from the side of Fluxo W7M was perfect this game.
I mean, I feel a little bad. I feel like I cursed SSG going into this. I was saying they had all the tools in the shed to be able to overthrow this Fluxo roster. Going into this map, it should be a good one, and they just looked dead in the water. It's definitely not the SSG that we're used to seeing. Even the mind games coming from Fluxo, they were using exactly the same strategy and tactics that SSG uses on everyone throughout. And again, it is shocking to see the result of that map.
That might be the biggest smile I think I've seen on Palu at an event like this deep into the tournament. He's smiling. He's having a great time. I know what you're pointing at. What on earth?
Again, look at the side of Fluxo W7M compared to that SSG side. I said SSG just needed those entries to be able to convert them. They were only able to convert one of those entries, and then on the side of Fluxo, they were able to convert every single one of those opening kills going into their favor.
I mean, everything they were doing was very sound. They weren't playing too over-aggressive. They were playing a lot more together, and it seems like a different version of Fluxo W7M that we've seen throughout the rest of this tournament. They've gone back and forth, they lose opening kills, and they've relied on these big plays to be able to win, but that is not what we saw. The strategy of taking their time, finding those opening picks, managing SSG's aggression, and we saw it in the timeout. That call-out took essentially what he was saying to the SSG guys is we need to take a lot more space because they're just fighting us head on wherever we try to enter, and we're losing it. We didn't see SSG adapt fast enough into Chalet. I mean, 7-2 is an abysmal way.
We didn't even see them really play.
Yeah, we didn't see them at all. But Clubhouse is another opportunity. But that being said, Fluxo W7M has the momentum.
They certainly do. SSG, they looked all but out of it in that first map. They've got to bounce back in a big way here as we head to Clubhouse.
Indeed, they've got to bounce back and quickly, or they face elimination for the North American team. It's do or die. Must win Clubhouse, must get this to a 3rd map. Otherwise, Fluxo, well, they're on the verge of main stage. Win this, and they will be taking on their brothers from the Brazilian region in Furia.
Yeah, SSG, the momentum is against them. Can they bounce back on Club?
An outstanding performance from Fluxo W7M on the map pick of SSG. Sets them up perfectly. They go to their map pick now of Clubhouse to try and finish this series off. They've got a 6-3 record over the last 6 months. Their last win, though, was 68 days ago against FaZe. The SSG 5-3 record, their last win was against Shopify Rebellion yesterday, 7-3. So a little bit more recency for SSG. This series is not a foregone conclusion. North American fans, certainly, you shouldn't be giving up hope.
No, absolutely. But unfortunately, as the desk kind of alluded to, we didn't really see SSG at all inside of the server for map 1. It was a straight whitewash. They didn't respond particularly well in the tactical timeout. And so for them, it's about stepping it up here, digging deep. Map 2, this is their tournament life on the line.
SSG begin defense, which I think is where you want to begin on this particular map. Clubhouse, start strong, get off to a good start, build that momentum, because all the momentum so far is certainly with their opponents in Fluxo. After a 7-2 beatdown on Chalet, get off to a good start. win a couple of rounds, build that belief back up, get the energy back up, and we need to see some vocal as well from Ashen, because it really does help SSG.
I don't think we heard him once, which is remarkable. More often than not, we see SSG up and about and their energy levels high. And this isn't just us saying it or guessing it. We quite literally heard it in the tactical timeout from Callout, saying, guys, when we win, we sound relieved, and when we lose, we sound defeated.
Yeah.
They were lost mentally over the course of Chalet, but that's the beauty of a best of 3. They've been able to sit back, relax, reset, and Clubhouse can play out in a very different fashion.
We just saw Clubhouse, of course, in our previous series, super aggressive from Falcons and Furia. We wonder how this one's going to play out. Will it be a bit more default in style, in nature, and try and play a little bit more of that slower tempo? But, I mean, these are two aggressive teams, as we saw on Chalet. Fluxo can play to that high aggression. We know SSG more than happy to play to that high aggression throughout the entirety of SI. Do they go into their shells here? There was a little jump out secret from Newers. Jazz actually kind of baited Volps over. Newers is going to fall back over towards basement. He's still got Faults, still top main stairs, but he'll be able to rotate down below. Benja is actually lurking pull. He can, of course, drop as well. SSG have certainly played the map here, trying to draw out a lot of drones, force Fluxo to waste time in clearing out their positions. Deathmark doesn't connect because of the mute jammer. There's the Nitro Stop. Nice shot from Logan. Again, what this is doing, though, is buying time for SSG.
No, absolutely, but unfortunately for them, it's Benja the first to fall. Dodez has looked red hot in this series so far.
And they were so close to SSG too. If they had got Benja back down below, 5 sight at this point, you would have considered a small win. Marginally, yes, but still a small win. Now that you've lost Benja, job done Fluxo. Yeah, it took them a little bit of time to clear through, and time was certainly wasted, but you got that pick. Now you got the numbers advantage, you can flood sight. So suddenly, it flipped just like that. And this is where for SSG, you got to stay locked in. You can't be defeated already just because you got the opening death. But here comes Dodez with the skeleton key, open up the floorboards, and as we enter the final minute, this is the setup now for Fluxo on their execute.
Can SSG play disruptors then for this final push? Diffuser in the hands of Dots. He's situated over towards main stairs. Could pivot for a kitchen drop. Pinch pressure on offer elsewhere over towards blue as well here for the attack. But it does need to be clean from here. There's little in the way of time for Fluxo W7M to pivot if needed.
Nitro, nicely positioned though from Dots to eat the majority of that without being knocked down. Flash onto Ashen is perfect. No one pushes just yet though. He stays tucked in at church wall. Dano holding towards dirt. No dirt push coming as we enter the final 12 seconds of the round. Again, this is where the numbers are with Fluxo though. Next kill so important. Good down onto Dots. Got a bit of help from that earlier Nitro. Volts though overwhelmed. Up close. Shotgun double from Ashen. Better from SSG. Despite the extra man advantage, they hold strong on basement.
I heard Ashen there, I believe, in the background saying, late round, they are so bad. And to be fair, we didn't really see a lot of the late round tested from Fluxo W7M last time out on Chalet because the early to mid round was so clean. They took a lot of control and typically had a significant advantage. So some good anchor work there from SSG. Ashen over towards triple. Fault's got the first on the Blackbeard to actually enable him to then do good anchor work. And overall, much better work there from the North Americans.
Yeah, good cover here as well because Volts gets that kill. Ashen is then able to stay tucked into the triple wall without being cleared because they're more focused about the direct pressure coming from the middle of the site. He then gets 2 kills on the swing. Good team play from SSG. Certainly for Fluxo, they had the extra man advantage with a minute to go. They were able to get a lot of the setup that they wanted. Didn't quite execute, but a lot of that came down to SSG staying compact, playing good positions off each other. That was just really good defense, especially when down a man. Good way to open up the map. We go to Cash and CCTV to follow up.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
For SSG, it's about continuing to roll any semblance of momentum and positivity forward across each unique site and not just being one tricks down below on basement, which can sometimes be the case on a map starred like Club
for this defensive effort. We do see some trap util employed, the Thorn to be selected. Of course, buffed heading into this event, and it's seen a pretty decent chunk of play time and good impact with the debuff and the trigger now being far faster. Oh, the Echo was also selected, but unfortunately has disconnected, and so a rehost has been called, and the lobby will be remade.
Yeah, again, another early rehost. We had one actually before even the first round on Chalet. Now we have one after one round here on Clubhouse. But a good round for SSG and exactly what they needed. I mean, in a best of 3, when you get absolutely demolished on the opening map, your map pick, nothing worked, nothing was going your way. You couldn't win end of rounds. You couldn't win early rounds. You certainly weren't winning the mid rounds. Literally nothing. There was not one thing that you could point to and say for SSG, yeah, they kind of did okay in this area. So to kickstart Clubhouse, opening death, you're thinking, okay, maybe more of the same. But they were able to just sort of respond. They understood how to play default club towards the end, play together, play off each other, and that got them the reward. That also got them vocal. That was probably the loudest we'd heard them since maybe the opening round of Chalet. Yep. The main thing is to maintain that, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's one of their biggest strengths for SSG typically has been energy levels and positivity and being really hyper-focused.
Trying to get into the minds of the opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'd be looking to fully lean into that in this matchup. Especially if tactically maybe they find themselves at a deficit, they need to find other ways to get themselves into this matchup.
That's the hard part. When you're getting beaten 7-2, it's very difficult to see Ashen sitting there with his hands over his mouth shouting at the opponents when you're, 5-2 down, 6-2 down. You're just not going to get that out of him. But if you can string 2-3 rounds to begin, you get a 3-0 lead on Clubhouse. That's when you're going to get that vocal strength of SSG. Just got to back it up inside of the server, and they were able to do that in the opening round. And the longer this goes on Club, if SSG just, kind of start to really get on a roll, especially in this first half, then you're Fluxo W7M sitting back, geez, do we have to go play this third map of Border? Where it's not a great map for Fluxo. In fact, they've got a negative record on it, 3-4. Last win, of course, was against D+ a couple of days ago, but that was an 8-7. Lost it to Oxygen, and SSG beat Fluxo on it 3 days ago. So SSG will sit back, and I'm sure Callout would have even said it, and have heard a lot of teams throughout this event when they finish the first map and they are talking outside, mentioning the maps and where their strengths are, and saying something like, we lost the first one, doesn't matter. Get this, we know we can win the next one. And I think SSG will be saying that. Win Club, we know we can beat them on Border. Let's go, boys. Because you can get your merchandise at the pop-up store here in Paris. You can also get your skin bundles.
I don't think you make a very good salesman. You were direct and to the point, so I respect that.
Straight to the point.
Well, back into the action then. Cash CCTV, the site of choice.
5 seconds remaining.
And the lineup here from SSG will be identical to what it was prior to the rehost, so backing themselves in here. Again, Thorn in play. We'll see how much impact that may have. The trap utility can be really good at slowing down pushes Jacuzzi side across, can also be stacked over towards rafters to make that a little bit more of a challenge if it is to be executed here. But with the Capital banned out and no Monty selected, it should be Con's side. The Thorn almost caught Logan with a golden opportunity there on the Deimos. Unfortunately, though, he does not convert. Benja with a Nitro elsewhere as well. Logi, that too misses the mark.
I mean, the benefit of the Thorn is it's the kind of operator where, especially in this case, all your Razor Blooms, you can get aggressive. Die, that's fine. The Razor Blooms can still have an impact in the round later on. On the flip side of it, something like Deimos that dies, well, that's big, because then the death marks are just gone.
Yeah. Yeah, we've seen some players of the Thorn often actually hold util for late rounds so that it can be a little bit more directed to where the push is coming from. But yeah, certainly on this occasion it was all deployed.
It was a drone on the other side of Waits, but it has now been shot out by Newers. Oh, the death mark right on to Newers. Right on time.
Target located. Second floor.
Tracker active.
And the quick drop down as Loman gets aggressive. Desert doesn't find the kill. Newers still alive. Still inside a gym. Plank going down though inside a CCTV. Fluxo have got sight, but the Yokai is preventing the plant, and then the gas babe at the server racks. This is a great play from SSG. Wonderful. Play off site, rely on the yokai and the gas babes, and it worked perfectly. They lured Fluxo into an open site. This is a wonderful round from SSG. Bolt's more, because he knows the pressure's coming back. This is the best round that we've seen from Space Station all series long.
Yeah, that was really quite nice. With J90 having Rafters control, Presence top red from SSG, and the util layering in towards default, where are they meant to play? There was so little play space inside of the objective and even less opportunity to make plays on the side of the attack, that they circled around SSG and they were able to win the round.
Basically baited them into an open CCTV site. They had the gym extension, gym bedroom extension.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, you're putting a lot of reliance there, of course, into Faults to hit the yokai burst. He did, followed up then. Gas Babe from Ashen, so job done from those two. It's a really nice round from SSG. You can't be too critical of Fluxo, because if they get the plant off and they've got site control, it's a winnable position. So there is risk and reward in that sort of playstyle and defense from Space Station, but it's rewarded handsomely.
5 seconds to go.
Ashen up to 5 kills. I mean, I said coming into this game, you look at his numbers, and 109 EPS, plus 16 on the opening kills, plus 28 KD. He's been one of the best players at Six Invitational so far. If he gets the confidence, he starts to get on a roll. That's a big power boost for SSG. Fluxo now know, okay, they're on defense, they're getting off to a good start. What can we do to break them down?
Yeah, probably a little bit of a wake-up call for Fluxo W7M, that perhaps here on Clubhouse it's going to be a little bit more of a grind to hit that scoreboard, especially in comparison to Chalet, where relatively early on they were already walking all over SSG.
A really big fucking hole coming right up.
Gym bedroom for round 3, and a wave across here from the attack, spearheaded with primary hard breach of Volps. Palu as well, with the ace available to help aid on the cache clear. SSG in response have a stack top red, Newers inside of cache. They are eager to fight against this clear.
Made a new way through.
I think one of the biggest things you can do on Club is, if you're playing default, to still have some kind of adaptability. That counter punch, that counter aggression, at the right time, in the right places. If you keep it too default for too long, makes it an easy read for the attacking team.
Attackers have
This is, again, conservative right now from SSG as of this current moment. But at some point, then they can flip it. Even this here from Benja just goes, checks main stairs.
Faults as well, Basement, and Benja for Nitro, that could play potentially for Vert. So this is the X factor in the round for SSG. They fall off cache very early, very carefree. They need to find other win conditions now to try and disrupt this attack. Fluxo surrounding site with a full minute remaining. Diffuser juggled over towards cache. Benja below, Faults Basement. Keep that in mind for SSG as Fluxo pepper into sight.
Get rid of Ashen as he tried to make the cross bathroom, and also Jim. Faults with a response at least onto Dodos after they also lost Newers. Needed that kill from over towards Garage. Palu though gets rid of J90. Salt vulnerable. Well, yeah, this one's done. Fluxo just flick up the switch immediately to the on button, and immediately they're able to get site control, get the kills. Nothing goes right for SSG. They had Faults as some kind of a pivot over towards Garage side, but it then left the site vulnerable. Easy take, easy clear. Faults surely not going to be able to win this one. The triple stack main stairs coming his way. That's one. Could have maybe then got the second. Had he done so, would have made it interesting. Site relief for Palu. Fluxo, W7M on the board.
Yeah, I mean, initially the clear cache side was really clean, very clinical. SSG wanting to play low risk, immediately peel back through con towards site.
The nature of Jim Bedgen being, though, that trying to sit on site for a minute and a half, minute 45 is very, very, very tough. So they have Benja below. They have Faults to potentially contest Bell's plate. And it did weaken sight. We saw the pepper in from Loban, Dodez, good for 2. And by the time Faults was finally able to get into a playmaking position, it was already quite late. Didn't net the 2 required to even out that man count. Benja's impact was limited, and Fluxo W7M able to fortify that site control. With that, they get their first round of the half. And as expected, it's back down to basement for SSG. The castle in play, the scope post in play. So they should be off-site action in this round.
And this is where for SSG, don't go into your shells. Okay, you lost 1 round. Okay, things didn't quite go your way. But that doesn't mean you immediately revert back and play within your shells. Now, how does Benja play this? Does he go for a strip, essentially lurk? I mean, I like the strip lurks on the Scopos. Because a lot of the times, if you're going to get pushed, usually it's maybe by 1 person coming through bar. You get that kill, and you can immediately then transfer back to site. Job done. 5v4 then for the defense. Lotus does have information there with a nice cam. So they've been able to spot out Newers, but Newers will be the one to kind of take the presence here in this position, then drop, fall back, and hope then that Benja doesn't get cleared.
That's not a full commit from Benja.
Well, Newers goes down, so he lost his contact. He needed to be more wary of the fact that he was on cam. Good swing from Benja that at least gets rid of Palu. One of the hard breaches eliminated, but I mean, hard breach at this point is not going to be a factor because you got the ace and 4 secondaries. Ashen just caught towards Garage. So again, SSG are clearly trying to be aggressive, but at this point now, it's starting to then get into the realms of sloppy aggression.
Faults main, SMG, he needs to find a multi in this round as Benja falls and the aggression from SSG is being tamed.
Yeah.
Fluxo W7M know what they are doing, they're ready for it. And Loban, well, he might catch a timing. Yeah, Fault spotted. That's communicated.
Case of being, you know, you're down a play, you want to try and get 1 back.
Yeah.
And you're in that attacker mindset on the defense. But credit to Fluxo, because they've started to switch on. They're reading kind of how SSG are playing. Overcommit from Faults, because again, he's in that same mindset. It's a 2v4. Well, I got to do something. But clearly Fluxo are aware of that, and most of the top teams will always be aware of it in this situation. If they don't go searching and they stay sight, we'll get to them eventually anyway. So be ready for the push. They were. Leads J9O by himself. Hits the shots onto Lopan. Turn around, the Monty though still shield up. Goes the pistol play, hits the headshot, and suddenly a 1v2. But Low Health needs to create the rotate. He did so, but Dodez then gets into a strong position, shoots him in the back, all tied on Clubhouse. 2 attacking rounds for Fluxo.
SSG call a tactical timeout, sensing there is a momentum swing on the cards.
All right, you guys hear me? Yeah. For the cash, pick whatever cash you want to. I think they're probably going to go for more of a fucking gem side over. Like, they might go Raptor. I think they're going to keep Glare on us.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and then after that, we go back to basement. That's what I want to focus on. When we go back down there, let's more so do an anchor. You can do a fake roll if you want to, but like layer down pretty quick, reinforce the hedges off. Let's use the Azami and the Jaeger paired for like blue and for fucking church side along with the Goyo. And just stack it hard. Like on the church area for the end, because they're going to get the wall up if they want to at the end.
Go.
No. Goyo, smoke, Jaeger, Azami. You can fill out the last one. Doesn't really matter. You can do ID. Do a fake roll top.
Okay.
Alright, what cash?
Let's do our, like our fucking, honestly, simulator. Let's just do our 41.
41 lounge.
I like the fact that it's kept strategic. It's not necessarily just a rev up. It's keep it focused, stay locked in. You got 2 more rounds in this half to get to that, you know, probably magical 4 number on the defensive Clubhouse. Do that, you're in a better position. Started well, won the first 2 rounds, but here come Fluxo. They're starting to read SSG a lot better. Early round aggression. But at this point, it's a 4 versus 4. If SSG wanted to, that is actually a point which you can go back to site. You don't have to commit to this kind of roam game. But they opt to commit. They stay in awkward positions. You know, Ashen by himself towards Garage. He's been droned out. He stays instead of going down Oil Pit. Cost him his life. Benja stays lurking around Kitchen. Cost him his life. naturally at that point, then Fluxo have just done so much of the groundwork in the round that you see Newers is like, well, I kind of need to do something. Loses his life 4v1.
5 seconds to go.
Cash and CCTV won in the second round by SSG, and it was a very good round. The 2 rounds that SSG won to begin this map, clinical. Credit to Fluxos, they've been able to refine that form from Chalet very quickly, forcing the timeout of SSG.
Yeah, the dynamic is feeling a little bit akin to Chalet. Of course, it was just the one opening round for SSG, but they looked really good. And then from that point onwards, Fluxo had some phenomenal reads. So for SSG, it's about now being able to adapt themselves. Had an opportunity, of course, for that tack timeout with Callout to have a chat, and it was purely strategic for these next 2 rounds, sensing the importance of the conclusion of this half, as it could well determine their fate here at this event in this elimination match. Top down for Fluxo, map control forfeited. That being said, not fully. There's still 3 players above on this second floor. Benja caught.
And now starting to lose these early battles again, like Chalet. SSG want to play aggressive. They don't want to be ultra defensive. They'll probably feel like that's just going to give easier avenues for Fluxo. But at the same time, if you're losing on these aggression plays, it doesn't matter then. Switch it up. Another opening kill for Fluxo W7M. A 3rd attacking round would be so devastating for the North Americans. Now Paolo can get to work, open up kennels, put pressure towards CCTV. J90 turning his attention rafters from garage door over towards the breach. Faults is there though on the clash, but what this is doing is creating so much space now for Fluxo. They've taken they can get lounge. You can see that SSG are really feeling the pressure and feeling the heat. There's a shoulder on the Loben. Newers will connect. They lose Volts. Back to a 3v3. And Dots is low on health on this blitz. Reloading. But they lose Ashen. Paolo goes nuts again. SSG need to connect, but Volts shot in the back. It's down to J90, but here comes Daddy Paolo. A 3rd straight for Fluxo. 4 rounds away from knocking out Space Station Gaming.
Paolo has been a bit of a sleeping beast here on Clubhouse, but he has awoken. Fluxo W7M as a team have come to life on map 2, and everything that SSG are trying
out of the
is falling short.
Nothing's working. You try and play aggressive now, it's not working. It's starting to look like Chalet again. These last 3 rounds now look like Chalet. Nothing's working. Fluxo are getting the early battles to work. They know that SSG want to try and play a little bit more aggressive rather than playing more towards the site.
Jammer ready to activate.
And Fluxo have played so well in this series. They're the deserving team at this point. 3-2, round 6 of the second map. They deserve to move forward. It's up to SSG now. Turn things around, bring it back, get us to a 3rd map if they feel they're ready for main stage. But right now, with 4 rounds away from Fluxo, they deserve it. Just got to finish the job.
So the muting play then for this basement site, and again, we heard during the tactical timeout that the call for this particular objective was let's anchor fake roam if you want. So let's see how SSG now try to deploy that.
Bother fake roaming at this point of your SSG. You're probably going to lose someone. Just all 5 stay basement.
But they pretty much are, right? They've deployed that utility up above to maybe draw Fluxo in and try and waste them more time so that they can bolster the anchor. It doesn't really look like it's been played into all too much, though. No. So unfortunately for SSG, this setup is not being particularly effective. When you think about the lurk over towards Strip already from Loben, there's pressure over towards Blue Hatch. The top 4 is just untouched.
Yeah, this is now SSG conceding. This is the first time, really, they've conceded now in Clubhouse and say, they're just beating us. We have to play site, basement club. Very winnable. There's going to be a site on Clubhouse where you can play just 5 site, hope for the best. It is this one. They just need a round. They need to reset mentally, go into the half 3-3. So they concede the aggression, they give the full map over to Fluxo. And Fluxo have got the best looking lineup for this kind of play. You've got the Buck, who will just basically have free reign over towards kitchen hallway, kitchen itself. Then you've got the Candelas for the execute. You've got the Monty for the execute. Flashes as well from both hard breaches. And with no warden selected, those will be lethal. Nitrocell thrown out from Ashen. It doesn't connect. It gets shot out. Great reaction from Fluxo.
That's remarkable. That could have been 2 kills for SSG. But now there's a minute 10 on the clock. It's a 5v5. Lots of util on offer for the attack.
And no nitros left.
Win conditions dwindling.
So you got no nitro now for the Monty. The Gaps Papes will be your best utility to delay these pushes towards, you know, for example, bot main. 50 seconds. Let's be real, this feels like must-win territory for Space Station. Dodes out of charges for the Skeleton Key.
It'll be a kitchen drop here. Flames to stall it out initially, but there's still time available for the Brazilians.
2 gas babes to throw him, 1 bot main, 1 towards Moto. He's got 1 left.
30 seconds, time ticking down. Dots, when do you make your move?
You probably go once these flames are extinguished, no? Volps has actually dropped into Moto. Loban bot main forced back by the final gas babe. Are they even aware of Volps' position? Dots has now made the drop. J9O is going to push out of the smoke and try and take close contact against Dots. He's trying to push straight into him. 2, 3 kills go the way of SSG. They surround Dots on the Monty. They were so quick. Once Fluxo made their move, SSG responded. Flawless in the end. The bunker down, basement works, all tied at the half.
There we go.
Jumper
SSG.
off for Benja.
It's getting hot. It's getting hot. Well, they found their trigger point in that round as a defensive unit to push forward. We saw good disruptive utility. The attack got cordoned off. They weren't able to split it effectively, and as a team, it allowed the lights of J9O to push forward. It meant that the Monty was isolated, and that may well be one of the better rounds, maybe even the best round we've actually seen from SSG over the course of this series in terms of raw teamwork and their ability to respond to their opposition. 3-3, the scoreline. They remain a chance.
Yeah, but they go into the attack now. They back to Chalet, only managed 2 attacking rounds at a map that offers more attacking prowess typically. SSG coming into today were the 2nd best rated attacking team at the tournament though. As we look at the highlights from the previous play, again, just the ability for them to go 3-2-1 as a team, all push in, understand what they all need to do. Ashen trying to get the team pumped up. Ben just taking the jumper off. SSG now locked in for this second half.
Well, a picture tells 1,000 words, and this is a big extension from Fluxo to open up this defensive half. They want to test SSG. They want to try and get under their skin. Try and shatter their confidence, or at least disrupt it a little bit, because they've been able to find that maybe and re-akin that over the last couple of rounds. So it's mirror invested top 4. You've got Castle in play. There's tracks on offer. SSG have plenty of tools to deal with this. They've got the Deimos for info. They've got Ashen on the striker, so good utility on offer for him. There's maybe even a world in which Fault here does drone dirt and makes the call as the IGL. Let's pivot. Let's go direct. Could that be a false sense of security, though? Is that maybe what Fluxo want in this round?
I mean, that drone, if it was to go through, will find absolutely no one in sight. And Faults might then just play off of this very quickly and go for a quick plan. As long as he's got bodies close by, I mean, the Vulcan canister is going to delay. But again, then, once this gets popped, do you just go back drone, look for more information? Now, the push from Palu came from Oil Pit. He makes his way back towards the site. He's the first one back for Fluxo.
Reaching sequence activated.
But it doesn't seem to me that SSG are fully aware of the fact that, yeah, this is entirely clear. Besides one. Saying that, they are going direct. They lose Benja, though. Gets caught by Volps. He's made his way back to site now. In fact, that's what Fluxo really all should be doing. You've got that pick. Go back. Play site. Dots through the hatch, playing as if he's an attacker. Palu trying to take the battle over towards AK, and Volps is now going for the plant, and this should be successful. It will go down for SSG. And that means now shield up for the Blackbeard of Faults.
Dots needs to have impact. He's finding it so hard to push forward, but it's now 4-3.
They lose Newers. If they can clear out this dirt possession, it becomes very winnable for Fluxo. Dots will go down, and so does Dodes. And they combine J90 and Faults for SSG. The direct hit will be successful. They take basement on the attack.
Wow, that's a big call for Faults to make in that round.
Great drone work, good discipline, good info, and then also to execute.
Yeah, great commit. Love the stack over towards blue. It then meant that when they got the dash across and the AK plant was going down, great coverage. Dots could not dash across and deny that plant. And even with a man advantage in the post, positionally far superior for Space Station. They make it work. They now lead.
Cash and CCTV for the 8th round. As you mentioned, SSG now lead for the first time since the 2nd round on Clubhouse. The map pick of Fluxo. And they're just starting to believe. Faults leading the way. 8-3, big play in that previous round.
10 seconds left.
Everyone positive for SSG except for Benja. Benja 1-5 struggling. He's had a couple of opening deaths. Hasn't really been able to get going in this match. But if he does, he could be the circuit breaker for SSG. So now for Fluxo though, you're on defense. Bring the clash. Bring a couple of trap ops. You've got the Fenrir. You've got Lopen on the Thorn. Just play sight. Force SSG to have to clear you out. And you're giving them opportunities like in that last round where they can play direct, good drone work. They will abuse that. So force SSG to have to beat you instead of giving them the avenue for free.
Special charge, pre-clear.
Again, the Capital banned out, so this will test SSG strategically. Will they opt to go Jacuzzi across, eventually posture up for the con hit, or do they mix it up and somehow get the Monty involved for a Rafters clear? At least initially, Util is being invested on the opposing side of the map, and drone work over towards the triangle defense on offer here from the defense. As I say that though, J90 is still posturing and lurking over towards Garage, just trying to keep this defense honest. Kind of traps Dodes in this position where he needs to stay Rafters and can't aid elsewhere.
He has to, because Breach is open as well, and Faults is watching it. They don't have to have the Capital, which is banned out, by the way, to clear out Rafters. Send the Monty up, force Dodes to try and get back over to that window position. Bam, Faults has then got a good angle to get that kill. The problem is a bit of this barbed wire, the utility. Dodes just peeked the window, by the way. He just literally gave up Rafters. Gave Rafters up to Faults. They lose Newers, so they've lost the Deimos on the other side of the map, but Rafters control established for SSG.
Reloading.
Aggressive clash shield here from SSG.
Well, it's in response to losing Rafters.
From Fluxo, rather. SSG will need to go for the clear. 70 seconds now on the clock. Dots is flashed. He peels back. Wall, though, to be opened up, and a route towards default will become available.
Benja on the balcony in a good position that if Dots... Oh, he's just jumped out. Dots is outside. They're going for the pinch. Benja got the kill onto Lopen despite the clash in his face. What a huge play from Benja. Fluxo went for a power play to clear out the subroof, and Benja was able to get the shot. They lose the Monty, finally deal with Benja, and suddenly, though, now advantage Fluxo.
J90 on the ground. Can SSG salvage this attacking attempt?
But they still got to get the plant. And here comes Dots now.
Shield down.
Shield down. SMG up from Dots. Flux is on at the breach, but he can't find an angle. Needs to push in. Help out. Got the revive on the J90. He's back up. He's now down. Faults gets rid of Bastion. What a clear. What a round from Fluxo.
That was an awkward stalemate at the end of the round, but it's Fluxo, W7M, to find the win con. Great play from the Clash, and a timeout from Norris.
Forte dinheiro. Perfeito, perfeito, na mesma linha. Agora, o que eu queria fazer em cima, vocês só tem que ficarem atentos com uma coisa. É muita informação porque eles estão muito espalhados. Só que vocês têm que entender que tanto nós da defesa do dinheiro, Forte Switch, quanto a academia, que pra mim eu quero hold dinheiro, do jeito que tinha conversado, nenhuma delas eles conseguem dominar as duas pontas ao mesmo tempo.
Eles conseguem dominar onde?
Porque tem pouco recurso, então não fiquem se movendo, tá ligado? É literalmente para e existe assim, ó. Aí o cara vai ficar bank, ace, tudo. Beleza.
Mano, papo
aí
reto
daqui a pouco eles vão comer, vai comer na trap, vai comer no cruzado.
Pode loucura, mas não sei, tipo... Mano, deixa eu falar, rapidão, Lobão, um segundo. Eu acho que a gente vai à academia com Mira e queima o Termitável pra fora, mano. É que depois a gente bane Termite e vai à academia. Então, vamos fazer agora. Aproveita queimando tudo. Pode ser?
All tied up heading into gym bedroom. What a round for Fluxo W7M as we go to the highlights. I thought at this moment here, it's a 4v3 to SSG. Dots is forced back into Con, got tagged up, and they lost J90. Then they started to lose a bit of position as the clash of Dots was able to rotate from Con over to CCTV. Volts could never really do much from the breach. Power play from the clash, and a big comeback in that round for Fluxo W7M. And we are all tied heading into the 9th round over to gym bedroom.
Starting to reach boiling point in this matchup. It feels like any big moment from this point onwards could be a big difference maker.
Located a bomb.
Let's see what Bedroom has in store as SSG pivot a little bit into this round. They'll bring the Monty in exchange for the Blackbeard. Yin in exchange of the Ash. Dog could be also in play to aid on map clear.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
As for that last time out, again, sponsored by Maria, thank you very much.
Reload!
For the next round, Volps saying, let's do gym and burn the thermites outside. We'll see how impactful that ends up being. They do bring the mirror to help aid in that and a couple of impacts to assist.
We'll get the full translation from Norris as well to come shortly.
Cool. It did seem incredibly tactical, right? I mean, quite literally pointing at diagrams in terms of the strats that they have laid out. So not too worried about fundamentals or mental or any of that element at the moment.
Oh, well, there's a delay with the Zoto canister from Dodez over towards Kennels.
Nitro sold from Palu as well, pre-ripped bathroom. I do wonder if that's for Jacuzzi as well on the opposing side of the map. That too could be intriguing. In the meantime though, Monty taking ground Garage.
Now, this is the risk though that Fluxo do run by trying to delay the opening of this breach, which now has been successful, is you play a deeper forward position. Unfortunately for SSG, with this Monty, you can force them back. This is what we've just seen. Dodez has stayed though. And Volts then gets caught because he came back to help out. So he got kind of baited back in by Dodez's positioning deep inside a cache. And Dodez, funnily enough, is the one that gets away. Volts is just trying to help his teammate, got picked by Ashen. Logic Bomb rings out, SSG with the opening kill. And now an advantage heading into the site, but they lose Benja. Again, Benja goes down.
That con hold from Fluxo. And Loban specifically, really good. Brings it back to a 4 versus 4. SSG with a semblance now of map control. It's neutralized across the board. 60 seconds, even man count. Who steps up in this big moment now?
I mean, you say it's neutralized, but Ashen's low. Time starts to dwindle down. They haven't even opened up Jacuzzi properly. It's an absolute mess. And you've got Loban playing towards Jim on this Azami with 2 keeper barriers in pocket. Fluxo are winning this round right now. It might be a 4 versus 4, but SSG are going to have to do something incredible. They've got 1 Candela as well for Newers, and he goes for the drop logistics. Dano will peek the window in towards bedroom, can't find an angle. Falls, how does he get involved? Breaks the keeper barrier. Loban almost caught, and in the end, it's a Nitro Shot from Palu onto Falls. Ashton falls, he was low, and it's only down to Newers. 20 seconds, and they need a miracle clutch from Newers. Needs to win a 1 versus 2. Has 1 smoke, knows where 1 is, but Palu from the bathroom sits him down. Fluxo take the lead once again as they go 5-4 up.
And what they've done there is play perfectly into what Norris outlined in the tactical timeout. The key takeaway being, let's not completely run around headless. Let's not over-aggress. Let's be happy for them to play into the late round win conditions, especially the traps. And we saw that, for instance, the Fenrir late round, the impact of the Izami as well, limiting playmaking opportunities. They also dealt with the hard breach, which was mentioned previously as well. Jacuzzi, not a position that SSG could enter. There were so few avenues towards that objective, towards creating site pressure. and it allowed the anchor play there to be really clean. 5-4 the scoreline. It's basement. The site typically looked at as strongest here on Clubhouse for the defense. And SSG now, if they want to scathe off the threat of Series Point, must win it on the attack.
They did so to begin the second half. We'll need to do so once again. The clash banned out, though, does mean Faults can roam a little bit more freely on the Monty. They've lost the Thermite. Probably not the end of the world, all honesty, for SSG. I don't think they'll be too phased by that. Dodes on the Scopos will offer flexibility for Fluxo. But they have the kind of composition where it's an easy fallback play site. I would just be saying to Dodes, play the Scopos, do what you want, transfer back if you can, and we'll even just play 5v5 on site if we need to. This doesn't need to be a full commit for Fluxo. If it is, it could open up a pathway for SSG. Let's switch the Monty to the Blackbeard, by the way, at the last second.
Yep. Can't help but shake the feeling that this site will be determined a long way away from the objective itself.
And the rafters here for the Scopos typically is like peak doorway. If you don't get much, transfer. You don't typically see the Scopos try and leave rafters manually, running back over towards CCTV. So it's kind of a one and done here for Dodes in this position.
Still support though on the second floor elsewhere. Loban Jim. Grenade secret. Just pushes Palu back.
Grenade for a Kiba barrier. You take that if you Palu. Oh, got a bit of damage onto Newers. They still haven't moved yet, Dodes. He's still sitting rafters as well. SSG have gotten stock control through Newers, but that's about it. Ashen and Faults, though, are lurking dirt. We saw that dirt push last time for SSG, which was successful.
Seen it once before, but will they commit again? This time, though, with the smoke in play up close for Fulps, this is his moment. And just stalling out this push.
Yeah, this is wonderful. By the time that frag grenade does nothing, clears the barbed wire, actually, and then the push forward through the smoke. Almost caught Fulps off guard. He had a bit of help from behind in dots. Takes a tiny amount of damage and does still maintain one gas babe for the final 90 seconds of this round. Not a bad little push, though, for SSG. They captured Dirt, but Dots will capture Ashen. And Palu now over towards Garage.
There is a drone over towards Garage. Ashen can watch that.
Dodes is, by the way, still top floor roaming over towards Con. But he does get tagged out. Doesn't matter. Beats out Benja, who goes down again. 2 and 8 for Benja.
And Dodes back to church. Second shot.
Oh, this
Palu
is done.
This is Series Point, surely.
This should be 6-4 in the books. Barring a catastrophe. They don't know, bit of damage. There's Dodes, though. Transfer back down. It's flawless from Fluxo W7M, who have now got 2 Series Point opportunities against Space Station to knock them out of the Six Invitational.
You know it's a good round when you can just adjudicate the body language from Norris. He is really pleased with how that has worked out. They counteract the dirt play from SSG that round. They get really good value from the Scopos. They committed hard. You mentioned typically we see the Scopos came back, but a bought time for Loban to come across and help. Advanced position from Palu, who's in the blind spot of that drone because he doesn't overcommit. It forces plays elsewhere. The round was already over. Fluxo, W7M have looked red hot this series.
2 opportunities to book their place main stage at the Adidas Arena to take on Furia. To knock out Space Station, which would leave Wildcard as the sole remaining North American team. 6-4. Do or die now for SSG. You have to go for broke. You have to go for big plays. Overwhelm Fluxo. Don't be scared of the moment. Embrace it. This is what you play all year for.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Double digits for Palu and Loban. Both doubling up. None for SSG. Closest is Faults, who now plays the Blitz. And this is looking pretty default in nature for Fluxo. Dodes will be in a good position over towards Rafters. On the Azami, they'll put pressure over towards Gym Bedroom. What's the response from SSG? What do they try to clear? Do they go across and try and play into this extension of Fluxo?
Yeah, potentially.
Also, get Bender away from that balcony, please. I can't see him die there again.
Yeah, he's on the Bravo for this particular round. I love this adjustment from SSG. Will be really good counterplay onto the Fenrir and the Malusi, but the first one gets dismissed.
Trying to open up Jacuzzi, which will be successful.
Every entry point has been laid with trap utility here from Fluxo W7M. I can't help but shake the feeling that Benja may be not getting as much value from the clutch drones as he really needed in this round.
He'll take over from where Benja was playing in the last few rounds. Takes the sub-roof position just outside CCTV and gone. Ashen finds the opening kill onto Lopen. They need him to rise to the occasion. Palu pops the Vulcan canister, which meant Fultz couldn't actually aggress onto him, and it allows Palu to escape through Con back over to Cash. Well played from him. Good use of the utility.
Dots has been flashed out several times, and SSG haven't been able to net this kill. I don't know if they're aware of this position.
Big pick from Benja, by the way, though, onto Dodes. That has cleared rafters. They've got garage control with still a minute left. If SSG won with the two-player advantage, you don't have to commit now into these Fluxo players. Drone, followed by the Nitro of Dots, doesn't hit anyone, taking the battle towards the balcony, but then Ashen from Logistic gets two. Needed that. They will stay alive at least for one more round. One more opportunity. We go to the final round of regulation on Clubhouse.
That's nice from SSG. That's really good.
Got to do it again, though.
Great.
Means nothing if you don't do it in this round to follow.
Yeah, absolutely. The map clearance was clean. Con, they were able to deal with Dots. Space Station Gaming with some really good work on that wave clear. Keeping Fluxo honest.
Go Gym Bedroom, and where Fluxo looked so good in that 9th round. Do it again, play how they did last time, and this could be a 7-5. SSG will have to play this a little differently. I think at this point, you just stay on the blitz. You've been playing a lot of Blackbeard. You tried around with the Monty. That didn't work either. But you found success with the blitz. Maintain it, hold it, bring it again for Fultz.
Yeah, you really want to leverage.
Oh, he goes Blackbeard.
I mean, it's 6
there's nothing wrong with it, but I'm just saying it hasn't necessarily been working in the grand scheme of things.
Sure.
Different site, though, of course, but...
Again, irrespective of who you play for Fultz, he has a big responsibility in this round. Not only is it the IGL and calling shots, but with the Clash band out, it offers an opportunity for him to gain ground, to gain ascendancy around the map.
This is the change-up lineup-wise for Fluxo compared to last time on Gym Bedroom. They drop the Mirror. They also drop the Fenrir. They bring the Smoke, and they brought the Warden.
I love the Warden selection. We've seen SSG lean into the Ying on a couple of occasions now.
Another big extension towards Garage, though.
Loben likely needing now to commit.
From J90.
Yeah. I don't foresee Loben getting out of this position. He needs to take at least one with him.
Well, he does have a rotate option available here, so he can slip very quickly back into CCTV. Bolts is there.
Oh, he does get out.
Do that. But he also didn't stay there long either.
Sure.
So he didn't really commit rafters and then try and get out late. He just goes super early. That brought attention of SSG, so they've cleared rafters. But it means it's a longer entry into the building. Dodes is still holding towards Cash, playing this angle. Send the Blackbeard first. Good play from Fultz. But it's Loben that finds the early kill onto Ashen.
Back to site, boys.
Back to site. And this might be the end of SSG without Ashen, who's been their best player all tournament long. This is going to be difficult, needing now someone from the core 4 left alive to stand up.
And we're seeing keeper barriers now on site itself because Loben was able to get back towards objective. Good util clearance onto the Goyos from SSG. They at least have time on their side. And space, yes.
Newest finds a pick from the balcony. Fultz inside of Con. J90 there as well. So with the map control they have, with the time left in the round, SSG bring it back to a 4v4 and suddenly have good spacing, but no Jacuzzi opened up.
And it's double Nitro for Fluxo. If these land, it will be the difference maker for the defense.
Newest poking and prodding. Fultz now bringing his body over towards Jim, looking for the vault in. Hasn't done it just yet. Doesn't want to commit. J90 blocked off by these gas babes. Again, there's still a minute. Newest though tagged up, trying to take this angle fight against Dots.
No more gas, babes. They lose J90 though. And now the push in from Volts. They go all or nothing. Balls to the wall here for SSG. Volts found the kill onto Volts though. Can he go for the plant successfully? Turns his back. Benja now deep inside a bedroom. Here comes Fluxo though on the pushback. Benja, he needed to arrive, and he does do so. Makes amends as SSG force overtime.
That coverage was absolutely spot on. SSG deny the ability for those nitros to have impact. That was one hell of a grind, a meat grinder at that, to get into the site, but they get the job done. Overtime required SSG to continue here on attack.
Benja was having a very, very difficult time in regulation. Up to that point, 4-8-0-3 on entry, and he just goes back deep inside a bedroom, finds the double. And that's what he's capable of as SSG stay above water. But they got double attack inside of overtime. Job's not done yet. Fluxo will go straight to basement on the defense as we reach fever pitch in this elimination game. To SSG have it within them to find these rounds, needing at least one attack to get them to the third map of which is Border, a very strong map for Space Station Gaming. Fluxo need to get the job done here in overtime.
So double shield for SSG in this round, and I think for them tactically, this round is a real challenge. We've seen Dirt work the first time out. We saw elements of it in the second, but it was countered by Fluxo, who once again are going to bring the Scopos. So for SSG, they have to make a definitive call in this round. Are we finally going to go for a full map clear, try and collapse onto this roam, try and deal with the Valkyrie cameras and the other potential trapped utility that has been littered around the map? Or instead, do they try and be concise again, try and play compact and go direct? Tactically, there's a big decision to be made here by Fault and the rest of the SSG roster.
I don't think they can go dirt and focus again, though. It's twice they've done it in a row. Worked the first time, that's great. Second time, Fluxo catch on to it.
No smoke this time, though. So an asterisk on that. Well, it'd be interesting. If SSG still go for it, it might actually be challenging to counter.
But Dots is there with the Vulcan canisters playing dirt anyway, so that kind of ends up doing a similar effect. Newers drops in Logistic. They might go for a pinch towards Cash. Ashen top main. Bolts, by the way, is bottom main stairs, and at any moment could go for a peek. He's watching cams. He's actually got a Valk cam top main stairs. Clearing out a drone.
Something to note as well, Dodes is currently watching his second Scopos inside of Garage, has the ability to transition to that if required.
Saw just then how deep Dots was over towards Dirt. There's a drop down into Oil Pit on the push back to site.
Oh, this is spicy. So Volps will lurk far away from site. His goal is to hit the timing late round.
He's the only one not in basement right now for Fluxo.
Yeah. Oh, that's a shallow drone. I am hazarding to guess that that has not been spotted out.
Dots loses his life to Benja. Advantage SSG to kickstart overtime. Still need to be mindful of Volps. Cannot forget about where he's playing.
Volts actually jumped on the camera temporarily, but Volps caught a good timing.
Oh, chance for Newers through the floorboards. Here comes Volps though, through strip. This could make or break the start of overtime. The push now from Volps is now slowly making his way, and it seems as if it will be ultra successful. A little trigger discipline, one pop and two. Sits them both down. A wonderful flank from Strip as Volps has been able to change the complexion of overtime. Newers gets one and Volps gets a second. And with 30 seconds left, 2v2 still winnable for SSG despite that flank from Volps.
But the plant from this position, surely improbable for SSG. They're forced to go deep. Maybe they cover. Newers with a big task, 1v2.
You've got to cover, but Palu hits the headshot. Volts now down and out, and it is once again match series point for Fluxo W7M.
They fire up in OT. Phenomenal work on the defense. They commit big time in the flank. You can see Volps,
what a
sigh
play.
of relief. He knows, the entire team knows. That round is centered around him. He needs to hit the timing. He does so. SSG, 5 members up. No one flicks the cam at the appropriate time if they had one in position because it did get moved. They're unaware. They get caught out. 2 kills. Bang.
Didn't rush it either in that situation. He just goes tap, tap.
He actually was blindsided on the first one. He didn't see Bender at all.
I'm pretty certain where we got cut there in the highlights. It looked like he didn't, but I think originally as he pushed in, I think he just saw like the upper shoulder. I could be wrong, but it definitely seemed as if he was aware. Big play from Volps. Those are the kind of plays that have such big consequences.
And again, Siege can be such a game of super fine margins. I kid you not. Just before Volps went for that flank, I was looking across at our overhead. Volps jumped on the drone half a second before Volps made his initial move. It could have played out so differently if SSG had somebody committed to flank watch knowing there was a player strip side.
So it's down to this. Space Station, you're going to win 2 rounds straight. You're knocked out of SI. Fluxo W7M will get 2 more opportunities to close it out on Clubhouse. They had 3 chances. Sorry. Was it 3? Yeah, no, 2 chances back in regulation. They were up 6-4. So 2 more opportunities here now in overtime. No surprise, we go straight to basement here for SSG. And it worked out really well last time when they committed 5 to site. Ashen wants to get rid of a few drones, won't want to stick around too long. Reloading. Lewis will do the same towards Secret, try and get a drone or 2, then fall back.
Down another wall.
Yeah, nice work there from Ashen, able to chip away a little bit that drone economy. His utility late round could be a difference maker when you think about triple wall.
It's the same lineup as the last round in regulation. Defense for SSG. The only change, instead of the mute, they now have the tuber out.
Blue hatch pressure. Palu waiting to pounce. 12 kills on club. He's been really good this series.
And for Fluxo, same lineup, except instead of the Monty, they have the Blackbeard. So small changes from these 2 teams heading into this overtime match point round. Fully committed to site now for SSG. 5v5. And let's be real, in these scenarios on this site in a 5v5 heading into the final minute, just comes down to who can hit your shots.
Yeah, util layering could be a big difference maker though. No Warden in play, lots of flashes, 4 Candelas up. Range hard breach could come into play as well for triple wall. Fluxo,
but you got the Zodo canisters for that.
Yeah, sure. Zodos, there is a Nitro. Double gas babes as well from Fluxo. The counterplay on offer from both teams right now, it really does feel like it's on a knife's edge.
It certainly is. Zodo canister, not used by the way for Kitchen. It is very much to delay triple from being opened up towards Church. 1 Nitro for Ashen. 2 gas babes still for Faults as well. 40 seconds is all that maybe is left for SSG at 6 Invitational. Have they got the ice in their veins? Heading into what is now the execute phase of Fluxo.
They've gotten some good deep information, Fluxo W7M. Now is the time to action it.
The drop will come through the kitchen hatch. Full flash though up above in kitchen. Will delay slightly. Flames still down below as well. You've got Lopen towards main stairs. 10 seconds. So time now very much becomes a factor here for Fluxo. Drop down from dots, unsuccessful. Connecting with the Nitro was Ashen. 4 seconds left. Volps has got onto the kit, will stick the plank, gets off though because J9O pushed up. As time expires, SSG's bunker defense holds on strongly and we go to all 15 rounds of Clubhouse.
Really great defense there from SSG. They did a really nice job to play into utility. The name of the game, the Flames stalled out the push. The Nitro from Ashen forced the reclaim of the diffuser, and then the push forward following that pressure up.
I want to see that team flash again over towards Kitchen because I swear someone's not hit that through the hatch and it's just flashed. Poor old Dot before he could make the drop. That just bought a bit more time for SSG. Volps knew at that point he's getting swung anyway. Played the time really nicely. Fluxo in the end just gave themselves little room for error.
Yeah.
With the time against them towards the end of that round. But as it stands, SSG still need to find an attacking round. Cash and CCTV, though, was won successfully by them in the 11th round on the attack. They won their last 2 attacking rounds to close out regulation. Seeing off 2 elimination points, they need to do so again for the last time on club, or they're out. 15th round, second map. Is it Border, or is it SSG out of SI? It's one or the other.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah, back in round number 8, Fluxo W7M did successfully defend site. But when you cast your mind back to that defensive round, the clash was monumental in being able to have site presence and control late round. Now that that's been stripped away, taken off the board with the additional ban from SSG, and we've seen this already play out once, it's increasingly challenging for Fluxo W7M. So I think SSG actually go into this round rather confident that they can try and replicate that success from last time out. Double primary hard breach. They have the Deimos, so Benja will be given a license to maybe vert from down below. Can help flush out map across. Could even pressure side as well from Lounge. And then on the side of Fluxo W7M, they've brought some really good anchor tools. You think about smoke top, red late. You've got the Warden who can be pretty adaptable as well. And it's a triangle defense here, looking to immediately contest Jacuzzi side.
It's all or nothing time. Can't be scared of the moment. Can't be scared of what's about to come your way. Play the win! And Lopen just overstepped ever so slightly. Ashen finds the opening kill for Space Station as Dots will still maintain his position inside of Jim. Despite getting droned out, wants to still hold Jacuzzi. An early pick, an early advantage, but it's not round 1 just yet. Here comes Benja with the death mark. On to Dots, pushing back through Bedrick. Benja wants to peek the window. Palu in the gas babe. He's forced back. He wanted to get aggressive. Faults over towards main stairs. But Dodes has retaken Jim. Benja at the window. Connects a huge shot, but he's now down but not out. Can get revived later in the round. The Nitro came from Dots. It's the last one that they had, and there's only one gas babe for Faults.
They are refusing to give up Jim side control.
Revive. It will come through. It's a 5v3.
Yeah.
Dot's staying inside of Jim. He's basically saying, I will die here or I will kill you here. 1 minute left in the round as SSG are trying to force map 3 to stave off elimination, and it's looking very, very likely for the North Americans. They've been able to bring it back from 4 elimination points. As great as Paolo has been, surely even this is beyond him.
SSG full map control now. It comes down to the con side here. Deimos peppering below. Volts, Palu so low on HP. They need to hold on for a full 30 seconds. It seems impossible.
Get ready for the Ashen Scream. For the North Americans to rise off their chairs in celebration as they're getting this map 3 well and truly. Bobs, oh, never mind. Keeps it alive. There's absolutely no chance they lose it. Surely not. As Volts is on 1 HP, 10 seconds left. Benja and Newlands, you've got to finish this. You cannot collapse like this at the Six Invitational. There is no way, and indeed, no way. SSG, by the skin of their teeth, have managed map 3. Volts, a heroic effort, but it falls oh so short. Border is required. SSG stave off elimination.
I don't know what I'm meant to say. There's no words in the dictionary that can summarize the end of that map. But Border's required. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
welcome back, everybody. I mean, my God, what a series. What a way to end that for SSG to win. But I have to take a look at round 8 because it was a great showcasing of the new feature of how Clash can lay down her shield and still put out that electricity. Now, Dots understands that there is a player already down behind the bomb. He understands that nothing can be done here because Ashen is outside still on the rafters, but that's the sound cue that he's waiting for, because the second he hears Ashen jump through to try to go to revive onto J90, he is going to plant himself to then essentially render the shields useless with that electricity going out. You're going to see the second Ashen jumps in, Dots understands this is my time. Let me lay down this shield. Let me render these shields useless. Not to be able to make anything happen from this position. And you can clearly see with the position that he is taking, this now sets up Palu to be able to go for this cross. If anyone tries to run on top of him, then you are seeing, then you are seeing this cross being held. You are seeing now Volps swing into red to be able to hold down that red hull for Fultz to be able to swing into, and Dots is now having this control, feeding this info to Palu, to Volps, to just be able to play off of. And as it progresses, it's just a slaughter. J9 goes down, Ashen falls, Fultz falls, and this round and this showcasing of the new feature in how Clash is played, I mean, great heads up from Dots, but it's simply not enough. But we have to take a look at that last round.
Absolute devastation if you're a Fluxo W7M fan. So close, but also, I mean, you and I were just standing literally right off camera staring at SSG as I'm hearing Jake Xenox and Diddy go in the background. Hang on a second, surely they can't do this. How close was it?
It was so stressful in the last rounds. I mean, to be in a 1-on-5 situation, to get it all the way down to 10 seconds, it looked like a moment that Volps could easily have made it happen. A highlight reel clip potentially with such low HP to put it to a 1v1 and to finally get it taken off the board. Volps did his absolute best, not only in that round, but throughout the whole series. And you can see how devastated he looks, how tired he must be after his performance throughout this whole first 2 maps of the best of 3. And now we go to a 3rd map, and the mental aspect of this game is something that we know SSG is good at handling, but a team like Fluxo W7M, when they're doing their best and it's getting shut down, it's so exhausting.
Yeah, it is. And one of the comments we made at the very start of the series, right, was Fultz and Benjamaster. Benjamaster so quiet for the first half of that map, but boy did Fultz turn out. Benjamaster starts to come in at the end. This is what makes teams, they transition from good to great.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what you need, especially going into the last map. I mean, you can't take anything away from this entire series. This was both teams fighting tooth and nail for every bit of control, every gunfight to go in their favor. And the fact that SSG, and as we're talking about that mental, to be able to close it out, to be able to bring it back, regardless of that falling from a 1v5 into a 1v1, to get over that hurdle and the players coming alive, this is a recipe for success to be able to go into this map 3.
I mean, after that round 2 that we saw, SSG is showing how mentally sound and safe they are when it comes to losing big rounds. I mean, everything in that round 12 looked very set. And a flank from Volps, again, the man that we keep talking about, to be able to get around for Fluxo W7M. For SSG, it doesn't seem like they get tired at any moment. Despite how the rounds go, despite the situation, the time length, they are sitting there, happy, smiling, ready to get into a 3rd map.
Speaking of that 3rd map, we're pretty much ready to go. Just a quick update from the B stream. Weibo have just been knocked out by Team Secret on the opposite side of the booth. Well, Newers is waving, so we'll wave off. We will leave you in the capable hands of the 2 casters from Australia.
Thank you very much, boys. Wonderful breakdown on the desk. That was one hell of a way to end Clubhouse.
It's not moving.
Required, and it's a 50-50.
It certainly is. The 3rd map to decide our final team for main stage. A ridiculous comeback from Space Station on Clubhouse, but the job not done. One of these 2 will be eliminated, the other to move forward to the main stage. So it comes down to this. The final map before the main stage of Six Invitational 2026. Fluxo, SSG, one map to decide their fate.
I still feel like I'm recomposing myself after the conclusion of Club. Perhaps you're just joining for map 3, jumping across from Secret and Weibo. It literally came down to a 1v1 after a 5 versus 1 clutch attempt for Fluxo to knock out SSG, but they were able to hold on in the 15th round. And now we jump into the chaos that is so often Border. The bans for the first half, it's Thatcher, Brava, Azami, Kaid.
And I want to quickly take this time as we're heading into the third map, 2 maps now completed, to look at some of the statistics. And it's crazy to think we're going to a third map when I read some of this out. Palu's 27-12, 2-0 entry, 75% cost through 2 maps. Loban's 20-12. Dota's is 20-18. And Volt's is 16-17. No one on the side of SSG has more than 16 kills. That's crazy. But Ash and Faults, Newers and Benja are all either 15 and 16 kills. So they've been quite of an even spread for Space Station across the 2 maps. And Ashen is 8-4 on entry, continues to be the best entry player at Six Invitational. But he's got a 17% survival rate, which is the lowest out of the 10 players in this series. As we head to Border, SSG will begin on the attack. This map is the best attacking map that we have in the pool for this event.
Get a good look at
So Palu off the yellow ping of Benjo coming straight through front entrance, almost had a headshot angle onto Dots. Wanting to bring the aggression early for SSG, has even seen a drop down. Palu's gone straight down main stairs to try and contest Benja. He'll make his way back up. And the big thing is, off the end of Clubhouse, who can just capture the composure first?
Yeah, absolutely. Fluxo were disappointed. They weren't able to get the job done. And Space Station, there may be a sense of feeling lucky to be in this position. Nonetheless, though, a new map and a BO1 shootout to determine each team's fate. So the Thatcher ban is interesting here. It's only been banned on about 2.5% of occasions so far, or somewhere in that realm, very close to. And I do wonder, is that something that Fluxo have identified in terms of, you know, SSG going for direct approaches? They want to enable nitros, for instance, as well. We'll wait and see.
Opening pick for Ashen goes very much to script. He's now 9-4 in that category, and it's on to Volves, who was almost the hero at the end of Clubhouse. No more gas bags available for Fluxo. Dot's getting aggressive. Oh, he's just spotting the elbow. Oh, Faults. Faults is now going to rappel in towards the balcony. Fluxo going to be forced back towards site. Armory Archives, the opening site here for the first round of Border.
Drone ready to be deployed.
So far, so good for SSG. All back to site now for Fluxo. Not able to contest the roam game now. This is going to give SSG space to push in towards the site.
Magnets will protect us.
Final catch deployed here from Loban. Impact grenade, second, I think. No, does not hit the mark. Secondary hard breach open. Dots under immediate pressure. Loban falls.
Should be dead here. Up close, indeed. Faults gets 2 off of that breach being opened up. Wonderful start for SSG. Down to Dotas and Palu. Palu's been so exceptional in the series, but gets caught, tagged up. Asher with a good angle. Faults then also has a decent angle, but it's Newers that found the kill. And Dotas by himself means that we get off to an SSG round win to start. And Ashen lets them know all about it.
He's been a little bit quiet. He's been pretty locked in over the course of this series, but good to see the energy levels for SSG are positive. Great opening start, good flush, office across, and Fluxo W7M relying pretty heavily on those anchor positions. You think Fountain, Archives, etc., but the clearance in the util game from SSG was, you know, pretty clean in that round, and they were able to dislodge.
A fun fact here is this is the first time that Space Station are leading the series since the opening round of the first map of Chalet. There's been a couple of hours of gameplay where they've been behind. They saw off 4 elimination points at the end of Clubhouse, winning 4 of the last 5 rounds. Now they start Border with an attacking round win on Armory Archives, a good sign for this team. Fluxo will know this is not a map that is their specialty. 3-4 record over the last 6 months. Their last win a couple of days ago against D+, 8-7, a bit of a battle, a bit of a scrap. They lost it to Oxygen as well, 7-8. So again, not super proficient. On the flip side, 4-1 record for SSG. Their last win 3 days ago against Fluxo W7M.
So the Solace in play for round 2. And Logan to be tasked with finding information. Shotgun late could have maybe impact when you think about potential denial, I suppose, from above. Of course, it is Workshop, the site of choice.
And so, by the way, with, of course, Weibo being eliminated, that's the end of APAC's run, 6 Invitational. If SSG were to win this game, there would be 2 NA teams, 2 EU teams, 2 Brazilian teams on the quest to see which region can get to 4 hammers first.
Minus APAC, who would need to win 4 straight.
For the breach. And well, they're out, so they can't. That's what I just said.
I know.
Second round coming up. Thrown through from Faults. I think this is exactly what SSG need. Finally, they've just been able to refine form at the right time. Able to survive, get to this third map, a map they're comfortable on, feel confident on. Just saw Ashen actually between maps and spoke to him very briefly. He felt very confident going into border. It was. Think about peeking here into Palu. Does he know Palu's tucked in close here inside of Armory? Lots close by as well for extra support. Has a crossfire established, as SSG have been able to take security.
Stand by to witness the punch.
In terms of history and prestige as well, don't forget Faults lifted the hammer back in Six Invitational 2020. So it's been a long time between hammers for him, and he'll be eager now in this IGL role to lift it once more and join a very elite group that have lifted it on multiple occasions. In the meantime, though, round 2, Palu.
Good team pressure there. They got the pinch. Ashen, J9O either side. Faults had an angle. They do lose Ashen. Means that's the Blackbeard down. Response from Volps. He'll then fall off that position and he'll go down to Workshop. Losing the Blackbeard now heading into the site is not ideal for SSG, especially with that clock starting to wind down. And there goes J9O. Here's a response now from Fluxo. This is not just going to be the SSG party on border. Fluxo will give everything they've got. Try and get to main stage, but Dodes losing the peak battle to Newers. Even things up again, heading into the last 25 seconds as the plant will go down inside a server. Drop down on top of the server rack. The Benja, Core, dead, to right. Fluxo able to defend site 1-1.
Yeah, some really nice on-site play there from Fluxo W7M. I think you could make a fair argument that the off-site clear late round pick from Newers, that was great. Long way away from the objective, and the structure on-site for plant denial / immediate pouncing on to the attack, if that plant was secured, was certainly in favor of the Brazilians. So they trade rounds, these two, 1 apiece. Tiebreaker to be the tertiary site of Bathroom and Tellers. Partly got caught early. The initial clear again was actually quite good, off-site. But trying to find a safe plant position and then being able to have the structure to alleviate pressure for even a potential post was clearly too challenging there for SSG. So who can now lead at the conclusion of this particular round? SSG Shield has been a large talking point for them over the course of this series, and it looks like we might potentially see one here for the third. I thought maybe we'd finally see the Blitz, but no. It's the Blackbeard once again, but in different hands this time. Ashton's been freed up to play the Twitch, so False will take responsibility on the BB.
And False was the one who had the responsibility of the Blackbeard for the most part on Clubhouse. Ashton only played it once. But yet, funnily enough, to start border, Ashton playing it twice, so this is kind of reverting more to the norm for SSG. Logan looking to contest, doesn't want to run out, scared about the left side angle, even with the Blackbeard on the right side. Got a canister. Only down to 1 left now for Volt, so he's using these very early into the round. In fact, he's just thrown out his 3rd one. So 2 minutes on the clock, and you got no more Zoto canisters. Only 1 Nitro Cell from Volt, available as utility.
Yeah, and with no Mute in play as well, it does strip away some of the counterplay here onto the Deimos for the remainder of the round. Flash dump Dodez. He escapes the box, but it does now free up a route through security for SSG. They'll exploit that with the Blackbeard.
Loban's still very close, by the way. So not a full fallback from Fluxo. Loban wants to play aggressive, and he got down to Ashen in the convert. Ashen goes down again. 1 and 2 stop for the star of SSG. A great start from Loban, and he pushes despite the Blackbeard in his face. Talk about aggression. Oh, the fallback headshot onto Benja. 4-1 start for Loban. And as new as Falls, it's a 1v5 for Falls.
He avoids
the flawless.
The damage is done, though.
Well, I mean, at the end of Clubhouse, I thought the 1v5 meant the job was done as well. Not counting anything out in this series.
No.
Especially the way that Fault has been playing so far. But shaping up to be a Fluxo round win unless Fault does something absolutely crazy. Getting aggressed now from Fulps inside of security onto Fulps. Taking the battle around the pillar near box. Dots is also there for cover. That's 2-2 split right now for Fluxo. No easy fights here for Fulps. Despite the ping information, Fulps on defaults. 2-1 lead for Fluxo. They retake the series lead with that round win. And Border might just now have a sense of back and forth.
That was a big commit from Loban. If he gets caught there, it's one of those scenarios where you'd be questioning why is he doubling or tripling down in that position, but he hits some absolutely nutty shots there to help assist his team in holding on to that security corner of the map.
Norris has made this a 6v5. Just, he sat down next to them. Timeout,
right,
SSG.
Armory, we're gonna still play it as seen. We can either go tile side or we can go east side. I think east is looking pretty good for us, though. We look for that. Look tiles up from bottom. If it's tellers or when it's vents, what I want to start doing is I'm using tile side. I want to show the east side front early, especially for tellers. Use the grill and work the traps. Then I just want to run a shield up tile side and just crank it straight through Armory. Leave one guy outside of the break door side to pull, and just say fuck the guy CC, fuck the guy wave. And then we can also bring Bulker on vents. So we identify that bandit backbound again. We can take the Habana along with the Capital and EMPs to actually get that wall up and apply some pressure across them. You can start a radio set and rotate back around. They should probably give you E-skin. If they don't, just do any OK that you want off that. Or we can kind of do it if we identify they're stacking too hard off that, you can go outside like that vent CC area, and then we look to use like that tile set, walk off that, kind of just look for more sight pokes.
The final timeout from Callout.
And again, purely strategic, laying out the foundation, their plans going forward here. Couple of operators selected, positioning as well, tiles identified as a key part of the map that they'll look to exploit going forward. Mentions of Capital as well. And so it seems like taken away from that is they want to try and manipulate the positioning of this defense maybe a little bit more.
Don't forget, most attacker-sided map at the event. So for SSG, cannot give up too many of these defensive rounds, or you find yourself playing from behind going into the second half. Hence the early call-out.
Yeah.
Well, the early timeout from call-out. Timeout call-out. Double stack Vulcan canister for a potential rush into Archives.
Round 4 has actually had the highest number of timeouts called per round. I don't know if would that be considered a round 3 or a round 4 timeout.
Yeah,
I think it would be round 4.
Well, I mean, I guess at the end, if round 3 has concluded, you're heading into round 4.
Yes, it's by far and away the most popular round at the event to take a tac timeout.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of early timeouts. Typically, though, in response, of course, if you're, off to a bit of a slowish start. But in SSG's case, being on the attack and things, aren't going perfect, yeah, it's a good time for it. Changing the lineup for SSG. They bring the Twitch this time on Armory Archives. They drop the Buck as well for the Deimos. They bring the Ace instead of the Nomad. Oh no, sorry. It hasn't updated properly on my STP. I should have just looked actually.
Just look up.
Yeah, exactly. Just look up. But frag grenade onto Volts is going to force him back over to Office.
They brought the Capital Amps, that was emphasized over the course of the tag timeout. So Newers will be looking to get rather active in this round, and we'll see how that utility is then deployed to try and disrupt this Fluxo defense.
It is a big change up though, actually, from the first round. And a lot of presence over towards East Airs right now for SSG from Volts and Ashen. Loban lurking below in Towers. On the Solas can get good information. Benj is actually in a good spot here. So maybe cut him off or go for the push and clear him out inside of Towers. Ashen low. Loban's going to be careful here. If he's too busy scanning and over position, it meant that he was susceptible to Benja. Benja tags him up. Oh, what a swing though from Loban. Oh, Benja will be kicking himself. He had the opportunity to find the early kill onto the Solus. Loban finds it back the other way and then is able to retreat and can make his way back up middle. Instead, Alex actually just hold inside a server for now anyway. Advantage for Fluxo.
So SSG now fighting from behind. They still have Ashen to play the front line, but the clash in play complicates this. It compromises the shield, and we see Ashen fall.
Dots can hold. He knows there's one at the window. Little hole in the reinforcement. Not the end of the world. They still have cancel the double. No. Dots got aggressive, thinking maybe there was only the one. Got a bit of help, but Loban finds another shot. Again, the fact that Benja couldn't find that opening kill, Loban will punish him. He's been sensational so far on border, a 7-2 start. And SSG out of the timeout are down to 2 players left with 20 seconds. It's seemingly going to be a 3-1 start on the defense for Fluxo. All that hard work, Clubhouse to get to map 3, a strong map for SSG, but it was never going to be a foregone conclusion. One from Jay Leno, the clash in your face, no time left. He goes searching for more kills, got a tag actually onto Volts. Might have been a team tag, doesn't matter. Round 1 for Fluxo, and they take a 3-1 lead.
Early momentum swinging towards the Brazilians.
And now you don't have that timeout to stop the momentum. You called it, and rightfully so, for the strategy to get back into it. But now you're 3-1 down, no time to break that momentum of Fluxo, except for just winning rounds inside of the server. That was the determining factor of the round.
Has that been 3 tags they failed to convert? Now in the series, like, that's what my gut is telling me. May or may not be correct.
Probably the case.
Certainly not ideal. Whichever way you look at it for SSG.
Fluxo, W7M looking great here on border and on the side where you would probably least expect it.
8 kills for Loban inside the first 4 rounds. And I guess I highlighted it before this match, guys, as we kind of kicked into border, but the actual KD numbers are incredibly in favor of Fluxo. You go to a frag-heavy map like border, yeah, historically, it's been a good map for SSG. But in this series and today, Fluxo's been better in the fragging department. They're just playing better in these duels, and that's the concern right now for SSG. They won club probably more on strategy. Border comes heavily down to these gunfights. And Loban feels the confidence. Playing the Talus window up close. SSG need a round. It cannot go 4-1 down here and giving up this many defensive rounds against Fluxo on border.
So the sense has been introduced into the lineup here for Space Station. Some kind of set play that they're ready to cook up. Newers will be eager to deploy those ROUs. Could suggest something centered around front door. It can also be used above, and that's where we'll also see it.
Oh, the run out from Loban. Well, he is just doing what he pleases. No one can stop him. He's on his own mission. No more ROUs from Newers. Trades in favor of Fluxo. The gunfights continue to go the way of the Brazilians. Ashen, shield down, gun up. Found one back onto Dots. Down to just him and Volts. Volts over, unsuccessful. And it's only Volts left in the 1v3. Nothing working for SSG here on the final map.
they aren't being allowed to set up for these plays that they want to execute when it comes to hitting side. The aggression from Fluxo is not being tamed. And if it continues like this, SSG surely will go home. They need to be able to counteract this going forward. This round surely isn't theirs, and the next feels like it has to be won.
You say all of that, but it already feels maybe job done territory for Fluxo as they're about to put up 4 defensive rounds on the board. Wow. They're ahead massively here on map 3. 4 defensive rounds on board, the most attacker-sided map at Six Invitational. It's not do or die time just yet, and SSG certainly will have the capability of matching it in the second half on their own defense. But my concern is just the fact that they're losing gunfights so often in the series. It's reminding me a lot of Chalet. Back on Chalet, all the opening kills were dominated by Fluxo. The KD stats, it was a 14-3 performance from Palu, 10-5 from Dodez. No one on the side of SSG on the first map of Chalet had more than 5 kills. They got trounced. Clubhouse was a whole different map. Far more tactical, strategical, more compact defenses. Sure, there were gunfights, but not to the aggression of Chalet and Border. And that's the concern right now for SSG. No one's fragging well enough on their team to match what we're seeing from Fluxo. Loban's got 11 kills. He's just doing what he wants.
And here's a not-so-fun fact for SSG about Loban. When you look at the numbers heading into this particular matchup, on attack, Loban had a 108 EPS. He was actually behind that defensively in stark contrast to so many players at the event at 102. So he's been able to tap into something we haven't seen from him at this event so far with some really great defensive counter-aggression.
He's now crossed 30-plus kills in the series, the first to do so, carrying a 130 EPS. He's been the MVP. SSG have got to try and find a way to either avoid him or shut him down. He's the difference right now. No one on Fluxo has got more than 5 kills except for Loban, who's got 11. A difference maker in this first half. Final round on the attack for SSG. They cannot afford to go 5-1 down. It would be so demoralizing and such a long way back on the map of Border.
Ashen laying down the groundwork there with Roteros. 2-4 start for him, but we know he can activate. And he's been impactful in a couple of big moments for SSG. So they'll be looking towards him.
Again, though, spreading the map. Fluxo is spreading the map. They're playing towards security and Brave.
Loban run out!
And Loban run out again.
Oh my.
They're just playing these dangerous positions, and SSG don't know how to enter the building. They don't know where to push in. So then that means it opens up the space for Loban to do these runouts. And then a swing across headshot onto Ashen.
The trade.
At least the trade, 1-for-1 between Ashen and Loban. Honestly, you take that if you're SSG. Vault then clears out Newers. It's just swing after swing on the defense from Fluxo, and SSG don't know what to do. They're not pushing in as a team. They're just staying around the balconies, allowing Fluxo all this map control, all this space to push the windows, to push the doorways. Only Benja left. In a 1v3, now facing a 5-1 deficit. And he will fall, surely, indeed, from above. Volts shuts down Benja. And Fluxo are now 2 rounds away from the main stage at SI.
As we always say, it's a game of 2 halves. But from what we are seeing at the moment, Fluxo, W7M are loving this frag-heavy map of Border. They're forcing a lot of fights. They're able to win them out more often than not. Loban's on a heater. They have so much going their way. SSG will need to meet Fluxo on the edge of the map, try to prevent as much control as possible. But that is clearly, as we've seen demonstrated so far, going to be a really tough task. The bans to come through for this first half as the respective coaches will look to rally their troops. Fluxo W7M, it feels like they are once again in a commanding position akin to map 1 of Chalet as army clash Ying and Twitch to be benched for the remainder of this map. Quick look at Loban. 193 EPS, 13 and 3 KD. He's had impact in almost every round, and to top it off, 3-0 entry. He's been absolutely unstoppable.
I'm going to say, I mean, at this point for SSG, if they're to win this map, book main stage, it's going to be one of the great comebacks that we've seen at an SI, because they just look down and out. They're not winning the frag battles, didn't do so in Chalet, not doing it here. Loban doing as he pleases, and again, just holding these windows, swinging these doorways, run-outs from Loban. They just couldn't even get into the building. Now they go defense, but again, the playstyle of Fluxo that we saw in Chalet should translate comfortably here to Border now as well. And the way that they were aggressive on their defense, I don't see how that changes actually on their attack. If not, it should be even more aggressive from Fluxo. So what do you do if you're SSG? You can't go into your shells on a map like Border. On defense, you need to play the way that Fluxo just did. Window positions, doorway positions. You need to try and be aggressive, get in their face, deny them map control. Do they have the confidence to do that? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. I'm honestly not too concerned about the confidence levels for SSG. It's really just on an execution.
5-1 down. I'm terrified for their confidence.
I think if there's any team at this event where the scoreline is irrelevant, SSG are right up there. But in terms of their ability to execute, I think as we've seen so far, they're probably not quite at the level they need to be.
So much hinges really now round-to-round basis. It goes without saying. But if Fluxo gets 6-1, you may as well just throw the towel in. And again, it's following the same notes as Chalet. 4 opening kills straight, by the way, for Fluxo. It's actually 4 straight for Loban.
Yeah.
Has dominated here on this map. He has a 215 EPS, which is staggering after a half. 13-3, 4-0 entry. Iron scan from Palu. And looking at my top down right now, the way that SSG are playing this, they've given up space top east. They're not playing break. They're not really playing security. They're actually giving a lot of map control over to Fluxo. So again, they're actually playing rather defensive in contrast to what we saw from Fluxo in the first half.
Yeah, they've given them a lot of space. They've facilitated map entry. Top east is Fluxo's. They should be able to take security. As I say that, Ashen pivots and gets shot in the back of the head. No way!
Oh, that is a shot from Dodes. Ashen would be tilted off that death. What are you meant to do about that? Loban tagged up heavily. Another line scan from Palu. SSG would be feeling the pressure. Well, they let it overwhelm them. J90, you still got 2 gas babes. He's full white. Loban finds another kill onto Volts. Knocked down, but he's done his job again in this round. Gas babe thrown out from J90. Volts now coming in over towards top east. Dodes shuts him down. This is looking done. Nothing can work right now for SSG. Benja, his first kill on Border. Newers tagged up, thinks about the swing, but knows he's now low on health. Goes for the vault out. This is something special from Newers. Finally, an impact play from SSG. Keeps the round alive.
Both players, though, so low, so susceptible as we enter the last 30 seconds of the round.
Towards Volps, he's holding 90. Loban low on health, but he's still outside the building. Volps will go and group up with Dots. Big shot from Newers onto Loban, but again, he was low. 2v2, health advantage with Fluxo. SSG need to force the time to come down to a plant as Benja hits a clean headshot onto Dots. Only Volps left. Can he clutch a 1v2? Doesn't get the down. 7 seconds, time running out. Volts over, above, pushed away, cannot find the angle. 1 second left, no time, has to stick the plant. SSG, hold on.
Wow. That is one hell of a play from the dynamic duo on the side of SSG. Newers has done such a good job to pluck those kills, and despite being so low on HP,
he had to go
make
for
it work. Yeah.
The vault out, found the angle, got the kill. Was lucky there wasn't 2 players there, just the one. If there were 2, he gets traded. And then obviously Benja was able to hit his shot, low on health, needed the headshot, straight up. Anything else, he's dead. As you look at the highlights of the round, here's the ball paying on to Ashen. And they did a really good clear across towards officers. This is a straight up 2v5 clutch from Benja and Newers. They would have been 6-1 down. Again, no one there. Benja, to be fair, also swung that. So the teamwork and the coordination for those two, exquisite. Needed to be. But again, you go all the way back to Chalet. Remember that timeout from Callout? When you win, you sound relieved. When you lose, you sound a bit defeated. That, to me, sounded a little bit like relief. Rightfully so, because they would have been 6-1 down with a loss. They need to find that energy to bring this back.
10 seconds left before insertion.
I think the most intriguing thing for me from a strategic standpoint in that last round, and we identified it through the mid-round, is SSG committed very little and took such low risk early round that Fluxo took control of these stairs. Actually got a little unlucky over towards security. That was a late attempt to wrangle some control back, but they gave so much of the map across to their opposition. Now, sure, Fluxo kind of stumbled over the final hurdle, maybe didn't convert that control as much as they would have liked, but that kind of playstyle, I can only help but feel, may expire pretty quickly on a map like Border.
Loban, straight through Passport. But no one playing bottom east stairs, so no cross established for Loban. The only thing would be if maybe J90 makes his way down. He's just been droned. Dota's trying to bring him down actually with his drone.
Oh, grenade line up, dots. Grenade line up. J90.
There's the, oh, man, pushed away right into the arms of Volbs. Good call, good spot, and it's an opening kill for Fluxo. No smoke remaining in the round for SSG. Good teamwork from Fluxo to combine to get that kill. He stays, he dies to the nade. He pushes, he dies to Volbs.
Really nice clear. And now gives Fluxo a little bit more freedom to play around. 5v4, lots of time.
Triple nitro for SSG. These need to have impact. Yeah, they need to connect.
They do have the Valk. One came over towards security.
That's a pre-place from Benja. You can hear it ticking away above.
Yep. J90 can sit that. I haven't quite spotted where the second cam may be, if it is still up. And at 30. And Fluxo starting this wave across from top east.
There's one in Armory. There is also one in security in terms of the Valk cams. Under a minute and a half left. Ooh, tag from Newers. He's forced to fall back down metal. And it's all first floor now for SSG. Top floor established for Fluxo. Good clear. They got the wonderful clear into J90. Faults what it's
oh my goodness.
Nitrocell. The nade, perfect. Here comes Dots. Ashen got 1 for 1 again. That's 2 rounds in a row. Ashen has gotten the kill. Trade against the player he got the elimination on. Palu gets to find a kill yet on Border. Oh my goodness.
He doesn't see Faults.
Is still prone. He's got flame bolts. He's got smokes the drop. Palu found the kill onto Newers. Traded though by Benja as Fault stays prone inside bathroom. He's the only one left now for SSG. Are they aware of his location? Volbs, and it's a trigger discipline play for the second time in this series. 30 seconds. He's waiting for the second player. He just takes it. There's one. Doesn't know what he... Oh no, he just ran into Dodes. The discipline was so good. Until he sprinted right at the final opponent as Fluxo has now got 4 match series points.
Wow. Almost another massive clutch play from Faults, but it doesn't quite work out. Some nice shots hit from SSG in that round, but they succumb to the pressure late. Fluxo, W7M. 1 round away from sending the NA hopefuls home.
Oh. I mean, it's so easy to be critical of Faults in that situation, but he did so much well. Again, the discipline.
Not on him.
Not on him at all. And we'll watch it back here in the highlights. So if he shoots there first time, again, look how low he is. Dodes is then able to quickly swing, get the clear. His hope, obviously, was always... But I think what he might have imagined was Dodes was still bathroom. He would have then swung bathroom side. He wanted to wrap around him. But Dodes committed through towers, and then they met at the doorway.
Maybe if he has his time again, he waits even longer for maybe a plant attempt.
He's so low on health. He gets swung. He's probably losing that.
Again, there's no point overanalyzing that point too much. I mean, it was a good attempt.
You kind of have to, because that would have been 5-3 to 1v1.
Yeah.
Now you got to win 4 straight. It's not looking good now for SSG. As much as that was unlikely for Fault, and as much as he did as best as he could, they kind of needed to win that one. Now facing elimination. They were able to see off 4 elimination points in Clubhouse, but it wasn't 4 straight.
Highlighting Palu as well here on board. He's been so quiet compared to the rest of the series. Just 1 and 5 for a player that has been absolutely firing across the first 2 maps.
6 rounds straight, make it 7. The opening kill has gone the way of Fluxo. That's been such a determining factor on this map as Newers goes down. Now SSG fighting for their life.
What can Ashen do? Just 6 kills for him here on border, but we know the impact that this man can have. Has a key role as well over towards security to try and lock down this pillar position. But who else but Loban for a potential 1v1? The man on 14 kills.
Send him in. Loban wants to go hunting. 14 and 5 for the Fluxo star. Ashen, if you peek this, you might be 10. Loban wasn't able to react quick enough. Throws out the air jab to block him from going for that swing again.
Top East contest as well here from the defense. SSG are trying to lock Fluxo out of the map. No boots on the ground, but that's a tough ask in the 4v5.
Oh. Well, Benja feeling the pressure. One outside break, that's Palu. Can't quite enter. Ashen ended up beating out Loban. That's a big 1v1. Palu will eat the tripwire connector. Force back outside a break. Benja though swings into Palu. Palu hit the shot. Ashen goes big again, but he loses J90 as this becomes a 1v3. Ashen has to clutch one of the biggest moments of his career. He needs the ace clutch or SSG are eliminated.
And they may be aware of his position. Flash flies through and a second. Ashen, what can you do?
By himself, top floor. Fluxo will go straight to site. Ashen doesn't even know it, but the plant is going down inside of towers. Fluxo have turned their attention to the objective. He's got 40 seconds, or SSG are out.
Passport cross, Palu might be able to close it.
Ashen needs to win every single 1v1, but up close, it's down as Fluxo W7M book their place at the main stage of Six Invitational. 3 Brazilian teams will be heading to the Adidas Arena for North America. It's all down to wildcard as Space Station Gaming are eliminated.
Brazilian dominance at a tier 1 level seemingly continues. Such a strong chance that one of those teams could go all the way in Paris. And for SSG, unfortunate for them today, just not theirs.
7-2, 8-7, 7-2. The big wide open maps, the frag heavy maps, dominated by Fluxo. They beat SSG at their own game. In the end, for SSG, their time comes to an end. Top 8, but no more. For Fluxo, they're off to main stage.
Devastating for the North American roster, but ultimately, I think it's fair to say the Brazilians have earned it.
They sure did. I mean, going into border, their defenses were just so strong, and that's why Fluxo is so dangerous. Them just being able to have those big individual plays that can consistently be able to tear a team apart, and we saw it round after round when it came throughout this whole series. But on border, I mean, their defensive half was so devastating to SSG. It was hard to be able to come back from a 5-1 deficit.
Yeah, I mean, they really came in here with a plan. Again, the last time they won this, SSG was the one who walked away from. They clearly understood why they lost it the last time they played against SSG. They were just untouchable on that defensive half. SSG just couldn't seem to find their footing throughout that map. And I think it really kind of showcased what happened in that last series, that 1v5 almost got clutched on to just hit that mental, try to go into border to reset, and just could not find a single round to really piggyback off and find momentum.
The elite individuals of Fluxo W7M stood tall today, and Loban was by no means an exception in this one.
Oh, he was phenomenal. I mean, his play specifically in round 3 where he was just holding 90 for so long, and this is the situations that the caster said that if he dies right here, then all is lost. Why would you even stay here and double down? But he not only gets a kill, but then runs right back in despite 3 SSG members, the shield there, and he goes for the fight. The wall gets open, and he's still contesting. He got one, and he wants more, and this is the level of individual play that is just winning Fluxo rounds. He hits the headshot to be able to run away, and now such a man advantage for Fluxo, and he goes running around to be able to get a 4K. So that's how deadly the players on Fluxo are. Each one of them is able to have explosive rounds like that. Volps almost had that 1v5. You know, Loban woke up on the map 3, and that's just W7M Fluxo.
It certainly is, but you know, it was not without its shortfalling in rat plays. We saw multiple times trigger discipline work, and sometimes it didn't work as well. I think round 8 maybe is where we're looking back to with this one.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is just a situation where we find ourselves in where Fultz is doing such a good job at just holding that trigger, not clicking, letting them think that the info is somewhere else, and then be able to try to go for that quick heads up from Dodes to understand, let me just wait here, let Fultz try to make this play, and then shuts it down. But that's the rounds where you think SSG could gain that momentum. That's what they needed, but it's time and time again, that's where Fluxo is shutting them out.
Yeah, it was a great heads-up play from Fultz. It was one of those moments that reminded me of Iconic on Astralis hiding in Oregon corner. It could have been so good, but the time was dwindling down. The pressure, he got one, didn't know where the other one was. The lack of information is what costed them. But Fluxo played amazing all throughout Border. It really just looked like their map the whole time.
Emotions run high at the very end of a map, especially when you are playing for main stage. It's kind of important, so let's hear from Dodes right after the match.
Woo! Okay, we're done. You just eliminated SSG in the most crazy match that I ever watched in this SI, and you are very emotional. Tell me whatever is in your heart right now.
Foi emocionante, realmente. Tipo, pra mim é uma alegria absurda. Foi jogo pegado de novo contra eles. Novamente foi jogo difícil, mas a gente saiu com a vitória no border, que todo mundo tava falando muito mal. E pra mim é emocionante estar num palco de Envy.
Congratulations on this. He's so emotional because it was a hard match, like it was the last one that they faced each other. He is so happy, of course, that he's in the main stage of the Six Invitational. And everybody was talking about how bad was their border, and now they just proved that it's not. Whew, I'm getting emotional too. Don't do that to me, Dodes. I want to also talk about how the second map affected your confidence, because in the first map you were really in a good mood. The vibes among Fluxo was really good. Everybody was laughing, and in the second map that everything happened. We saw it, the 5v1, and you had to go to the third map. How that affect you? Como que afetou vocês terem perdido o segundo mapa naquela situação?
De verdade, a gente afetou, é óbvio, todo mundo sabe que afeta, só que a gente tá tendo muita melhor nessa conversa pós-mapa. Tipo, a gente perdeu um mapa e foi erro nosso, o clube, não tem que fazer, foi um 6x4 que a gente entregou. E tipo, quase o Vopão trouxe um clutch ace absurdo que eu acho que ia entrar pra história. Sim, mas a gente vê que o nosso time é muito bom. Então a gente sabe que se a gente conversar, se a gente dar uma respirada, falar, guys, o jogo tá na nossa mão. A gente sabe que a gente é melhor que os caras. Vamos fazer só o nosso e acabou. E, tipo, a gente tá conseguindo fazer essa volta, esse reset muito bem. E isso eu posso falar que é por conta do Norse pra caralho, pelo Volps também, Dots, todos eles.
So, yeah, that second map, the clubhouse really affected us. Was really tough to lose in that situation. It was a 6-4, but the conversations between the maps are really good for us. So we talked about that, and it's very much because of the work of Norris, Vopes, everyone in the team. We are such a great team that we can go past that. We can put that in the past and just do our game. I'm really happy for you, but now Furia waits for you in the main stage. It's going to be tough. So, how are you feeling? You are in the main stage, but it's going to be hard work.
No problem. Vão tomar. Simplesmente, eles vão tomar. Porque eu acho que a gente tá no nosso melhor prime, assim, de time. Então, mano, pra mim, mano, só de jogar no stage, a gente vai estar no nosso 100% e jogando na maior leveza possível.
No problem. We're gonna play very light because we are in the best moment of our lives, the best moment for our team. We are really good, so there will be no problems for us. Obrigada, Dodes. Parabéns, congratulations on that. And yeah, guys, very emotional. And I'll take it away from the studio.
Not gonna lie, he had me there in the first half. I started getting a little bit choked up for him because Fox, ultimately, this is what everyone dreams of, making main stage, having deep runs. We saw this back in Montreal. We know that this team is capable of beating world champions, of raising hammers. But boy, that really run through them.
I mean, we look towards the whole year to get to SI, but these players put countless hours. We've done it before, and it's not just 1 year. It's their lives, essentially. Making it to a main stage in SI is one thing, but being able to lift the hammer. So, of course, the emotions are going to run high, especially when you're in a situation where you could be going home and you're able to pull through with your teammates, the people that you've built a brotherhood with. I mean, you know, every single player has been there and had an emotional moment on the stage, you know, in the group stages. So it's just nice to see it. It's nice to be able to experience it. It's something tangible to watch at home.
It's beautiful, isn't it? It's one of those moments that you kind of, you'll live time and time again. I think one thing that I found interesting was the emotion of map 2. 4 map points, not being able to close it out. At a certain point, when does that destroy you?
I mean, on it after the first one, and then the second one, and then the third one. I mean, it's just a cultivation of so many things that lead up to those moments that, it's in that moment that you have to kind of take everything in and go. And I think with what he was talking about, I think it's also something that you really have to look at. It was what you were also saying with the coaches, the staffs, the players, everyone just coming together to live in this moment, to be able to make it happen. It really does cultivate everything into just one giant thing to just make it to that end goal.
It's so hard because you just have one round after the other and you can't help but think, oh my God, we're going home. Like, we got to stop at one round after the other. And a lot of times, the game's over before you even know it. So it's nice to be able to see them bounce back on a map 3, not be a nightmare for the rest of them.
On the other side of heartbreak, though, is elation. Let's have a look at the teams that are making main stage. I mean, what a lineup of teams we've got here. We've got North America's last hope, Team Secret, Falcons.
Why do you say it like that? Like North America's last hope. Wildcard is playing pretty well. Okay?
They're playing damn well. I definitely don't want to discredit them there, but by God, we've got a lineup.
Oh yeah, everybody in the roster and the lineup when going to the main stage, it's going to be some of the top hitters that we're used to seeing on this main stage. That being said, having Wildcard go there, having Secret go there, 2 up-and-coming teams that want to be able to become that namestay at being on a main stage, being a team that you expect to see there. So it's great diversity from all the regions besides APL.
Come on, man. We were damn close. I think it was like 7-5, 7-5. I don't know what to say.
To be fair, WBG really was impressive
in
this event so far. A little unfortunate they did lose 2-0 to Secret, but still got to give them flowers where they're due.
Absolutely, and we'll look forward to what will be an incredible weekend of Siege. You don't want to miss it. It's a must-see, but Lax, ultimately, these are the 3 matchups we've got on Friday.
Yeah, I'm not too happy about Secret versus Wildcard, but I will say Wildcard has been impressive. I know they just did recently lose their match, but I mean, still, we have very fun games coming up, and I can't wait to get into the arena.
If you would have said a year ago, 2 years ago, that Wildcard was going to be NA's last hope,
I would have told you
we would have thought you were lying. That being said, I mean, couldn't be a better matchup for them to go up against Secret.
I'll just say, however, I think it's about time for us as a community, talent, everyone across the board, that Wildcard deserves the respect. Everyone said in Reload it was a one-off, and then Munich was a one-off for them to be able to make top 4 again. I mean, it is about time Wildcard gets the respect that they deserve, because here they are yet again on a main stage at the Six Invitational. They deserve your guys' respect.
They certainly do. The consistency of that roster, it knows no bounds at the moment. But Six Invitational, it's more than just the players. It's more than the teams. It's more than us. It's more than the production crew. It's a celebration of the wider community, the wider game. Every year at the Six Invitational, we bring on a couple of people that have changed potentially either the outlook of the community or of the game itself. Here are the commendations for 2026. And with that, we now look forward to main stage, guys. We're done in here. We no longer get to see this. We no longer get to see booth to booth. It's in an arena. It's loud. It's crowdy. It's going to be incredible. Final thoughts on what has been an incredible phase 1 and 2.
Things just go so quick, coming to the event, you're prepared for the amount of time that you're going to be having to work with the games watching, and then in a blink of an eye, it just goes by, and it just makes you appreciate the moment, appreciate you guys here in the production crew and everybody that we work with, that, it's a dream that we get to do this in the first place. So that being said, SI is to celebrate the community, so I'm excited to celebrate.
I mean, you just took the words right out of my mouth. I mean, that was beautiful. It really is. I mean, the fact that we're already going to main stage, it really does feel like a blink of an eye. It feels like we just got here and we're only getting started. But the fact of the matter is, we're at the very tail end of it. And once you get to that main stage, especially for the players, there's no excuses anymore. Everything has to be laid on the line. Everything is led up to this point to take home that hammer. And as you said, it's for the community to celebrate. So let's celebrate and get to that main stage.
That's it. Phase 1 and 2 are done and dusted. This is just the beginning of the end for the SI26 here in Paris. But that is all we have time here, at least for this area. We now move to the Adidas Arena, which is incredibly exciting. 10 years is what we are celebrating. 10 years of Siege, 10 years of SIs, 10 years of heartbreak, of elation. It doesn't make a difference. But this is one you don't want to miss. We will be going and disappearing for a small moment, only to be rejoined by Milosh over with The Late Show. Thank you very much for watching. Good night.
I love that little program.
It's very little. Does its job though.
That's what I always say.
That's what I'm saying. To the Six Invitational Late Show. Hey, we're live at our pop-up shop for the Invitational 2026 in the center of Paris itself. The City of Lights illuminates for the Invitational, and you can see all the ads all over the metro and all the subway stations here in Paris. You can see it in our pop-up store with loads of merchandise. Fortunately, you can't get what I'm wearing here, but you can get some of what one of my, at least, guests for the moment have. Joining us for our first segment of 3 for today on the show are Julio. Thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure to be here.
And Mr. Dev Marta, James Stewart, on here with, what is that sweater that you're wearing?
Look, I stole this like just before we went live. I've got the little hammer. It's embroidered. There's can I just show that to the camera? There's some cool stuff on the back. There's a lot of cool stuff. I even got some. I got some little pins. I'm going to be wearing some. Wait. Nope, that's something else.
You can't show that on camera. No badge on camera.
Here we go. I got some like little pins, so I can put that on the my outfits for the weekend. Yeah, super
There's
stoked.
some stickers to put on your laptop or your tablet or whatever you want.
I put them all over my luggage because I always lose my luggage when I come to these events, so I just cover it in the stickers from different events.
It is very handy, isn't it? Well, thank you for joining us. This is the first one of 3 episodes we're going to have throughout this week. Today is Tuesday night, the 10th of February. This show is all about nostalgia, which is why I'm very happy to be joined by people throughout this evening, 6 in total guests that are going to talk about their history and how it intertwines within Siege. On Friday, it's a very special one that we have content creators plus developers from Ubisoft Montreal that are joining us. And then Saturday is a whole special show for the 1v1 tournament that we announced back in Munich. But gentlemen, I have a representative of Brazil and APAC here with me. I want to talk history because there was a lot that happened in the history of Siege and things have changed over time. And in the early days, in that first year, Brazil was not part of the competitive ecosystem. I think a lot of people forget about that, Julio. But there was still a lot of esports for Siege happening in Brazil itself. Can you talk to us a bit about that and your story as part of it?
Yes, I think the first year of Siege in Brazil, the Ubisoft Brazil came in big, with like a LAN tournaments. And back in 2015 was not a thing in Brazil. Like a game it came instantly with full tournaments, LAN events, big ones. So was everyone from other games just went to play Rainbow Six. Was basically like this. So the scene was still developing, but then after that, I think we were invited to a show match when Caveira launched it, and after that, I think they like how we played, and then we start to get space on the global scene, But since the first day in Brazil was already like really competitive, because like I said, 2015, every person from other games went to Rainbow Six to play. For example, my team, we were full playing Battlefield 4. And then the Battlefield 4 said, okay, no more competitive. And then at the same time, like Rainbow Six came, LAN tournaments, you're gonna have everything. And then we okay, let's just migrate. And then a lot of people did that. So
you, Nesk, Zig, also for those who still remember Zig, also Retalia that used to cast Emily Jenny back in the day in the old scene in BF4 onto then in Siege. The scene grew very, very rapidly at the time. It was still allowed us at least to play when you're under 16. There was a lot of development in the Brazilian scene at that point. But James, you've also been around for quite a while. And from your side in kind of the OST region in APAC, what was going on in those early days of Siege?
So 2015, I wasn't playing the game. It was 2016 when I first picked it up. And that was when like Brazil still didn't have a scene. It was just NA and EU. And like I played, but we just had like this weekly ladder tournament and these like just amateur teams would challenge each other. So I think we had like a weekly kind of unofficial tournament that someone started, and you would win like some R6 credits or maybe like a few dollars, enough to go and like buy your takeaway at the end of the night if you won or something like that. And I just played that while I was at university, and then ended up spending all my time playing that instead of doing my university. And after a while I was like, hey, this is pretty fun. And then 2017, which is when Brazil got its pro league with Latin America. At the end of that year, APAC got a pro league as well, but I think it's a bit harder in the APAC region because geographically it's just huge, right? So coming from OCE, coming from Australia, like you've got Australia and New Zealand, which are geographically like reasonably close to each other. And then you've got Southeast Asia, you've got Japan, Korea. It's like this region is so massive. It was hard to actually play all in one league, so we had to split it up. And like, it's always made it so much more complicated in the APAC region.
And we'll talk about Julio's experience in that a bit later on once we get to more the post-2020 era, because you did coach in the Asia-Pacific region, APAC, later on. But as a player, right, you came in, you played internationally. There was the show match you mentioned that happened to Leicester back in, I think that was season 2 that happened in there. The first one was in Cologne.
Yeah, Caveira one.
Season 2 was back in Leicester. And I remember specifically there was a clip, and I'm sure King George fans out there will know exactly what I mean. King George was at that event, and he said, I can't wait to play Favela in Pro League. It's going to be a great map.
They did.
So, yeah, you can just ring him up for it. It'll give you all the intel on it. But you continued on because 2017 was the first invitational, right? That was a big moment in February, and Brazil was finally part of it. So was APAC, because Mind Freak ended up qualifying to play there on console.
And Envy as well.
And Envy on PC.
Kind of Envy roster kind of ended up evolving in one way into the Weibo gaming roster eventually, and they were at the very first SI. So yeah, I mean, there was Xbox, PC at that first SI, even though it was a relatively small tournament, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a really small event. I think there was it 6 teams, I think, for each PC and Xbox?
You had 2 invitees and team that did actually end up qualifying from their own region.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of talk and drama around who got invited versus who got to qualify. And I want to ask you, Julio, back in the day, what was it like in Brazil to hear, oh, shoot, we're going to have teams from Brazil competing now at the biggest event of the year, something that now we know is way bigger. Was there a lot of hype kicking around the Invitational in that first year?
Yes, but like when we heard that, oh my God, we're gonna be like in the global scene now. We're gonna play Invitational. That was the biggest tournament. We were like, oh my God, we have to qualify everyone. I think this boosted the scene a lot. You know, everyone was so excited about this because I had a previous Battlefield experience playing outside. You know, going to the World Championship.
I went to Germany many times. I've met you there.
Most Rainbow Six players they didn't have that experience, so they wanted to go so much, and was very nice for Brazil, like this opportunity, you know, we had, and we kind of earned it, you know. I think we showed like even like a lot of fans. The teams are getting good, so it was kind of earned. So everyone that was at that time, I respect a lot, you know, because
like the first event that you actually got to qualify to as a Brazilian region was the Year 2 Season 1 finals that happened in Katowice. That was a big event for the region because immediately within your first ever Pro League as Brazil, it was Brazil in the grand final. It was Nesk playing in that grand final. Yes, you lose the Penta, but the energy back home was like, oh my God, we can actually beat those teams in the future. But I'll fast forward a bit more into 2017 because the finals in Sao Paulo was the first time coming to Brazil. The entire world was coming to Brazil to witness it. Was it Arena Game 5 or whatever it was in Sao Paulo, a small little space that we had somehow fit hundreds, almost 1,000 people in there. Yeah. Arena Max 5, sorry. That was
Max 5
if you
Arena.
Remember, that is a legendary venue, by the way, in the Sao Paulo esports scene, for those who are not in the know. But that was the first time that we got 2 teams from APAC to play there, Mantis FPS, and do you remember who the second team was?
It was Irons, the old Japanese team, because I casted the APAC Pro League finals, which qualified those teams to go to Sao Paulo. That was actually my first professional casting gig, really. Like, it was my first time rocking up, putting on a broadcast headset, being in a studio. That was a LAN that we had in Sydney in Australia. 8 teams flew in from all over APAC. And at the time, obviously, I only really knew the Australian teams, and as what you'd expect, we're all like, oh yeah, the Australian teams are probably the best. We've heard about this Team Cryptic team, which eventually became that Weibo roster. and everyone kind of was fearing them. And then it was this Japanese and Korean rosters out of nowhere that ended up being the best. And then I grew so attached to those teams that I watched them in Sao Paulo, and I was back home in Australia staying up until 3 a.m. just to catch a glimpse of Irons. They get the first kill in the opening round, and then we have to rehost for about 20 minutes, and then they win 2 rounds in the entire game. It was heartbreaking for that to be my first experience, the middle of the night, staying up and seeing my favorite teams go home early. But it was still a great event as a whole. And I was a huge Siege fan, even before being involved in the APAC space. I was watching, Continuum and Penta and Black Dragons and all of those teams as far back as 2016.
A little story. I remember watching that exact same APAC qualifier in my room. I was still a student in Belgium, and Fabian had actually come over because we were friends at that point, and we sat in this apartment that had almost nothing in it because he was traveling in the morning and I was flying back to my home city in Lebanon the next morning, and we ended up ordering pizza and watching the APAC finals with you casting on our phone, just tiny little smartphone sitting on the table.
Who's this blonde guy that doesn't know what he's talking about?
Nobody knew anything. Look, this is something that Kix would say about this era of even about himself, I was one of the best in an era where nobody knew anything about anything. Yeah. So it was a very different kind of ecosystem that we were in. But I remember at that Sao Paulo final, you were Black Dragons, right? You go into that grand final. You're playing against ENCE. You finally were able to take down Penta, this team that was causing so much trouble to the entire region. And then Kantorakati happens. Do you remember what was going on in that game?
Yeah, I think just one thing. I have an Ions jersey, by the way. Okay,
go ahead.
I traded with the guy in this tournament. Ions. The Japanese team,
really?
Right? Yeah,
no way.
Japan flag and full gray. I have to
that
this day.
That is amazing. You still have that jersey from the very first time APAC went.
Yeah,
that's such a cool piece of law, man.
That's cool.
I love that.
And then in the tournament, I think, Penta was the hardest team to beat. We beat them and we were like, oh my god, now we're gonna play the finals against.
Easy.
Okay, easy. And then it was the birth of Kantorakati, basically.
That was the time where every team needed an Ella.
Yes.
You didn't have operator bans back then, and you win by getting to 5 rounds.
Ella was the most broken operator
was so fast.
Ever had. It was just
no recoil.
We kind of had this meme as you're the Ash main on the team. Ash has the best gun in the game. Suddenly this new defender comes out. She's got the best gadget we've ever seen, the best gun ever, and she just runs around. And as soon as you have a player like Kanto at the time, he was the best player in the world. And it was that meta at that time in Siege was so different to today.
He made Black Dragons cry that entire game. I remember because he was playing in Games Room and you guys tried to constantly push him out of it. Nobody played Games Room as a site back then, by the way. It was a very different time. Billiards, all that was not even a thing people did. And somehow this man is just sitting there by, I guess, the old shell. You had this entryway from the side into the game room with a little doorway. And he would just sit there and just keep shooting everybody walking through it, and nobody even knew how to deal with him. It was incredible. But still, in this small arena, everybody was just cheering on for Black Dragons. People were just happy to be there, I felt in Brazil.
Yeah, I think that's why we had the SI in Brazil as well. Everyone saw, okay, the Brazilian crowd is crazy. It's so fun to watch. And yeah, that place was I don't know, 1,000 people, and there were 3,000 people, I swear.
Yeah.
It was so packed, So the atmosphere was really nice. When we entered the game to play, I was shaking, because the energy was so much. I was okay, let me breathe a little bit before we play, and then, okay, it was really nice.
Before we move on to a bit more in the future, I want to tell everybody a little bit of a story, also an anecdote from that same event. So Penta, obviously you guys knocked them out in the semifinals. Pengu played on the Penta team back in the day. Did you know, and I'm sorry, Pengu, I'm going to rinse you for it. I don't know if he's not here yet. He'll be here in a bit. Pengu went to boot camp in Berlin with Penta and then flew to Sao Paulo and practiced in boot camp there and played the event with 1 pair of socks.
That doesn't surprise me. This man is I've worked with him for a while now. He is simultaneously the most organized and least organized person I have ever met.
He's a very different person than he used to be back then, I tell you that.
Maybe he was using flip-flops, no? In Brazil's a classic, no?
Yeah, he's Danish.
No socks.
I don't think he was wearing flip-flops.
As As he said, Danish people only brush once a day, either in the morning or on the. I can't believe he got away with that.
Don't trust that.
He did not. The entire blast crew was kind of putting him on blast, not to say anything. However, I want to move on a few years into the future, which is a pivotal point for kind of you, Julio, and also for APAC as a region, right? There was a lot happening throughout the pre-2020 era. We saw how things went down at SI19. There was, well, the big story of you got two APAC teams. You got Fnatic playing really well. You got Norengo. That was a story in its own right. But then once kind of 2020 rolled around, things slowed down. There was the Paris SI where you were playing, Julio, and were able to lift your first hammer at the Invitational. Talk to me about how that event was and your feeling throughout it until the victory.
I think the previous year, 2020, we were second place.
Mm-hmm.
So when we came to this SI, we were still in a good shape. And I remember mentally we were like, we have to win this, We got second place at the last one. So it was a really boost for us. It was like COVID, so it was kind of weird,
Mm-hmm.
I think we stayed 1 week on quarantine inside the hotel room. And we were like practicing in the hotel room. It was weird, but it was a cool experience, And then I think it was different, But we know that in your hearts, like, okay, we're gonna win this. And then we played the final against the Liquid.
Great match.
Yeah, it was our rival. So okay, we can't lose this because we're gonna lose a side to Liquid, So it's double loss.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a really fun match, and the place we played as well. I don't remember the name of the place, but it was so.
It was the old stock exchange. I think it's a few 100 years old
Really
exchange in the city.
Yes. Beautiful building.
There was no crowd, but it was so beautiful, the place. So yeah, it's really special. We won SI, of course. It's
the first time that any Brazilian team ever won SI, and you took it away from Liquid, who were the only Brazilian team to ever have any championship because they had the Pro League final championship, right? Like a year or 2 years before that was the first time Brazil raised any trophy internationally with Liquid, and you guys had to.
Yeah, it was full Brazilian. That I think top 4 was full Brazilian, right? Or
yeah,
top 3
that was the beginning of Brazil's domination.
Yeah.
That was just Brazil's just going to destroy everybody at this point from this moment on, and it was just which other region can kind of break the mold. Yeah. And it took a while for that to happen. Though one of the close ones was later in 2021 when we got to the Sweden major in Gävle, because for me that was. Despite the fact, it's still done in an enclosed space. We're still in lockdown times. In terms of matches and stories, we had some great ones. And one that I remember very well was the FaZe matchup in the semifinal playing against Demon Kia. And that's where I want to turn to you here, Mr. James. You were there.
Well, I actually wasn't there.
No, you were not.
One. I was watching from home, but I was very enthusiastically
because
doing
you guys were still fully on lockdown in Australia.
So yeah, Australia had one of the longest lockdowns in the world.
Sorry.
And my first return to the international stage after lockdown was actually the following SI in Stockholm, was in Sweden.
Sure.
But yes, I was very much involved from behind the scenes watching all of that unfold. And yeah, it was a really exciting time as an APAC fan in particular, because for the longest time, as you mentioned previously, Fnatic and Norengo were the APAC teams. And we had a few up-and-comers like CAG, who still stick around these days, Wildcard at the time, the old APAC Wildcard, but none that really had made a splash and gone top 8 or top 4. And the first time any APAC team ever went top 4 by beating a non-APAC team, because we had Norengo and Fnatic do it in the past, but it was by beating each other in a quarterfinal, so it's kind of an asterisk. It was D+, or rather Dumb Kia at the time.
They did beat what now you would know as BNK Fear X.
Of course they did.
It was my fault because it's not my fault. I drew the two teams against one another live on camera.
We had this running joke in APAC is every single time there's 2 APAC teams in the top 8, they always face each other. And it's like,
it happened in Reload.
It happened in Reload again. And also here at SI, we had all 3 APAC teams, which sadly are now eliminated with Weibo going down. All 3 of them were in the same part of the lower bracket, so they had to knock each other out. But yes, so that event in Gävle, it was such a big moment because Damwon Kia were nobodies.
That's true.
We had this established scene in APAC, And it was especially in the Korean region, which has the smallest player base of any of the sub-regions of APAC. No one ever expected anyone to hold a candle to the now FearX roster back when they were Sandbox or whatever, Cloud9, whatever they were at the time. And so it was such a big moment for Dumb1 because these guys came out of nowhere and they were 1 kill away from making a grand
really
final.
good. I remember
Insane round on
they were
Oregon.
really good. Yeah.
It was something else in there. And of course, FaZe ended up beating DK and winning the entire tournament. It was, I guess, NIP FaZe again in that final.
CyberZero record-breaking. Oh my god, I remember this. But it was after SI, right after, right?
Yeah. It was only a few months because that year, instead of SI happening in February, we had it in May because of changes in lockdowns and everything.
And we had Mexico and then Yavle, right?
Yes.
Mexico continued the Brazilian dominance because Team 1 won the event. Of course, the Brazilian team. And then following that, it was another Brazilian win in Yavle.
I'm calling the Team 1 victory a fluke in Mexico.
I know, you're making a face at me for it. I feel like Team 1 don't deserve that.
Nice, no?
It was a great story, yes.
It was a great...
And it was the fact that they had to play a tiebreaker against CAG.
It's the only time that's ever had to happen.
Crazy.
Look, I'm not Brazilian, but you can't call that a fluke. Like, how is that a fluke? And TSM winning SI22 isn't a fluke.
That's fair. You know what?
We've
in
had
my
so
mind,
many flukes in this game.
The only fluke that exists is Captain Fluke, and that's all we need to know. Anyways, moving on from this section of our time, I'd like to move on to SI24 because that's a big moment for Brazil as a scene, right? We end up going to Sao Paulo, in many ways the home of Brazilian Siege, and we have the big arena Ibirapuera. We have this fantastic event, and we get to that grand final. It's FaZe, it's W7M now, Furia. Can you explain to me, Julio, as someone that is born and raised in that scene, how was it to see everybody excited for it, to go around Sao Paulo and see the ads for the event in the city?
I think it was, especially because since the beginning of the game everything was perfect, right? Like 2 Brazilian teams in the final, last map, and
brother versus brother, 2 twin brothers on FaZe.
You don't even realize, like you work on this job and then, we have fans, like, okay, you have fans. And then you go live, like the fans they are fans, like, and they're Brazilian fans. So like for me, it was the best tournament. I was not even on the final, but for me, it was like the best tournament. The crowd was so good, the storyline, everyone. So yeah, for me, it was the highlight. And then like, I don't know how to describe it, because for me it was really important because I was 2015,
From the
we
very
were not
first
even a
day.
region, and then to this tournament with 2 Brazilian teams in the final in Brazil, thousands of people, 10,000, like it's crazy, I can't even describe it. It's perfect moments.
It had never ever happened in the history of Brazilian esports, which is a very deep history over many titles.
Yeah.
This was the first time ever a Brazilian team won a international tournament of esports in Brazil, ever in the history of Brazilian esports. And it had to happen with FaZe and W7M, where there is a twin brother on each one of the two teams, and they go to the last map in overtime. And guess what? They are 2 of the last people alive. I think it was a 2v1 at the end, and the 2 brothers were still alive in the very last seconds of that round.
Yeah. And you're saying it's never happened in Brazilian esports. We've never had anything like that in esports at all. We've never had a storyline of 2 twin brothers facing each other. And I mean, spoiler alert for the following year, but then there was a rematch and an opportunity for, of course, Nade's twin brother Handy to then raise the hammer as well.
Yeah, before we talk about SI25 in Boston, you did have your swap over to coaching. Obviously, you went to Europe for a bit, and you started also working after that with APAC. So how was it now switching from the role of pro player, won an SI, now to working the backstage as someone who's kind of making sure the team can advance forward? How is that shift for you, Julio?
I think something that I always wanted to become a coach, and then I think it was the right time. I was like growing a family, my wife, my kid. I wanted to go to my hometown, chill a bit, but still working in Rainbow Six. So it was the perfect opportunity, and then I started to work with Solotov and users. I work till now, and to be honest, my English was so bad. It's not perfect now, but it's so bad, And now I think, like, it was I was expecting like, okay, I'm a good player. I know about the game. I want to become a coach because of this. And now the thing I like most about being a coach is just working with people, you know? So just that's what I love the most. Of course, I love the game. I love doing strats. But for me, the best thing, the most rewarding feeling is just like making people better in a way like outside of the game, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, I love this.
I mean, the thing I notice most about you compared to a lot of the other coaches is how chill you are. Like in your tactical timeouts, when we get to listen, you're like, "Hey guys, we can do this. It's up to you. I'm pretty chill. I trust you. You go do your thing."
Yeah, I think
like
it's
calm.
really important because if I'm nervous, imagine I pause and then the players are expecting something for the coach, you know, and then they see the coach is really nervous. It's like, okay, we lost. If my coach is nervous,
we see this every day. Like we see that happen with so many coaches, and they're like saying like 100 words per minute. It's so like hectic. It's so high energy. It's a lot of nerves, clearly, and I think that kind of just like energy level, that like gravitas that you bring to it, bringing that energy down, calming the team down. I think that's part of why Falcons have been so successful, especially in big games like you had today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think like it's not something that I thought, okay, we need this energy. I'm doing this on purpose. It's just like happen, you know.
Yeah.
But it's something that we needed. But yeah, sometimes like the match is 7-7. I know 6-6. I have to pause. I'm like inside, like, oh my god. But then I have to say, come on, guys, and then be confident, you know. But sometimes it's hard as well. Like
you're more stressed than the players are.
Of course, I think like it's players, coaches, people in the fans, you know, because. Yeah. The more control you have of the match is less stressful, no? When you're a player, you have more control. When you're a coach, you have control, like when you pause and in general. And then when you're a fan, you just have to cheer, you know? You have no control of the outcome. So it's like, when I watch other games.
Yeah.
So like I'm a fan of other teams. So like so stressful, way more stressful than just like work on this.
Did you feel there's any difference between coaching an APAC team versus an EU team?
I think no. Question. I think like everyone say when I went to APAC, everyone say, "Oh, they're more serious, they're more." But when I joined them, like it was normal. They were making jokes. They were like a same atmosphere, so it was not that different. Just like the time zone and everything. But I think, to be honest, no. I think it was not that difference.
How was the conversation around that? Like, okay, Julio is now joining. This is ex-world champion. Yeah. How was it in the region when you heard that?
Really exciting, because obviously there was a bit of a trend that's now continued of a lot of teams picking up Brazilian coaches, a lot of teams picking up world championship coaches. And from APAC, like, we have a unique perspective and a unique difference to the other three regions in Rainbow Six, because we've never won a championship. You know, Brazil, they won their first championship 1 year after they entered the scene. Team Liquid won in Atlantic City.
Yes.
And like APAC, we've been trying ever since 2017. Sao Paulo, like you said, was our first event. And here we are 9 years later, or just less than 9 years later. And we still haven't done that. The closest we've really gotten on a major level is being 1 kill away from a grand final back. And even that was 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Right? And we had Reload, but it's Reload. It's not a major. It's not an SI. And so we're constantly looking as APAC. We're like, all right, which are the teams that are stagnant and have been here for a while and maybe won't win anything? And which are the teams that we actually think there's new young talent, new potential? And the Bleed back in the day, now Weibo, that was the team everyone was looking at, because they had a bit of history and a bit of experience, but they also had a lot of young, talented players like Reaps. And so for an APAC fan, when you see someone such as yourself with your experience going and coaching that team, we think like, oh, we've got the young talent, we've got the experienced coach, we've got an organization supporting the team. This is the perfect set of ingredients to try and cook up a championship for APAC. Unfortunately, you guys faced so many challenges throughout that year, and eventually, of course, you left, and then the team had to go with a different organization. And they never manifested, and that's why still to this day we're like, oh, Weibo, come on, top 6. They got top 8 this event. Top 6 is just out of reach.
See, Julio, it looks like you inspire people a lot more than you think. You said you like working with people, like having that impact. You've had an impact even as you were joining the region. You hadn't even really done anything at that point. So that impact has lasted from Julio onwards, like you said. Now every team is picking up a Brazilian player or ex-player to coach. Now, why do you think, from your own perspective, Brazil just does it better? I'm just going to lay it out.
I think like by this point, it's just cultural. I feel like the growing of Brazil was, every team was living in a game house. and then every Brazilian tournament was on LAN. So this was so good, and the region was so competitive in a way that it's still to this day. If you don't full try hard, like if you just like, okay, I'm just gonna play Brazilian League and qualify to major, not qualifying, you know.
Yeah.
So like it's so competitive. Like the 8th place in Brazil region can come to the major and to SI and play the same level at these teams, you know. And then I feel like this game house stuff as well. And then you're gonna play Brasileirão as Mar Arena. Just like the pressure, and then you go to major, like okay, it's fine, you know, like it's just the major. And then these like regional matches were really stressful, you know. And they gave a lot of LAN experience, and at the same time, everyone was living in the game house, so it's more easy to fix stuff. And for me, that's where Brazil grow as a scene, you know, because other regions were like online tournaments, Brazil full LAN with crowd, you know, with pressure, you have to qualify. So I think this was the main point, the key point.
We still see that today. I mean, look at the Six Invitational this year. We had the LCQs. Nobody expected Black Dragons, the new Black Dragons roster, to make it through. And they even took down Team Liquid. They retired one of the greats in Nesk on their way. And they come to SI and they still get a 2-0 win over G2. So you can still see like massive results out of these LCQ teams.
Hey, were you expecting a team like Black Dragons? Because this is like the level. You know, Black Dragons has had this massive rise throughout 2025 out of nowhere, really. Now at SI, pretty decent result, I would say, for a team that we had zero expectations. Is this something that we should just expect more and more from Brazilian teams or teams that are being coached or ran by Brazilians?
I think yes. Like if you're a team in Brazil, every day you're practicing against Furia, you're practicing against FaZe, you're practicing against Fluxo, W7M. Like of course you're gonna get better, you know.
To that, being like, man, I wish we had scrims like
this
that.
This is a main key point. Yeah, on APAC, the hard thing is that since APAC never won a major or SI, some teams in APAC they think we're never gonna win, so they don't full try hard in a way that. For Brazil, just like, okay, guys, if you play well, you're gonna be. If you're top 4 in Brazil, you have a high chance to win something, you know. So that for me was the biggest difference, you know. So that the screen quality was worse because of this, you know. I feel like
Do you echo that?
Yeah. Well, it's the thing that every APAC team will ever tell you, and you know, sadly, it's even worse coming from OCE because we're even further away from Southeast Asia, Japan, and Korea, where a lot of the other strong teams are. Like, realistically, if you're an OCE, you can only scrim OS teams. And, you know, often we have maybe one good team in the region, so you're not going to get a lot out of that. And back in the day, Fnatic, in their success, obviously the game was a lot younger, and a lot of the good teams from Europe, North America, and Brazil didn't have as many resources as they have now. And Fnatic, as the only Australian team that would come to these events, they were supported by a huge organization, obviously, and they would go and they would boot camp in London or in Europe before these events. They would spend all of that time, you know, 12 weeks, or 4 weeks, 12 weeks, however long these boot camps were. They were very long boot camps. They would just be scrimming against all the best teams from Europe. I know that, you know, G2 in their prime and Fnatic were like scrim partners every single event. And eventually that culminated in Fnatic knocking out G2 in SI 2020.
And it was so bad that they had to take Virtue off of the team and stick them on G2.
Of course, look, if APAC has... look, we say APAC's never won an SI, but Virtue did. So that's the closest that we've got to doing it.
You know what? I'll give that to you. Now, I want to end this segment with one last thing. To you as player, coach, member of the Brazilian community since day one, and for you when it comes to APAC, maybe not in SI champion, but you know what I mean. You were there at SIs.
I've been in SI Grand Finals, just not playing.
Exactly, there you go. But what has been your favorite memory from all of these years as all of these different roles?
Oh, it's a hard question.
Think about it too, James.
Yeah. I think everyone would say, oh, when we won a side, the best. But for me, like the best moments is like when you're with your team hanging out. Is like for me, it's like this. I can't say, but for example, we go to the city, we are together. It's not even the tournament itself, you know. It's just the score memories. Like in 10 years, I'm gonna remember this, you know. Of course, I'm gonna remember when I won a side, but I'm gonna remember was hanging out with my friends, you know. For me, I really value this.
That's so spot on. Because if I had to point to one moment, for me, it was watching the orchestra play the opening ceremony of my very first Six Invitational in 2019. If I had to point to one moment, I'm going to think about the way that brought me to tears. You know, how moved I was by seeing all these people in one place and the orchestra and the opening ceremony and the grand final. But I think what is even more profound, it's not just one memory, but it's every single time I get to be part of an event like this. You get to be, join in the Rainbow Six family. I remember I met you 7 years ago, man. Like,
there's photos of you, me, and Mr. Alex McCallum.
Yeah.
Screenshots of having a little podcast
we
before flying
we had a
out to
podcast
SI.
even before I'd met you, right?
Yeah.
And like, I think those are the things that will stick with you 10 years into the future. It's all the memories that you make with all the people that you meet from all over the world, you know, dozens of countries. You know, your team alone has players and support staff from so many different countries, right? And, our on-air team as well has people from all over the world. Now we even have a Brazilian working with us on the English broadcast with Maria as well.
Benito.
So it's just such a, that is definitely the thing that sets Six Invitational apart. It doesn't matter, everything else that happens. It's the memories that you forge with all the people that are there with you.
That's a very great emotional point to end it on. For me, it was, since you talk about the orchestra, SI-18, I was watching the very first time. We didn't even know that the orchestra was going to be a thing. And the theme, rest in peace, Donnie Cock, by the way, who just recently passed away on December 31st. The man who composed the entire
theme.
I watched that being played next to, back then, my best friend, and now she's my wife. And you were there at my wedding. So it's great. A lot of our lives are tied to the Invitational, and they're tied to this game, and we're all here to make history. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me on this segment for today, Julio and Mr. Dev Marta. It's always good to go back through or down memory lane with both of you. And we have some more to go through today, so I'm going to leave you to take your headsets off and bring in our next guests here on the show, and we'll turn the camera one for this one because I want to talk to you about just one thing. If you're coming to the Invitational, then great, because you're going to be able to buy some great merch that you have to come to the pop-up shop in the middle of the city. You'll also, thank you very much, gentlemen, you'll also be able to experience things for yourselves at the arena, the Adidas Arena in the north of Paris. Now, memories and nostalgia are big things for this show here today. And our first guest talked to us about Latam, the Brazilian scene in particular with Julio, and of course APAC and OS also with Mr. Dev Marta. Maybe was not a professional player in that time, but of course there was a lot of impact when it comes to the commentary of the region and how that kind of bloomed into Guz and Xenox being the grand final and so on and so forth with our wonderful Rob, who you've been seeing host until this very day. But our next two guests who have just sat down on the couch by my side are two with, I guess, very different careers time-wise, but somehow, through the magic of Siege and the Invitational, have been able to cross paths in more ways than you might think. Mr. Canadian Troy and Mr. Baby Shark joining me on the show. Gents, how are you doing tonight?
Not too bad. How about you?
How's Canada doing?
Down 1-0. Down 1-0. Yeah, not a pretty goal either.
You're not missing much then.
Yeah.
Mr. Baby Shark, how are you today?
I'm doing great. Doing great, yeah.
Sorry for the loss earlier today, but you're still in the running. You're going to be playing on the main stage. And Mr. here is in his local newspaper.
Yeah.
How is that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm so happy.
That's cool.
Yeah.
A lot of history here to talk all between us here, gentlemen. Now, look, I want to take you back to the OG days, because when somebody thinks, who's the OGs of Siege? One of the first names they'll think of is Mr. Troy Canadian. You're the only player to have been there at every single Invitational.
Yeah.
How does that feel?
Dinosaur. I mean, obviously it feels good. I'm definitely proud of it. Yeah, I don't know. This has been a huge you guys were talking about how SI has been like such a huge part of your guys' lives, and it's been like a huge part of mine for 10 years straight now.
You were there the very first one.
I can't even quite express it, but yeah, like every single time, it's such a big deal. Every single year, it's here. Like it's part of my year. It's honestly the biggest part of my year every year.
You were there the very first one. You had some events after that SI where you were Canadian Troy on desk, as we had mentioned for a couple of events. They were very sad that, of course, you were not playing at those Pro League finals, but you came back, you got your second hammer, and we'll talk about that in a moment. Now, Baby Shark, you know, this is a big experience to be here at the Invitational in France, in Paris. But even though you're a very young player, you're 20 years old, if I'm not mistaken now, what was your first experience with the Invitational?
My first experience, I think I was like probably 11 years old. I was watching like all the professional like teams playing. I mean, obviously I saw Mr. Canadian on my TV. Yeah, I mean, I was like just watching them with like my eyes like literally like open. I was like, so, I mean, I was not jealous, but I was like, okay, I want to like experience that. It's like something crazy, like just first like participating like at like a major, but like the Six Invitational. That's like just a dream, and yeah.
And now you're on the main stage, home nation. And it is a different sort of experience. This is a thing that I really wanted to highlight for all our viewers out there, because, you know, Baby Shark was watching you lift that very first trophy at Invitational 2017 and even in 2018, and subsequently he's watched it all. But now he's here. He's competing against you in NAL. He's competing against all these teams here in the Invitational. Does it feel to know, like, when you were 19 years old, this man right by your side was 11 watching you?
Yeah, I know. So I guess like I have this exact feeling like kind of all the time, because like Ambi on my team is the same age, and I remember playing against Ambi in ranked when he was 11 years old. And like I literally remember playing against him, and like my old teammate Necrox, I remember him saying after, he's like, "That kid's 11 years old, by the way. You know that?" And I was like, "Okay." Like I didn't think anything of it at the time. Fast forward 8-9 years, whatever it is. On my team now, but yeah,
it's crazy.
It's crazy.
Maybe there's somebody out there that's watching right now that would be, I don't know, maybe playing against Baby Shark in 8 or 9 years at another event. You'll still be here.
Yeah, I'll still be here.
I think you got a perma spot in Sage.
Yeah, pushing 40, still playing. That's the plan.
Could be worse. You could be older than Intero.
That you?
No.
Yeah, good.
Oh, good Lord, no. I am younger than him.
I was about to say, that's what I thought.
By a country mile. I don't think there's anybody on this planet.
Thank goodness.
Well, look, people forget that you won your first Invitational with King George on your team. What's that like?
I mean, I don't know. Honestly, there's not a ton to say. It was a different time of the game back then. But yeah, George still does a lot of the same plays that he did on that team. I'll watch a stream, or like, you know, I've played against him in ranked, and like the odd time I play ranked, and I'll play him on cafe, and he like still picks bandit and jumps out the piano window. Like plays skyscraper, and he'll jump outside the geisha window with bandit barbed wire, put his barbed wire down. And if you like go back, I'm pretty sure it's at SI, like in the SI finals when we play skyscraper. Like that is what he did on our like T defense strat, was play bandit barbed wire geisha. Yeah.
Old dog, same old tricks.
Yeah,
in
that
way. Well, look, that's another lesson for all our viewers out there. King George can lift a hammer. I think anybody can at that point. Just takes a bit of effort.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the lesson we're going with.
Different time. Takes a lot of extra effort these days.
Well, there was a lot of effort at Invitational 18. Obviously, that was kind of the big breakthrough of the game in many ways in terms of public viewership. Do you remember how things were in Day Baby Shark, where you're thinking, "Oh my God, this is a big final. It's the EG Penta final that is legendary to this day."
I mean, when I was watching like the name I do have like in mind, like the two names I do have in mind, it's Canadian and Pengu. They were like some like really important person like for me, but I think also for the community, because I mean they were like performing like so well in these events, and I don't know. Even if I was like French, if like I remember like the one SI like in Montreal, like I remember like there was like the jet lag literally. I was like I was like probably like 13 or like 14 years old, and like staying up until like 3 or 4 a.m. just to watch the grand final, just because I was like so passionate and I wanted to be at their place. And I mean, of course, I'm like so happy to be like where I am right now.
Yeah.
Can you go down memory lane for just a moment with me here, Troy? What was it like, if you remember back, whatever you still remember from that SI18 final?
SI18 final. So I just did this with Fabian the other day, actually. But it was kind of a blur. It was also the first best of 5 I'd ever played in my life, basically. So that was probably, I think that was the most exhausting series I have ever played to this date, and I don't think it'll be topped just because it was like so new to me. I just remember going to the coastline, like the round I spawn peaked on it. I remember like literally nothing was running through my head. Like I was just like exhausted, and I was like, honestly, it was almost like it was a rank game, and I was just like, I'm gonna peek this window and like got a spawn kill. But yeah,
it's not easy to play a BO5.
No, yeah, different time though. But yeah, it was an exhausting series. I remember the emotions of when we went ahead, 2 maps, winning the first map, stuff like that. I remember the cafe, like dealing. It was like the first time we went up against the Montaigne walking Whitehall, and like we had never dealt with that in practice before. That's a take that's still a thing to this day, actually, and probably one of the strongest takes on cafe to this day. So yeah, like I remember that. Yeah, all sorts.
Well, after that SI18 final, there was Atlantic City.
Yep.
A lot that happened there where you got drawn, no thanks to myself, to play against Penta in the opening game. That went its own way. Then we go to Paris Major. You make it to the grand final, and then it ends up being G2 EG 6-2 6-2 6-2.
Yeah.
What was going through your mind? Because that was the first time we've had a major event in Paris.
Yeah. Well, I was a bit embarrassed that one. It was a bit of a blowout. That was probably the worst series I've ever played to this date. Like I called super poorly, played super poorly. Yeah, it was very disappointing.
But how do you deal with it? Obviously, you have such a long pedigree and so much experience. Those sorts of things are just temporary setbacks, I guess.
Yeah.
What do you learn from these? How do you learn from them?
I think you just realize, everything's temporary. Like nothing's permanent. In that sense, like you'll get past it. I played another event. Like I'll change it basically, essentially. Yeah, like I knew I would be better moving forward. I would not allow myself to show up and play like that again, and be almost like checked out like that again. And I think I did that. I think I took that loss to heart, and just held myself accountable and didn't let it happen again.
Well, I want to talk to we'll talk to you about another moment before we go into the redemption arc, which it's the elephant in the room. I'm sorry, Oregon.
Yeah, White Stairs. Yeah.
So what went on there?
So I think actually anyone that watched and anyone on that team will say to this day that I wasn't the only one at fault there, but people like to say that because I was the biggest name on the team and I was the loudest one on the team. But there was plenty of people that made mistakes there. But yeah, we got ahead of ourselves.
That was the Team Empire final, EG back in Pro League finals in Milan. It's a great event in many ways and a great final in its own right. But yeah, I think the Empire comeback had started way before that specific round also, and I don't think there was.
No, I think it started with that.
Is it really?
Yes, that is where it started.
Oh,
because we were up on match point and like we had already won first map. We were like pretty commanding and in control of that map, and I think a big part of it too was on Oregon specifically they had really, really good attacks. And it was like they did the same kids attack and the same back attack on Laundry. They were like very well known to be like you knew exactly what they were going to do, but it was hard to beat.
Yeah.
And the way we won our first couple defenses was off of like cheese plays to interrupt their executes and stuff like that. And basically, the bag of tricks was running thin, and we kind of used it to get ahead in that round, but didn't close it out. And then after that, it was like we didn't find kind of another way to break back into the game. So yeah,
fair enough. It was legendary in its own rights. Now, Baby Shark, in that time, for those that are not part of, I guess, the French and Benelux esports scene pre-2020, it was a very thriving scene where there's a lot of professional players from France and the entire Benelux region that really grew up in it. Did you have any experience in the dozen LANs that were happening all throughout the region in that time?
I mean, not really. I mean, the only thing I remember from this arc, kinda, it was one name. It was Elems, with playing with Secrets, and some other team I forgot. But I mean, it was one of the person I was I was seeing. I was like, whoa, this guy
it's great.
That's crazy. He's French. Then there was also the Shaco arc. I mean, we're still in it. We're still in it. But I mean, yeah, it was just crazy. Because I mean, I was kind of a fan of Shaco, when I was younger. I'm still a fan, but unfortunately I'm gonna have to leave the hammer, and not him. I mean, I have to.
Sorry, at least there's been one French guy.
I mean, he's still the GOAT, but yeah, I was fan of Shaco, I think all the players playing Rainbow Six have ever seen his clips, That's so famous. And I was like, okay, this guy's a fragger, but I don't know if I want to be a fragger, So there was LMs, I remember that it was IGLing too, and I was like, oh, this is kind of this type of play style that I do
I want to ask you about this. I'm very curious. How is it when you first started getting, I guess, talked to and about to get picked up by a team? When was that and how was it happening? Describe that for viewers out there that maybe are looking for, maybe one day I could get picked up by a pro team. How was it for you to go through that?
What happened is during approximately 2 years, I was playing in Tier 2. I was still really passionate. I was playing in ranked against pros. At the moment, a ton of pros were playing ranked, and I was trying to just play good. And then after the tournament, T3 tournaments came, the T2 ones, and then I built my own team with Lasmo. Lasmo actually playing for Shifters. Yeah, he has been playing for BDS. Recently played in the Munich Major. And yeah, I built this team. We played really well. He has been picked up by Wolves. By the time Bibu and Shinka stopped playing the game, and then I was like, okay, my best friend is getting picked up, not me. I didn't have a single tryout, so I want that. I literally want that. I remember when I was younger, I was watching Zephyr from Supremacy, Vitality Spark, Raffle,
Stuflex in the day.
Yeah, that was just I was in my mind being a professional player. It was playing on a stage and watching Canadian with the hype, screaming every time he was winning a round. That was hyping me through the screen,
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, my best friend has been picked up. I didn't have a single chance. I have to build the chance, So I played with some good players who were playing in Tier 2, Hungry and Bibu, who came back in Tier 2. And then
how did you get picked up in NA? Well, let's be honest, because Alfama has this thing where he's
yeah,
I was the only French player that ever got to go and play in EU and then go to NA and then go to APAC in his own way. But you made that trip very, very quickly. So did Blaz also a bit before you.
Yeah, I mean, first I don't know, is that probably the first time in the whole Rainbow Six era that it happened that a Tier 2 player completely changed the region to join a Tier 1 team. After that there was Stompen, but I think we're probably the only two guys who to who it happened.
Alfama was already playing in Tier 1 when
he
moved.
He's already in Tier 1. He was not in Tier 2.
Blaz was kind of picked up immediately off and sent to NA at that time.
And yeah, I mean
What did you tell your mom even when that happened?
That was crazy. I totally do remember. It was like 10 months ago. I was like just playing, and then I was already trialing with like some tier 1 teams, because I mean they knew that like I was starting to like step up as a player, and that I like they were seeing it, like through me like a potential to exploit. So yeah, I was trying with some tier 1 team, and then I don't know, like Eden from Shifters.
Yeah.
He told me, okay, bro, I'm like trialing with like a team. It's like I don't know if I'm going to join them. I still have some opportunities, but I think you do have the potential to join a tier 1 team. I think you do have the level required. So it just like put me as the in the tryout list, and I was like beside like I remember like Packer, Dream, some players some really great players. Like I was like nobody in NA, like Canadian didn't know me. Like
no, I didn't.
Like I
remember hearing like we're like who's Wildcard picking up, because I knew they were getting Dash, and then I heard and I was like who is this?
Yeah, that's the same reaction that my teammate had,
bro. I was like, okay. Like
it's a great name, if anything.
Yeah. Kenzen had the exact same reaction. Kenzen told me that like the day I've been added to like the trial list, he woke up and like just looked at this list and he was like, "Yo, who the is Baby Shark?" And then he said like, "Okay, we're cooked. We're not gonna win anything." And
here you are now.
Yeah.
Advancing to the main stage.
Yeah, that was crazy.
A quick thing from your experience, obviously Canadian, you're from Canada. Kind of spoiled that. Nothing gets past me. How is it like for either one of you to kind of live in the US and go through playing in the region? How is that kind of different from being back home? If at all.
I mean, it's definitely different. Yeah, I like being in Canada more.
Even in the cold? You're used to Toronto.
I mean, yeah, I'm used to the cold, but yeah, I like being in Canada more. I think, yeah, let's leave it at that.
Yeah, fair. How is it for you then?
For me, it was like such an insane experience. I'm not gonna lie. It was like, it's where I was. I mean, I'm still based in Houston with the Wildcard Gaming. That's where is the team house. I was just like, wow. Like I've never been in North America at all. I do remember like making my first stage 1 in Canada. So I discovered Canada, how like it was working. I loved it. Like that was just crazy for me. And then when I went to the US, I was like, wow.
Did you feel this, what do you call it? In French, it's dépaysement. It's like when you feel like you're completely out of the space you're in.
Yeah, totally like a different traditions, different like way of living. I mean, there are like a ton of things in US that we don't have in Europe, or at least in France. I mean, where I do live. It was like just wow. I'm like so grateful for that experience, so grateful for that like opportunity that like Wildcard gave me, because I mean, they literally bet on like a Frenchie, totally unknown, and like who has done like literally nothing. So yeah, I was like just okay, that's crazy. There's like the food is insane. If I'm like I'm not gonna lie, if I was like following my mind, I would like probably like order every day.
That's what
like
Fox does.
Wingstop, McDonald's, I love that. That's so good. But I mean, yeah, it's like
it's a different experience than having
totally different
crêpes Suzette in France. Though you ended up lifting your second hammer. What's the difference between lifting your second versus your first?
I mean, I guess how much happened along the way, I guess, what happened in between. The first one, it happened pretty quick. It was my first year playing the game. So, I mean, it was exciting. Obviously, I was proud and like excited, but it was not quite the same. I think to make it, sweeter, you have to go through like a lot more along the way kind of thing. And I think, like the white stairs moment you mentioned, or like the reverse sweep in the 2018 finals, like that kind of stuff happening along the way. I think it added to the win in 2020 and made it hit that much more for me, and feel that much better. So yeah,
it's kind of those steps along the way to get to that level. There's one moment that I didn't mention is the loss against Fnatic in Rio de Janeiro.
Yeah, that was good.
That was
my man Dizzle.
Diz God, as we still call him to this day.
Yep.
That was. I actually don't remember much from that entire moment, even though I was casting that moment. I just remember screaming at the top of my lungs.
Yeah.
And just not believing whatever the hell was happening in front of my eyes.
That was an embarrassing one. I don't know.
That's the lesson.
There.
You still lifted the hammer because people don't remember. They talk about Fnatic in that. They played G2 right after. They got smashed. They didn't win a single round in that game.
Yeah.
So we'll call it what it was. It was a fluke in some ways.
No, straight up, we didn't handle the match well. Like,
no.
They played in an unexpected way, and we didn't handle it well.
You were ready for G2, not for Fnatic.
I mean, no, it's like whatever the saying is like, you're all fine until you get punched in the face kind of thing, and that's basically what it was. They punched us in the face, and then we were like, oh, what's going on here?
Things changed. Obviously, since then, you've been on many different teams in North America. How is it like? Kind of how do you even decide what team do you want to play on? How do those opportunities even arise when you have so much pedigree in the region?
I mean, I guess most of my career I've kind of mostly built my own teams. I guess SSG I joined from EG, but like EG, I kind of built up that team from like early days in Siege. It was the Continuum roster, and then like way before that, like Biggity Boo Bop was like our original name. Like,
yes.
Yeah, like so it was just like guys I played ranked with, and like I wanted. I liked playing with these specific guys. I wanted to build that team with them because they were all on separate teams and all that. So I started with that one. And then, we had our struggles and, the eventual downfall and problems that we went through on EG. And then I joined SSG, who were like, top. They were an up-and-coming NA team at the time, and I liked how they played the game.
Mm-hmm.
And had a lot of respect for like a lot of other players, like especially Bosco, because he had been playing for quite some time at that point, and I really liked how he played, and just him as like a person as well.
Yeah.
For my interactions with him, and then I ended up the whole team as well. Like I think we obviously we were a good team.
You had a lot of jump throughs in many different teams after that point, and it seemed like to me, whenever I was hearing the news of, Canadians joining this team, the first thought on my mind was, this is going to be an immediate upgrade. Because every time Troy joins a team, it doesn't matter just pure stats, what's happening in the game, because we see the entire team improve, just be better, communicate better, work together better. Do you feel that that's the big thing that you bring to every squad you're on?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm a captain, a leader, a teammate. I'd like my approach to the game is that I bring leadership to a team, and I try to be the best teammate I can be, and I try to bring the strategy side as well. I think those are my strengths. But yeah, like my impact, yes, it's not going to be seen in my stats because that's not how I play the game. I play the game to, make my team have the best teamwork possible, or the best chemistry, or better strategy. I want my teammates to approach situations in better ways so that they will, they'll end up being better. I want them help them get better at their role.
How did it come about to bring Spoit on the team then? Out of curiosity.
Honestly, it was like just an idea Seth brought up, and just kind of happened. I don't know.
It's great.
Yeah,
really
not too much to it.
It's been around, of course, major champ. And were you someone that kind of looked up and watched Spoit and his growth back then, Baby Shark?
Yeah. I remember with Rogue, I was in not even in tier 2, I was like in tier 3.
Mm-hmm.
And the first time I played against Spoit, it was like not even announced with Rogue. It was like just trialing. I mean, not trialing, it was like he has been announced with them, but I mean, I remember like people stealing his nickname on Uplay. So like his name was like his like last name .rogue, and I remember like I was like warming up against them. We were like their warm up. what I used to do a lot when I was like in TR3, like to like try to get some tier 1 experience, like Scrim. It was like we were trying to like be the warm up of, you know, like some pros, like that, like the pros were like warming up and saying that like we're not like just like in free for all.
Yeah,
we're just like people that would like to step up as a team, and then they were playing against us and seeing that like, okay, finally these kids are good, so probably we could like scream against them if like that's fine. And then it happened, and then Sports won the major right after that, the Berlin one. And
like if a tier 1 team is seeing you as a farm team that they can trust, there's probably a high chance that other teams are looking at you thinking, maybe we can pick up a player or two from this squad that we can bring on to ourselves because, well, they're practicing against Rogue or against all of this G2, et cetera, at the time. It's kind of one way, I guess, that players out there who want to show their skills can actually show up and maybe find themselves on a tier 1 team in the future. And just kind of going through things and looking at our time for now, I want to ask you to really dig deep in your mind. There's history in different ways for the two of you. What is one memory that sticks with you to this day from your entire career to this moment?
I mean, I have a lot. I think the easiest one was winning SI 2020. Yeah, I think winning SI 2020. It kind of hit me like right after it. I remember I hugged my mom on the stage and just like bawling my eyes out. But yeah, that one probably hit the hardest. Yeah.
Sorry, Baby Shark.
Me, I'm gonna say probably like it's really recent. It's against G2 when we played in the Munich major, like on the main stage. I played on the main stage at the reload, you know, but it was not the same thing. It was not the same feeling because there was like also my one of my best friend who was like in the crowd.
Yeah, I did get to meet them.
Yeah,
yes.
And I do remember that like the whole crowd was like against us because there was G2, there was the King Stompen, there was Ducky. All like we're playing against the G2 Dream Team, and like just winning against them. It was just we like at the beginning of the day we won against NIP and then we qualified, and now like we were like really tired and we won. I was like, okay, that's crazy, and I'm floating like I'm playing so well that I would like to continue even if I'm like so exhausted. I was like so tired, but I was still like playing really well. So I think when I won against G2 and I saw like my best friend reactions, I was like, okay, that's what I want to do for the next couple of years.
And now you're going to be able to do it here live in Paris. And there's something very special about all of this is when you get into that flow state, no matter what you do, there's something about it where it just keeps you going. It's like, this is what I chase every single event. And I think all of us, be it players or us that get to be on camera at these events, we also chase it in that same way because there's something so addictive about it.
Yeah.
It's incredible, that adrenaline. Yeah. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me. And it's been an absolute honor. Thank you for taking time out of your own lives to join us here on the show. I hope you guys learned lessons out there. I would ask you to remove your headsets and let our next guests join us on the show for our final segment of the evening. Thank you again, Canadian. Thank you, Baby Shark. What a time we're having all together. Chat, I hope you're having fun. I hope you're enjoying the late night show here at the Invitational. We'd like to remind you that we are live from our wonderful pop-up shop in the center of Paris. So if you're coming to the Invitational, or even if not, and you're somehow around in the city, then feel free to come by. There's some great merchandise. And also a quick bit about the history of Siege all over the walls. And maybe you can find some faces that you're familiar with. I was talking earlier with Baby Shark as we're looking into the photos that they have all over the shop. And it's like, it's crazy. I'm looking at like Spark and Bibu and etc. all on there, people that he looked up to and he was able to play against. And now at this point is really on another level in the future of Siege. And the future is the show that we're going to talk about later on in this week, come Saturday in the main event. For now, I would like to talk about, well, the past, but in a special way. My next guests, as you see on the screen, are two friends that I love very much, Mr. Jesse J. Chick, Mr. Niklas Pengu Moritsen.
Newt Moritsen, I think.
Newt Moritsen.
That's the official term.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jesse. My question to you...
clarify things very well.
But before we start this segment, which is the actually segment of the night, I forgot to take my glasses. I'm very sorry.
I was going to say.
Nick, what do you do when there's 20 seconds left on the clock?
Dude, you got to clutch up. Come on, Milos. I got to fix my socks, actually, because I had to walk here, and my socks got wet.
Why did you walk here?
Because there was a lot of traffic, and I didn't want to wait for a car. So I was like, I'll just walk it. But now my shoes and socks got wet.
It is pouring rain outside, Nick.
I had my hat on.
So this is what we're saying. Chat.
All right.
If we get enough subs, there is the possibility of Nick taking off his shoes and his socks live on stream.
I got tagged in a sock thing on Twitter. What was that about? I haven't seen the clip. Was that here or somewhere else? Oh, it wasn't here.
Oh, yeah.
Well, what's
I
that?
told everybody that when you went to Sao Paulo to play the first Pro League there, you only had one pair of socks. When you went to Berlin for boot camp and then to Sao Paulo.
Yeah, it was not a good move, by the way.
No.
I learned from that, though. Ever since then, I bring at least 5 pairs for 2 weeks.
Thank
at
God
least 5.
I was not on the same flight as you.
5 pairs
at
for
least,
2 weeks?
At least. Like nowadays, it's like 10 or 12.
Yeah.
Do you not have a new pair of socks for every day?
No, that's not efficient enough. So
No, you can wash them. You can wash them. I only brought half as many because I washed them in the middle.
Okay.
My entire room was like underwear and socks drying out.
So you're not supposed to wash jeans very often, and I feel like socks can go 2 days.
Socks cannot go 2
days.
days.
My socks can go 2
I
days.
swear.
That is insane.
Does not go well.
Unless you get wet feet, because these are wet and they don't last 2
I
days
hope you
now.
have fresh
They
socks.
better not.
Well, I gotta make it home first.
We will, because we are going to
yeah.
have an armored transport that's going to take us back home. Gentlemen, you can set your cheat sheets on the side for a moment here, or at least put them on your side because we might need them. We're going to play a game of actually, and we'll see if chat can keep up with us.
You have cheat sheets?
Maybe.
Oh, I don't. Okay.
I sent you the text.
Okay, okay, it's in here.
Okay, thank you.
Wow.
I want to thank our good friend Sprabuni for helping me set all of this up. I think there's a lot of cool stuff that maybe you guys in the chat can help us out with kind of fun facts from the history of Siege Esports. And I'm going to start with one to kind of get the ball rolling for tonight. Did you know that there was only one ever tiebreaker match in the history of Siege Esports? Do you remember what game that was?
Well, it's funny because we watched the previous segments and Jesse went, they spoiled our first pod in our segment. You guys discussed that with the APAC boys.
Yeah.
You stole it away.
Well, can you tell me what it was?
That was, of course, Team 1 up against CAG, was it correct? At the Mexico City Major. And they were tied on every single tiebreak that they possibly could be. They played the last game, and it was the exact scoreline they needed to be. So then they played the tiebreaker match, and the rest was history for Team 1, who went on to win the whole event, which is insane.
So all we're hearing is, and I'm sure that Dev is listening right now, is should CAG have won that game, they'd have won the entire major, right, Dev? Can confirm is what he's saying. Thank you very much, James.
Also, I mean, that made Elamar's career, right? Who was
Sadly,
Elamar before he won that major?
True.
And I remember actually also there was a big moment after they beat CAG. It was like a 2v5 or 2v4 with Elamar, Legonis or whatever, and against G2, and they win that round, and with that they make the comeback. They should have lost to G2 as well, so they kept just beating their opposition time and time again.
Oh, well.
And now they lost themselves at this event, so Elamar went from winning to losing to winning to losing.
You've gone
He's
through a
gonna
lot
win
of
again
those.
soon. Which ones?
The wins and
The wins.
losses.
We did a fun fact. I'm gonna go off topic here. We got a fun fact, I think James and I, about every team that. How does it go? Every team that we have beaten historically, right?
Mm-hmm.
How did it go, James? Every team I had ever beaten, we never lost to. We did a stat. About how every team that we would beat basically wouldn't beat us back.
James, come in here.
Like,
help
you know,
him.
NIP would beat us. No, I forgot the stat. We did a stat. It's not right because NIP beat us. NIP beat us.
Yeah, come close.
Yeah, get closer, but don't make it too sussy.
Can we zoom in?
I remember this conversation,
Okay.
but I don't remember the outcome.
I don't either.
So wait, are you saying
what I'm saying is wrong? So it can't be that.
All of
I mean, no,
That was a fun
there
stat.
are teams that you beat that
Yeah,
then beat you back.
exactly.
Of course, Fnatic, for example.
Exactly.
Do you remember how
NIP
Fnatic knocked you out of Six Invitational
That's
in
not
2020?
that's not what we're talking
Do you
about
guys
here.
remember that
I
time?
remember that.
I remember. That was
I was
sick
thinking
moment.
of a fun stat,
I'm
guys.
missing-
It was
No,
so
I-
bad they had to take Virtue off of the team, buy him
remember
out.
that? I'll just leave you with that one.
Anyways,
All right, let's get back on track.
such a great, helpful co-caster that you have by your side. Now, Jesse, would you like to one-up me?
Yeah, you know, Milos, I have some fun facts. I have some stats as well. Do you guys remember what the single longest match of Rainbow Six Siege ever played was?
Entire series.
Entire series, not just a single map.
So it's not Empire G2.
Oh,
It's not Empire
Coastline.
G2. It's not
No.
Coastline.
I think a lot of people that are newer gen would say it's going to be like the Furia phase, all the distance, but I don't think it is.
No. It was
No.
actually the major that made Spoit who he was. It was Rogue versus FaZe Clan
Berlin.
back at the Berlin major. And do you know how many rounds it took?
No.
It took 8 rounds, 68 rounds. So close.
Almost nice.
Was
So
it
close.
overtime on 4 of the 5 maps or 3
Yeah.
of the... Yeah. Do you guys remember the last bomb site that was pulled out in that final round?
Yeah,
Max
they
OT.
went to bar.
Yeah,
That's
bar
Clubhouse.
stage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then
the
it
Echo
was
drone.
Cryan that walked back up on Valkyrie and from Oil Pit. That was
Yeah.
incredible. There was no Claymore. There was no Claymore on Oil Pit.
Shoot it with a Claymore.
No, that was an insane event. I mean, I remember for that event, I was only supposed to go out for the final 3 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, because I was going to work the analyst desk along with you.
It was your
And
first test.
It was my first
It was your first desk as well.
Yeah.
And my flight, like, I was supposed to go like Edmonton, Toronto, New Jersey, Berlin. It was crazy connections. And my flight from Toronto to New Jersey was like late. It like didn't land in time. So I missed my connection. I ended up landing 24 hours late. So instead of getting there Thursday morning,
I remember.
I got there Friday
Just
morning
before.
and had to go on desk and do my segment like 2 hours after landing at that event. So that
Yeah.
was
What a
probably the
champ.
fastest event I've ever done.
What a champ.
We just went in and out.
Yeah.
Well, let's move on. Nick?
So this fun fact I found would help for my Twitch chat when I was talking to them a few weeks ago at this point.
Oh.
Did you guys know that guns are pretty good in Rainbow Six Siege and they define the value of an operator, and often we'll see a magazine change or a damage change or maybe even a recoil change. But there's one gun in the history of the game which has received a fire rate change.
Fire rate.
Fire rate
That like
change.
requires audio and
Animations,
animation
it-
change.
Exactly, and they've said many times that's too much effort for what it is, right? It truly is too much effort. It happened, I believe, like in year 1, maybe even year 1, season 1. So most people didn't play the game back then.
I didn't even know what Siege was. I'm not going to get this.
I can't tell you exactly when it happened. I can't tell you the number change, but it was actually the AUG from IQ.
Okay.
Went from like,
Not the
let's-
commando, the
not
AUG.
the AUG, which takes up your whole screen,
Yes.
by the way. It's
Yeah.
rough. I think it went from, let's say, 750 to 730 or 725 rate. And if you go back and find like a really old YouTube video, you'll see when they hover over IQ in the weapon, it says like a different fire rate than now.
Huh.
So yeah,
That's a fun fact.
fun fact.
That's a ridiculous fact.
Yeah.
They need to buff it back up because who uses the AUG?
That's my point, right? Like, make it better. Come
The
on now.
whole problem was always the way that it took up half of your screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With a
It's
sight,
still the
with,
problem now.
With an ACOG on top, it's like, well, with the commando, it's a bit, it's lower down. It's still a really good gun, like very controllable,
Yeah.
very good damage, great fire rate.
Yeah.
Things have changed.
Things
In
have
that
changed.
way, though, that is unique. That has not
That is
happened at all. Not even Maestro, who we all knew the entire problem behind his Alda was the fact that he had an ACOG and not anything else. Do people remember? This is also another side note. Do people remember that this was an experiment where the Alda on release not only had an ACOG, but also with the laser sight, you had pinpoint accuracy when you're
God.
ADSing, not ADSing, when you're hip firing. So your bloom was way smaller, and it started super tiny. So it's like you had a bipod on without having, you could run around and hip fire.
Honestly, revert that nerf too.
No.
Nobody plays the Alda anymore. I mean,
Yeah,
how
but
often do you see a Maestro in your games?
Not often enough.
No.
I think he's hot.
Kinda looks like
You know, you're biased though.
Yeah.
You did a cosplay once, Milos.
Yeah, literally as they announced his elite
skin. Yeah.
Thing is, I also knew about it, but I completely forgot, and then somehow like, oh shoot, I have literally his entire outfit sitting in my closet.
But you still have it.
Like, yeah, I do. It's just a pair of pants and a like a, what is it, like a cropped arm jersey. I don't even know what you call them.
Yeah, I mean it looks hot. I can tell you that, Milos.
Thank you very much.
You look very good in that.
Thank you. I'll get you tickets to the gun show next time. Moving on, then. You got anything for me, Jesse?
Yeah, Milos, I got a couple more fun facts for you. Can you tell me, and I actually had Spur Bunny pull this up for me earlier in the event because I wanted to use it on a cast, and I don't think I did. But do you know which player has been on a team, one organization, for the longest amount of time currently? Which player still
Team
holds
on
that
an
record?
organization.
Yeah. Which
Can't
player
be-
is on an organization?
It can't be any of you guys because then there would be Penta the G2 shift.
Yeah, so that doesn't count. Which player has been on the same organization for the longest time?
What if an org bought a roster? Like,
No.
that doesn't count.
That's what I said.
Oh, sorry.
We're using like Liquipedia pages, so even
Okay,
like Fluxo
okay.
W7M is not the same as W7M.
Okay. So I can think of 2 teams.
Okay.
I can think of CAG.
Yes.
And I can think of SSG.
Okay. You've got 1 and 2 there. Because you've got Anaton on CAG.
Yeah, okay.
And you've got Fault on Space Station. Do you want to take a guess who's first?
CAG. Oh my god, it's 50-50, isn't it? I'm gonna say false.
Nah, it was Anaton. He's been on since I think 2018 or
Yeah, I was
something
thinking 2018.
ridiculous.
But Faults has been on for a long
Is
time, right?
2019 then? Yeah, is it the year
Yeah,
after?
it's like a year or a few months after. He's just barely missed the record.
They've both had like their entire careers.
Oh,
Like,
for
from
sure.
memory on those rosters. Yeah.
I remember casting Faults back in Tier 2 when he was on Organized Chaos.
Oh my god.
Playing with Merc in Challenger League.
So Faults would be like at this point the player that has been on the same organization still playing at this SI, or at least
at this SI.
Yeah,
At this SI,
That's
it definitely
crazy.
counts.
That's
Yeah.
crazy. Okay, I'm gonna give you one.
Okay.
Did you know there's only one map that has been played in the competitive pool since day one?
Oh?
I think for most people this is a trick question, because immediately I can think of more than one, but it's wrong, right? So it's like,
Wait, can I take a guess? I don't know the answer to this one.
Oh, okay.
Maybe I'm going to get tricked.
Yeah.
It's the trick
Yeah.
question. But the first thing that pops in my head is Clubhouse.
That's true.
It's Clubhouse?
Did you know that new Clubhouse has been around for way longer, like a year and a half now, longer than old? Actually, more. Please,
way
like
more.
couple 2-3 years longer
Yeah.
than original Clubhouse. Who remembers how cash used to be in the day?
Honestly, I don't at this point. There was a hack
Without
somewhere.
construction.
Yeah.
Awful time.
No, so if you do not say Clubhouse, is there another map that comes to mind?
I would say like the second one that comes to my head is like Cafe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but Cafe got brought in and everybody played it on the same day in EUL.
Yeah.
'Cause that was brought back in EUL, and every single match for that day was a Cafe game when it was brought back.
Right. It had a brief period where it wasn't in.
Yeah, because there was a rework for, for Cafe.
For me, it was Bank.
Oh, Bank is
Bank
of course
Bank was
yeah.
only out for about a year, more or
Yeah.
less. It was when they did the current mini rework that we know of, like the parking repel changes and whatnot, spawn peak changes. So yeah,
it's crazy.
I was thinking Bank.
Moving on. Got anything for us, Jesse?
I got another one for you, Milos.
Yeah.
Do you know who the first... This one I think is an easy one. Do you know what the first operator rework ever was in the history of Siege?
Would it have been Lion?
It was not. I don't count Lion. No, no. Full rework where they completely changed the gadget, give him a complete new set of skills.
New set of skills. Yeah, I made a strat with him. My teammate Uno made a strat with him.
Oh, did he?
After he got reworked twice, actually. Once against VP. It's the Lord.
That's the Lord.
Tashanga, who has the canisters. That's one.
Yes.
So yeah, most reworks I think as well.
Yeah,
that's crazy. I actually
count that.
did not I completely forgot that there was a point where the turret did not have a shield.
It was just a turret, and it was awful.
It was so
You
bad.
do that on Hereford base. You'd go on top floor by the windows. You shoot I guess in the rework would be the plane spawn. You had a line of sight directly through there.
Yeah, you could shoot through. Yeah, the double window, right? You go.
Yeah, it's crazy time. Yeah. I mean, shot a bit less. Bit less of a rate of fire. Yeah. When your LMG's mounted and loaded, you kind of forget the rest. Nick, do you have anything for us?
I mean, we're at SI, right? How many people have lifted the hammer more than once?
How many people?
How many players? Let's say players.
Yeah, okay.
You want us to name the players?
I want you to name the players. I can give you the amount. I'll just fact check it.
Are
to
we
make
counting
sure
coaches?
We're counting players.
Okay.
But if you have done it as a player and then maybe additionally as a coach, you still did it as a player, right?
Yeah.
So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 total.
Okay, well,
It's pretty straightforward for some
I'm going to
of them.
start with the obvious one, the guy I'm looking in the eyes.
Okay, that's me.
I'll start with you, Nick.
I've done it.
Fabian.
Fabian's
course.
done it,
Canadian who sat him
unfortunately.
on.
Troy, yes.
Troy, yeah.
Then
think of the rosters.
Kanto didn't do it twice,
No.
right?
Kanto
Because he was
didn't do it
only
twice.
on the second one.
That's exactly correct. There was Shotzi on the first
Shotzi on
one.
the first.
Shate, yes. So Eunice,
Yeah, Eunice.
Goga.
Goga.
There's 6.
There's see that this is the tricky one. So do you not know the last answer? Like you actually genuinely don't know?
Because in EU there's no more from the Pentacore.
Right.
Troy
If you
didn't
Troy
do it with
core.
the same player
Exactly.
ever. I don't believe.
If you go far enough back.
Wait, is this an Xbox thing?
Yeah.
Oh, I.
No!
If you go far enough
Bosco!
back. Bosco!
Okay.
Yeah. With SSG.
Right,
and with,
right.
I don't even know the team name of the.
They were
Well, he was with Elevate. He
Was
won
it
Relaxing
Elevate?
the
Oh,
Skies.
okay, yeah.
Oh my god.
Jeez.
There it is.
I actually completely
Yeah,
forgot
Kids
about that.
guys. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Remember seeing the photo on the podcast? Yeah.
Yeah. And he looks very different. He's much older now. We're all much older.
We're all much older.
We're all much older. So is Gabe. Gabe looks so hot now compared to. Sorry, that's just.
It's
a side
always about the looks with you. Yeah.
I think all my friends look great, and they have great hearts as well.
There. Thank you.
See
That's
what I mean?
wanted to hear.
That's fair.
Yeah.
You also had a great baby face back in the day.
I couldn't even grow facial hair if I
Look
wanted
at
to
you
back
now.
then. Yeah. Now I just shaved, but it does grow now. Yeah.
Shaved 2 days
Congratulations.
ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, you shaved yesterday in the morning.
I think it was the day before. Day
before.
Maybe day before.
Still, for you
Yeah.
to be able to grow that, if you showed yourself 5 years ago,
Oh, I would have never
that-
believed it. But I had more hair. I had more hair up here back then.
Hey, we don't talk about that.
Yeah,
I'm also
no.
losing it too. Let's set that aside.
It shifts a bit.
Group trip, you know, group trip. Get a
Yeah.
package deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we should think about that in a few years. Anyways, I'm gonna move on to the next one.
Okay.
Do you know how many seasons we've had in Siege?
Well,
You can do simple math on that, right?
yeah, we're in year 10. There's always been 4 seasons.
Yeah. So that makes 40
4
flat.
times 4 times 10. Hold on.
Let's not do the
You're
math.
great with numbers, Jesse.
You're
40.
the one that's good at it.
You're the caller.
40.
Oh,
This
we're
would
actually
be-
coming up on 41. Yeah.
This would be the
Yeah, but this would be
40th.
the 40th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, this
because
would be
this
the
is the last.
Yeah. Right now
We're
We're
for the
looking
40th.
forward to the 41st on Sunday for the
Yes.
review.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And happy 41st Siege.
It's crazy, guys. If you think of if you can close your eyes, right, and visualize year 1, season 1, you just boot up the game for the first time. The operator menu selection screen is like 12 operators, maybe. It's nothing. You think, do I want to play Frost or sorry, Frost was either Pulse, Castle, Rook, Jaeger, or Dog or Capcan, right? Shashanka. There's like that's your only option basically.
Let's be honest. Everybody just played Docker, Rook, ACOG, MP5.
And Jaeger.
Or Jaeger,
And
ACOG.
Jaeger.
Yeah,
It's
Jaeger.
true. It's didn't smoke ACOG.
Jaeger was a big
But
one.
it's now it's this whole menu. You can almost scroll down and you have pages to it.
Yeah.
We've gotten so far.
Can you imagine in 10 years, somebody's going to be
10 more years from now?
in 10 more years from now, we just had Baby Shark and Canadian on. So 10 more years from now, someone who's watching Baby Shark compete right now is going to play against them 10 years from this moment on. Canadian's still going to be playing somehow. And we're going to have even more operators than we have in the game. So it's actually crazy that I've gone to this point. Because I remember in year 2, when we're all talking to the developers, back in that time, they're like, we're planning, an easy 10 more years of all of this. And we're like, there's no way we actually make it.
I remember the benchmark being 100 operators. They said we want to create
them saying that.
100 unique operators or whatever, right?
But we're 70-something now.
Yeah, 70-something, I believe, as well.
74, I think.
Sounds right.
In that area. I
Ah.
think it's between 74 and 76. I think it's right in that area, personally.
So it's 75.
should I actually double check
It's
what
gotta
we're
be
at?
an even number, right? Because it's an even number of attackers and defenders right now.
Yeah.
Well,
Pretty
they
sure.
did do the double. I'm not sure.
I think it is because we're coming to the end of a year, and usually by the end of a year, like they
Checking.
release an even number of
Well,
attackers defenders.
76.
76.
Bang.
Crazy.
Wow.
Bang.
Crazy. That's a lot of operators.
Yeah.
So let's keep going.
Okay.
You got fun facts?
I got one, and I got a double header for you, Milos.
Yeah.
Double header.
We kind of already spoiled one of them earlier in this show, so I was originally going to ask which player has attended every Six Invitational.
Yeah.
We have gone over that.
Yeah.
Of course, it's
It's your
Canadian.
boy Troy.
You know it's Troy. We've had, I believe, 11 majors during Rainbow Six's history.
Oh.
Nobody's been to all of them.
No.
But
Who's
one
been to
player
most?
has been to the most.
Is
I'll
it-
give you a hint. It's not Troy.
Okay.
Cyber.
Is it only player, not coach?
Only-
Cyber.
Okay, he went with
But he's
Cyber.
already got it.
Yes!
Cyber.
I genuinely, this is not on my sheet. This is not on my sheet. He just said it.
Yeah.
Ah,
I thought about it.
You
That's
nailed it though.
It makes sense because FaZe always qualifies for everything.
So proud of myself.
And even like before he was on FaZe, he was on I think he was on the old like Immortals roster and
Immortals
stuff.
to MIBR.
Yes, to MIBR. Yeah.
All right.
Siege historian, brother. I can't promote myself. Anyways.
That's good. I tried to trick you.
There's a good video out there.
I tried to trick you with that.
Okay,
And
that's well done.
Yeah.
Checkmated.
Yeah, well
As
done.
they say. Nick?
Well done.
Wait, so you said not all, but the most, right?
Yeah, so he's been to 9 of the 11.
It's
It's
crazy.
missed 2? Okay.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Just barely missed 2. I think Canadian, there's a couple of people tied with, I think it's in second place with 8. It's Canadian, Nesk, and Palu are all in second place, if my memory is correct.
And Nest technically is here as well. Didn't qualify.
Yeah.
Didn't qualify.
That doesn't count as
Nesk
size.
was also at Munich.
As
was there?
okay.
That's not part of my
but
numbers.
it doesn't count for
But
him.
he's not playing here, but he's also here.
Yeah,
By
of
the way, yeah,
course.
Nesk is at the Invitational for those who are coming to SI. So
Ask for
crazy.
signature. Come on.
Yeah, you'll know if you've watched the Raza co-streams.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they get really loud in their costume room, as is expected. Nick, you got one last one for yourself?
I have to check if there's any left. My brain has given up on me actually here. There's this one, and I wouldn't know the answer if
Okay.
if I hadn't been told the answer. Who won the last Pro League final? So before the whole major situation, at one time we had Pro League finals, then we had like Paris Major, for example, and Pro League finals.
Well, where was the last Pro League final? We were supposed to have a Pro League final in Sao Paulo that was canceled early in May 2020.
Because that's a trick question. Because there was a Pro League Season 11,
Yes.
but there was no Pro
Oh.
League Season 11 finals.
Oh,
Exactly.
that's a good point.
That's
So,
what I mean.
interesting.
The event in Sao Paulo was canceled
Yeah.
due to lockdowns, but the last event would have been in November 2019.
Which goes where?
In that merch you're wearing right now,
In,
Parker.
look
Tokoname.
at
beautiful
that.
Tokoname,
Tokoname.
Japan. Actually, a town I went to less than a year ago. Beautiful
Wow.
little town. Great pottery. Highly recommended for anybody who goes back to Japan and explores it. But so I remember Doki still says he technically won.
No,
but
he did not. He was
He
banned from
wasn't
toxicity,
playing.
guys. He did
Yes.
not win. Pi subbed in for him, a former PUBG pro player, and
Yeah.
he got swooped up and he won the thing, and then Doki came back when he was unbanned and didn't win the mate.
But on what team were they on? Because Nello scored an incredible clutch on Coastline.
I was Navi.
That was Navi. Very good.
Yeah.
Who did they play against in the final?
DZ.
DZ.
Yeah.
Do you remember that at that event, Brazilian players were having visa issues because this is something we discovered.
Didn't we have the Spanish boys sit
So
in?
yes,
Yeah.
2 players came in from the OG. I think it was Lion and some. These are like the G-Bots Plus
the G-
that
yeah.
happened in olden days.
Yeah.
And then they were known as the Giants. So there was
Yeah.
Giants Spain and Giants in U Pro
remember
League in the
that.
day.
Yeah.
And because Nagoya, which is the city that actually is just kind of the main regional hub for the area, has a huge Brazilian community. Apparently, after World War II, there was a lot of Brazilians that actually emigrated to Japan to help rebuild the area. They'd stayed there. You go to Nagoya, and all of the signs are written in Japanese and in Portuguese, not in English, fairly enough. In a lot of places, you'll see some English, but it's a lot of Portuguese. And because of that, there was, I guess, some sort of fear with visas of people overstaying visas. This
Yeah.
is a purely like paperwork thing.
Yeah.
It's how it goes sometimes. So what did NIP have to do? They had to fly out 2 players from Spain that arrived 2 hours before their match against Reciprocity.
Yeah.
And that's the event where Laxing and Foxe, still on Reciprocity at the time, complained that I was talking too much smack about them because I was saying, come on, they should have won already because NIP with 2 subs just landed in Japan from Spain were almost beating them in that matchup. Sorry.
Speaking of the whole visa situation, how about another question in this regard? What about a team and or players and or tournament where we had a main stage match, but not 5 players present on stage?
That was it Charlotte or Atlanta?
It was Charlotte. Maybe.
Charlotte.
Oh, because they played.
Because they played from Mexico.
With 2 players not there with cardboard cutouts that their teammates brought out.
Do you guys remember what team it was?
W7M?
Yeah, it was 1 at the time, right? Team 1?
It was, I believe it was Team W7M at the
Was it
time.
W7M
I believe
already?
so.
Okay, maybe.
And if this
Yeah,
is
no,
obviously,
it was.
So this is the core that became the Furia roster or W7M roster. They would play with 2 people from Mexico. And everyone who scrimmed them said these are the best players in the world. Like these are generally the best team, the scariest team.
Yeah.
And then they do really well. They go to main stage. They're missing 2 players, and they lose. And we're thinking, we're never going to see them again, maybe, right? Then they do the whole run, winning every major, SI. Now they're Furia, still fighting for that second hammer.
Yeah.
Legendary final against FaZe Clan.
Internationally, it was really our first look at what is debatably the greatest Siege team of all time.
Yeah.
You know, next to you guys.
And it started off with that visa issue.
Yeah, 100%.
In many ways, it might be to this day. And in the subsequent year, I remember Julio had a stint with that team.
He did.
I forgot to actually talk to him because we can go on for ages.
As a player and coach?
As a player.
As a player.
They played against BDS in the final where they lost. That was the unshipping major. And what happened there, I talked to him right after. I wish we just have to limit every segment to half an hour because otherwise we'd go on for the entire night.
Yeah.
But at that event, I came up to him. He's like, "How are you feeling?" He's like, I've lost, I've won. It happens. But the guys, they're really taking it hard. But I tell you right now, Milos, they're gonna get better and better and better. These guys are world champions right there.
Wow.
Julio, he knows what's up.
Predicted it.
He did not lie. Reminds me of Fabian, because obviously Fabian, he was not very heartbroken when MAD lost and got eliminated, but the players were. And I spoke to Fabian after, it's like, he said, I've won, I have lost, it's natural course, but I believe in this team, I believe in these players, we'll bounce back.
Wow. And there was already the heartbreak of not making it to Reload in 2025, and then we saw the success they've had throughout the year and into SI26.
Yeah.
It's a lot for this team, and of course, having won the Munich Major, stolen it from under the arms of EU that always love to throw the one matchup that they should not.
Okay, they got another chance.
They lost that to win this one. That's what I'm saying. Falcons, they are coming for this trophy at 6 Invite 2026.
They lost the last 4 to win this game.
That's actually very true.
Yeah, they lost the last 4.
So that's I guess the last bit of today because you guys have been around the block really when it comes to Siege. You got any favorite memories or maybe niche ones to kind of close out the show?
Ooh, favorite memories.
Did I meet you at the Canadian Nationals in 2018? Were you
18?
casting
I
there?
was not in.
You were 19.
2019 I was at, yeah.
Ah.
I think we met.
Who was casting?
Were you at DreamHack Montreal?
No. I worked Austin that year.
We might not have met until like the Mexico major then.
I didn't. I wasn't even in Mexico.
Oh, jeez, where
COVID times.
have you been? I thought you were at all the events.
I have been to 34 Siege events. Thank you very much, my friend.
That's more than me.
That's a lot.
That's more than me.
And between you and me, we got 2 trophies. 2 invitational hammers that we've lifted.
Ain't that the truth?
Thank God. I've been there to witness them all. Though, memories, please. I derail too much.
Obviously, 18 SI winning it, but I actually think 2019 SI we qualify for main stage. So on the Friday we're gonna play quarterfinals. On the Thursday we have rehearsals and player photos. And while we're doing it, Matt Andrews is doing the stage intro rehearsal as well.
Yeah.
And he's doing all the here comes this team and these players, and we were last because we were defending our title, and we're doing G2 player footage. He goes, it's the Pro League victor, the major victor, the SI Hammer Racing team, G2, and we all started crying. All 5 of us. And G2 is like, we're doing photos for the social media. Like, guys, like, come on, like, we can't be crying right now, and we gotta get the photos like right now because the lights are on. And we just stood there and just took it in and just shed a tear.
Oh,
so it wasn't winning the hammer. It was what the memory and the honor that we felt of him mentioning what we'd achieved.
Yeah.
What that did was, that was my favorite memory.
There's a great memory of Vamos Penta that's still in my mind.
That video is awful.
Yeah, I can't believe they goaded Fabian into doing it. Yeah. So Jesse, what about you?
God, I don't know if I have anything that emotional.
It doesn't have to be emotional, but just a big moment.
I think honestly, before I was even a pro caster, before I had even signed a contract to work in Rainbow Six Siege, I went to Montreal in 2020, I guess it was, for the Six Invitational when Space Station won. And I just remember like being in the audience and like everybody holding up their phones.
Oh, yes.
In that moment where the lights went out and Space Station, there was some tech pause or something, and they managed to pull it back in that finals and win it for North America, and Troy winning his second hammer and everything. I mean, that was probably like the most emotional moment I had as a fan.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking at that point, it's like, wow, this is just a really special scene, a really special esport. I hope one day I can be a part of it.
And you're a wonderful part of it, Jesse.
And then now they put me on a couch to yap.
You do a great job of that. I loved being on the desk with you every time we had the opportunity to do so, and I love hearing you on the cast also with Parker. He's
all right.
Oh God,
Parker's all right.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you both have Actually, our three of us casted with him.
Yeah, it's.
On that note,
hey, hold up. What about your favorite memory?
My favorite
let's get
memory.
yours. Come on now.
I have multiple ones.
Yeah, we all have multiple
I'll give you
ones.
I'll give you one from Pro League, one for SI.
Okay.
Actually one also. I have so many. Goddamn.
We're on the clock right now.
Okay,
Milosh.
Come on,
getting
Milosh.
commendation to 2024.
Yeah.
Absolute honor.
Yeah.
Being able to thank my now passed away grandfather on stage. He's the one who helped me build my first PC so that I could do what I do now. That's the PC that I casted and observed Siege on, and it meant so much to me. I still have it with me. I love every bit of it. SI18, I was talking to the boys about it a bit earlier. I got to listen to the orchestra for the first time by my side.
Yeah, that's magical.
My best friend that now is my wife of coming up on 3 years. Siege really does change your life in many ways. And the third one from Pro League would be you at the end of my first ever Siege event ever, Pro League.
I remember this. Yeah.
He had just won his first one in year 2, season 1. He gets up, he takes his shirt off, and he gives me his jersey, his Penta jersey that I still have back home, signed by the entire Penta team that won it. And he says, "Welcome to the family."
Wow.
And that moment I'll never forget. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Well, thank you.
Before I end up exploding into tears for the evening, I want to thank you both for joining me on this nostalgia-filled trip. I want to thank also our wonderful friends, Canadian, Julio, that joined us, Dev Marta, and Baby Shark, who I think there's still a lot more to see from Baby Shark, and many up-and-comers. Maybe one of you that is watching right here will be casted by either one of them, or will be playing against Canadian or with Baby Shark or something in the future, be casted by Dev Marta. This is great. This is why we're part of this game. It's because it changes our lives in ways that we can't even imagine it. And to me, it helped me have friends all over the world, and maybe you, that I get to meet you and give you a hug one day, hopefully very soon, maybe this weekend here in Paris. From all of us here in the production room in the pop-up store in Paris, make sure you join us this weekend for some great action at the Invitational, but also 2 more of these shows, late nights, are happening on Friday. We have special guests that will be announced very, very soon. They are wonderful co-streamers and streamers within the ecosystem that you guys love 100%. But on top of it, we have developers that are joining us on Friday, plus a special show on Saturday with coaches with the 1v1 tournament that we promised you back in Munich to set all of that up. Until then, we love you very much. Have a good night. Bye-bye. See you on Friday.